Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Preaching to the Choir Ministries. And today, I wanted to... Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Preaching to the Choir Ministries. 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 1 says that in the latter time some turn depart from the faith, seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3 says that before the day of the Lord, that there is going to be a falling away that must occur, meaning people are going to be falling away from Christianity. And the reason why that's going to happen is people are going to listen to false teachers, false doctrines, and churches and believing all kinds of goofy stuff. And I think that's one of the reasons why I like doing this so much. To confront these teachings to see whether or not they're going to these teachings or these arguments is to see whether or not they're true or not. That's why I like doing these so much. But let me cut the music off. Only Vaco can do that, right? Not me. So welcome, ladies and gents, to the debate arena. And that's what this is, a debate arena. This is not the arena for, kumbaya, my lord, and coochie coochie coo. That's not what this is about. This is about us coming together and talking about some of the things that we disagree with. Yeah, we can have conversations about stuff, but that's why I put this together. A lot of people are doing one-man shows, and that's all fine and well. People have been doing that for a while now, and I think people kind of miss coming into these rooms and having these kind of conversations. Does God exist? Is the white man the devil? Are black people the Israelites? Is the earth flat? Is evolution true? Is young earth creationism true? Is Jesus Christ, is he God? Did he ever exist? These are the kind of things that we discuss in these rooms. Are there any strong arguments for the existence of God? Or is there any strong arguments against the existence of God? We don't know. We got to find out in these rooms. Now, before I put the link out there for everybody to join and give people some time to come in, I want to point something out. And this is going to be directed towards people like Von Helton and a couple of other people. Von, I did get your Skype message about you saying that you don't want me inviting certain people into the room. If you come into the debate arena, all right, that's what this is. This is a debating arena. You're not coming into let's agree with each other on everything. If you come in here, more than likely somebody's going to come in and have a disagreement with you about something. Now, what I want people to stop doing is making everything so personal with him if he comes in here today. But if he comes in here and let's say he wants to discuss whether or not we've been in outer space and you believe that we wasn't, then talk about that. I'm not interested in him talking about being related to King Kong or, having a conversation with George Washington or goofy stuff like that. I don't even believe that. So, and Vaughn, you also got to understand something else too about this room. And Beckel talked about this briefly on his Thank God for Atheism show. And that is the burden of proof is on the person making the claim. If I make a claim, I got to be prepared to prove what I'm talking about. Okay. If I make a claim, for example, that black people are not the biblical Israelites, the biblical Israelites, and I have to be able to give a reason for it. That burden is on me. If they come in the room and claim that they're Israel, that burden is on them to prove it. If an atheist comes in a room and says, my God is a fairy tale and he doesn't exist, you have a burden on you to prove that. Okay, or at least give a sound, logical, rational reason for it. If I come in a room and I say that Jesus died for your sins, and if you believe on him, you'll be saved, that burden is on me. I have to give you a reason for the hope that I have. You understand what I'm saying? So the burden of proof is on anybody making a claim. So Vaughn, you coming here talking about some you was supposed to audition to be Wolverine, be prepared to prove it. If you come in this room and say you're 400 years old or you got 90 black belts or something like that, you got to prove it. They're not wrong for questioning you on whether or not these claims are true. Now, if somebody comes in the room and they make an argument for their atheism, obviously they're meeting their burden by trying to back up their claims. It's our job as Christians to be able to soundly either refute or rebuke them or try to correct them in a godly manner to do it. Okay. Yeah, we heard these things a million times, but let's take the time out to do it 1,000,001 times, with patience and with a loving heart. So at least we know that we left the room and we tried to at least talk some sense to that person. You know what I mean? So because Zoom was in his room last time, and for some reason, I think we all kind of jumped on him. So let's just try to be a little bit more loving while going after his the stuff that he believes or whatever. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna come after us. All right. So I'm going to make the link available for people to join. If you know who the usuals should know, I already sent you the link via email. I sent the link to Vecco. I sent the link to Vaughn. Sabella, I did not send you a link yet. I'm going to do it now. And I'm going to make the link public so people can come in. All right. Actually, Sabella got too many different accounts. I don't even know if I have let me see something here. Sabella. I got Sabella. I don't know if this is you, but I'm gonna send it to you anyway. I'll send it to Steve McCrae. He's actually, I like it when the people who actually know how to debate actually pop in here, because they make you think and they challenge you a little bit. I was complimenting Kazoom because I said, yeah, Kazoom's one of them old schoolers. He actually knows how to debate a little bit, as opposed to people that come in here and just want to read Bible verses. There's nothing wrong with reading Bible verses, but after you read your Bible verse, give an explanation on why you believe what you're actually reading. Okay, I understand that it's by faith that we are saved, and not of our own works. It is a gift of God. You know what I mean? It is the gift of God. But at the same time, we have to be able to give that reason for why we believe what we're reading. If you don't think you can do it, stay away from the debate arena, because this can get brutal sometimes. It can get really brutal. You see what happened to Mr. Ham when he came in the room claiming that women couldn't preach. You see what happened to him. Cherry Love came in here and unalived them. You know what I mean? So his arguments. So if you come in here and know what you're talking about, that's all I got to say. Stay away from topics you don't know that much about. All right. So let the games begin. You guys can come in here now, click the link, and you guys come in. Back where I emailed you the link. If you want to click on it from the outside, you guys can actually do it. Remember, the burden of proof is not on the Christian. The burden of proof is not on the atheist. The burden of proof is not on the Satanist. The burden of proof is not on Von Helton. The burden of proof is on the person making the claim. The burden of proof is on the person who makes the claim. I'll give you an example. Me and Vecco don't agree on the Holocaust and necessarily who the Jews are. You know what I mean? Vecco has his own ideas about the topic, and I have my beliefs about it. I'll give Vecco credit. Vecco will at least be able to articulate why he believes the things that he believes. And if he doesn't, he'll let everybody know that he doesn't know how to articulate it or whatever. So for that, I'll give him credit for that. You know what I mean? How you doing, Sabella? Welcome to the debate arena.
I'm just about to start eating, so that's why I said to keep me backstage for now.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll put you back in the backstage. All right, cool. All right. So if you want to come in here, all you gotta do is click the link and you can come in. I do expect some people to show up on here. I did not send the link to as many people as I normally do. I'm going to do that in a minute. You know, I kind of started a little bit earlier than I normally do. Give me a second here, guys. Oh, give me 1 second here, guys. I forgot to do something here. Hold on. I forgot to do this. Hold on. Okay, now leave me alone because I'm in the middle of doing my YouTube stuff now. All right. So Von Helton, the last time he was in my room, Von Helton was saying that people was attacking him. What I will do this time, if Vaughn comes in the room, is I'll make it a one at a time type thing, and I'll kick anybody that tries to make anything ultra personal with him. But if they want to, I mean, Vaughn, you're fair game if you're going to walk around here and say the earth is flat. You're fair game if you're going to say that you talk to your gods and your gods is going to do X, Y, and Z. You're fair game if you do that. I'm a Christian. I don't believe in paganism, and I don't support paganism. I mean, I can show everybody what it is that you say about Christianity on your platform all the time. And Vecco was the one who brought it to my attention. Well, some of the things that you say, Vaughn. So I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Be fair. You're running your mouth over there on your channel about Christianity, bragging about your gods. You know what I mean? Well, when you come on my channel, I'm going to be bragging about my Lord and my Savior, Jesus Christ. For the people that are used to hearing me talk about the Hebrew Israelites, I am working on a documentary on the moderate Hebrew Israelites, not on the camps, although they will be mentioned a couple of times. It's taking me a little bit longer because I don't have the time like I used to be able to work on it the way I want to. But I will be done soon. That's all I can say. I will be done soon. I'll upload it, and I think a lot of you will like it. Because, again, these people think they're special because, you know, their daddy, they believe that their daddy was Abraham. You know what I mean? Or their great-grandpappy was Abraham, not understanding that this first life that we're in doesn't doesn't mean that we have a relationship with God. We have to be born again in order to have that relationship with him. We have to die to our old selves, and we have to become a new person. So you have to drop if you believe you're Israel. You have to drop if you believe you're Egypt. You have to drop if you believe you're Russia. You got to drop the idea that you're China. And you need to understand that you're a new creation in God, in Christ, because of the sacrifice that he made in order to be made right in the eyes of God. And if you're a Hebrew Israelite and you disagree with that, don't tell me about it in the comment section. Get your butt in the arena and let's talk about it. Mind you, I'm not going to give you any special treatment. If somebody comes in here with their own topic and you take too long to bring up your stuff, then we're going to be talking about other stuff. And that's how it's going to be. I believe I've given the Hebrew Israelites enough publicity, and I believe that we have educated enough people on here on how to pulverize the Hebrew Israelites. And Cherry Love is continually doing an excellent job on her channel. By the way, subscribe to my beautiful sister in Christ, Cherry Love, as she continues to do the work of God on her YouTube channel, destroying the doctrines of the Hebrew Israelites. All right. So, and again, if you think I'm Israel, don't tell me about it in the chat. Don't leave me a bunch of comments. Come in here and you prove it. I know Arcane's probably watching. Arcane wants to come in here and talk about it. Last time he was in here, he was being very sarcastic. And I get why he has to be sarcastic and not come with any factual information. I mean, hold on, I don't want to screen share. If I was in his position, I would have the same attitude too. I know a lot of you liking the idea you can see me now. There's something with the lighting. Lighting's a lot better. But let me send a link out to some people. I want to try to get Kazoom back in here while I'm the only one in here right now. Why am I screen sharing? I don't want to screen share. I want to invite. So give me a second here, guys. I invited Brett Keene, Steve McRae, Hog Tie Champ, Veckel. Let me try to get Kazoom in here. But since atheism seems to be the theme today, because Veckel did a stream today on Thank God for Atheism. Let me invite JDK. I haven't talked to that goofy mug in a while. Who's these people? Hold on. The one and only. What's up, Brett?
Hey, handsome.
How's it going?
Just getting my mic set up.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine. You need to come here with a good working mic, and we need to see that beautiful face of yours for a little bit before you can participate in the arena.
Well, that is my face right there.
I don't know. That microphone seems kind of suspect, Brett.
Does it sound rough?
No. You're sounding good. I'm just busting your chops a little bit because you always do that to us when we come to your channel.
Yeah.
What's going on with your adopted son? He doesn't want to be called J-Dubs no more.
Oh, I don't know why that is.
Your adopted son is a Muslim now. What's going on? By the way, he's not his real adopted son. It's just playing around with it.
Well, he ended up marrying a Muslim woman, so I figured he'd jump into the whatever would make her comfortable.
And then he did the same thing with the previous girl, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Wasn't he a Noahide or something like that for a while?
Yeah.
I gotta ask him what's the differences between a Noahide and a Muslim. Like
they pretty much believe only up to the point of Noah's story.
Oh, okay. So it's just a Genesis thing. Okay. Oh, Veckel's here. Hold on. What's up, Vec? Uh-oh. Is that Veckel?
Let's get ready to rumble.
Is that Veckel?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
State arena.
Hey, Veckel.
Yeah,
Hey,
Brett
what's
Keith's
going on?
here, Veckel.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I see. Hey, good to see you again, Brett.
Yeah, the one and only Brett Keene. Brett Keene is responsible for all this atheism that we see on YouTube. Well, the old Brett, not the new Brett.
It's all Brett's fault. Right.
Yeah, Brett, it's all your fault, man.
Had I known that they were going to all be Looney Tunes coming out of the woodwork, I would have turned off my computer and threw it out the damn window.
Yeah, you mentioned something about the burden of proof. Yeah, I did a live stream earlier this morning in response to a discussion I was involved in several hours prior. And as you saw, for those of you who might have caught that stream, we saw the typical atheist trope, that goes way back to the early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
About, okay, since you're the Christian or since you're the theist, therefore the onus is automatically on you because you hold the affirmative position. And all we got to do is just simply point out the fact that anybody, as you point out it already, G-Man, anybody, whether you're taking the affirmative or the negative, if you make a positive claim, you have the onus on you to validate the claim. Okay? It's really that simple. So this guy was basically telling me that no God exists. There is no heaven. There is no hell. And all I had to do was simply ask him a simple question. How do you know that? But then what does he do? He turns around and says, he asks me more questions. And he makes statements that are begging the question. I said, so wait, so you don't have an answer then? You don't know if God, he even admitted that he doesn't know some things. It's a way, he doesn't know some things, but yet he knows for a fact that no God exists, that there is no heaven and hell. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And then, of course, he and his
You sound like a
atheist
rookie.
comrade tried to laugh like a couple of crack-headed hyenas. Oh, you're so funny.
A lot of the more experienced atheists don't usually, I'm not gonna say all of them, but a lot of the more experienced ones don't usually get dumb and say that that they know
Right.
for a fact that he doesn't exist, because now they're not just making a positive claim, they're making a super positive claim, and now all of the burden that was on us is gone, and now it's totally on them to prove.
Yeah.
how
The thing about the atheists have a problem because the United States Army and the CIA collaborated on some research to find out if there was a realm outside of space and time. And so the U.S. Army and the CIA collaborated on this effort. And guess what? Oh, wow. They found out there was. Okay, this is all documented, white paper, peer reviewed, all that good jazz. Okay, there is a realm outside of time and space. Well, if that realm exists, then obviously that's a place where God could exist. And so the atheists have a real problem with that. And there's another problem they have with, which I personally watched on TV live. It was great. That bastion of conservatism, CBS News, had a bunch of scientists and doctors on there. And they were talking about, how they can now let people stay dead longer before they bring them back. And the conversation got really, really interesting because they were able to say that, these people have been dead for days. They brought them back. They were able to tell them their names, their dates, where they lived, their wives' names, what they had in their house in some cases. They had absolute 100% total recall. And there was, the idea being that they didn't, their energy didn't go back to the source, which is what we typically believe. Their energy retained its cohesion and they remained who they were days after they were dead.
And you talking about the experiment they did with CERN looking for the God particle?
Yeah, the Higgs boson. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, these elites, they're trying to be God themselves, see, and so they figure if they can.
They've been trying to do that for a while.
Yeah, well, they're going to fail, but they can keep trying if they want, but they're going to fail. But the Higgs boson is supposedly a particle of absolute perfection, and obviously, if they got their hands on it, they was going to try and, I guess, decompile it and find out what made it tick, and then try to emulate it. But I think that would be extremely dangerous to us.
What's the deal with the Rittmeister? What's that all about?
Rittmeister is I used to have a online aircraft squadron called Judge Squadron 1, and I was in charge of over 30 pilots, and we flew World War I airplanes in the computer simulation Red Bear in 3D, and then we transferred over to Rise of Flight, and we also transferred over to IL-2 Sturmvik, and we played there. And basically, it's online fighting, aircraft fighting, dogfighting aircraft style. Let me clarify that. Not dog fighting. It's aircraft. But we had a good time doing it, man. I was like I said, I was the Rittmeister. I was head of the JG1, and it was as historically accurate as could be. You had just
awesome,
10, 11.
I'll tell you what, last time I threw a jet was on an 8-bit Nintendo called Top Gun.
Well, we don't fly jets. We fly rickety old World War I airplanes. So that requires a whole lot more skill. Don't press no button with these airplanes. You have to actually maneuver and fight. So it was totally different.
Oof,
totally
that's
different
rough,
environment.
man.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. Yeah. I got to admit, I've got my butt handed to me a few times. I sure have. But then I gave as good as I got. So,
Gotcha. Okay, so I want to let everybody know if you come into the debate arena and you debate somebody, even if it's for 5 minutes, you're entitled to that clip. So feel free to clip it, put it on your YouTube channel. If you debate anybody on here just for 5 minutes, feel free to put it on your channel.
Well,
Even though
G-Man and Veckel, you guys were talking about atheists having a burden of proof. Well, they may, if they don't make a positive assertion about God, they still have the burden of proof on the claim that they have that the universe came into existence via a natural process. So they have to, if they're going to sit there and hold to that, then all you have to do is say, can you prove that the universe and life and sentience and all this came into existence that way? If they're going to say that's what they believe.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
and that's my desire in somebody's conversation is that you just be at least consistent, or say you're speaking subjectively, or if you are speaking dogmatically, at least make some attempt to validate it instead of resorting to question begging. You know what I mean? So
well, modern day atheism was funded by Lord Rothschild, so that pretty much ends it right there, because it's obviously not legitimate if a bunch of elitists are running around funding it. So I mean, it loses all of its legitimacy right then and there.
So
Before we go any further, Vaughn, I want to say something to you, Vaughn, because I said something in the beginning of this debate that in the beginning of the show that I need to say to you personally. All right, yeah. I got your Skype messages. All right, in here. Now, I can stop people from attacking you personally, talking about your family or anything like that, all of those things. I can stop that. But if somebody wants to question you on UFOs, flat earth, or something like that, that's fair game in here. All right? Mm-hmm. Paganism, that's fair game. But the moment they talk about something personal going on in your life, I'll interrupt and I'll stop them. And then I'll allow you and whoever to go back and forth or whatever. But I can't stop them from talking to you. That I can't stop.
Right.
All right. So if they want to ask you about flat earth, be ready for it. You're making a claim. You're saying the earth is flat, saying that the sun don't move. That the sun does move. You're saying that the moon does move, and you're saying that you believe in a totally different model. Be prepared to deal with that if they decide to question you on that. But everybody needs to stay away from this man's personal life today. I'm not going to allow it. If you got another topic, we could talk about it.
Well, there ain't much of a personal life left. I mean, they've destroyed everything. My family, my finances, my kids.
All right, let's go to Bravo, Vaughn. We know all about them, and we heard that a quadrillion. How you doing, Bravo?
I'm good. I did want to. I've been on Zillow. I was looking for properties to purchase and sell, invest in. I was wondering, Vaughn, are you planning on selling any of your mother's property?
No, Bravo.
No.
Well,
I'll answer. I'll answer.
Don't even answer.
I'll answer. The answer is
Don't
no.
even answer it, Vaughn.
Don't
even answer it, Vaughn. Bravo. No personal questions, man.
This guy's a prick.
Answer it, Vaughn. That's your own fault.
I'm just, I might have a cash buyer in that area. So
never ever.
Fine. I will question Vaughn on the nature of the reptilians.
The nature of the reptilians was pretty simple. If you hold on, let me respond. You asked a question, I want to respond. Okay. All right, if you're going to make the claim that mammals, meaning us, originated from a monkey or from a shrew or from a fish or from any other invertebrate animal, and then we developed into a bipedal hominid.
That wasn't my question.
Well, hang on, I'm getting there. If mammals can adapt and change and become a bipedal hominid,
no, this has nothing to do with evolution.
Why? I'm getting there, Nick. If you'll wait. Okay, now if mammals can become bipedal hominids, why can't reptiles become bipedal hominids? Why? It's a fair question. We can't hear you, Nick. You're muted.
All right, I muted Nick. Bravo, you can respond, Bravo. Vaughn, I'm going to mute you. Let him finish.
My question to Vaughn was, does he believe that the reptilians, the Dracos, are evil? And the second part is, how does he know that his gods are not actually reptilians?
Okay, I'm muting you now, Bravo. Let him finish. All right, and then he'll respond. How you doing, David Anthony? Go ahead, Bravo. Not Bravo.
Both are fair questions. Both are fair questions. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Vaughn. Vaughn, you're muted. My bad. You got to unmute. There you go. Go ahead, Vaughn.
And by the way, G-Man,
I was gonna say,
I'm
you
working.
have to unmute me.
All right.
When you mute me, you have to unmute me because I can't unmute myself.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Got it. I'm sorry. Go
Okay,
ahead.
first of all, is the reptilians real? Well, it's interesting. There was actually an article in the New York Times years and years and years ago talking about, guess what? Reptilians. Isn't that amazing? And the topic was brought up about reptilians as to their existence and whatnot, which was what I was trying to explain to you earlier. If you're going to make the claim that that human beings can evolve into a bipedal hominid, you must accept that reptilians can do the same, especially since reptilians predate the mammals by several 100 billion years, according to you atheists. Okay, so you have to allow for that. You don't have a choice. Either that or you got to throw evolution in a dumpster. Okay, number two, do I believe these creatures are dangerous? Yes, reptiles eat mammals. That's documented. Okay, so, and since we're a mammal and they're a reptilian, it stands to reason that they might consider us a food source. So, yeah, I would say they're dangerous. I would say they're extremely dangerous. Using a comic book as an example, Vecca will back me up on this. There's a comic book character called Doc Croc. He was a scientist and he was working on rejuvenating limbs for humans, and he ended up becoming an alligator or something to that effect, crocodile, I think he said, and he became a supervillain as a result. Okay, what was he consuming? Humans. Okay, that's what reptiles eat. They eat mammals. Okay, so yeah, I would consider any reptile that's bigger than me to be a legitimate threat.
All right, can I respond? I don't know if some of you out there know this, but according to those who believe in evolution, they actually believe humans came from reptiles. So, with that being said, Bond might be on to something. Let me give him 50 cents.
All right. So go ahead, Bravo. You want to respond? Go ahead.
I've never heard within any legitimate or semi-legitimate circles that humans came from reptiles. So I'm going to call nonsense on that one. Also, insofar as the fossil record, there could be reptilian humanoid species that did exist at some point. So I would ask Vaughn, if he thinks the reptiles came from outer space or underground or from some other source.
And also, Vaughn, you didn't answer the question about, I don't think you answered the question about whether or not you know that your gods is reptilian or not.
I asked him if they were.
Yeah, are your gods, your unnamed gods, reptilian?
He's got to unmute.
I got to do. He says I got to do it. I'm sorry, Vaughn. No, Vaughn, you got to do it, Vaughn. You muted yourself this time, Vaughn.
All right, my bad. I didn't know which one of us. I don't know which. Do I believe my gods are reptilians? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. If, like I said, well, it's funny. I actually have somebody pretty important that backs me up 100% on this reptilian being a threat to mankind. And that is none other than the scientist in the wheelchair whose name just suddenly disappeared out of my brain. What was the scientist in the wheelchair? What was his name again?
Stephen Hawkins.
Hawkins, yeah, I guess that was the name. Yeah, Stephen Hawkins. He absolutely agreed with me that if the reptilians were legitimate, they would be a very real threat to mankind. And he said so. Yes, he did. Google it. Yes, he certainly did. And,
by the way, Vaughn, I put a link over there in the private chat for anybody that wants to find out that their great grandfather was a lizard.
It was a lizard. Well, they changed it. They changed it, Brett. I mean, it was a fish, and then it was an amoeba, and then it was and now they're saying T-Rexes are chickens. I mean, yeah, they don't know what they're doing.
We covered that. They didn't say that, Vaughn. We covered that already. Well, you even pulled up the article that said it. It didn't even say what you said.
It said that the T-Rex was the ancestor of a chicken. Yeah, it did.
No,
too.
It didn't say that either.
Yes, it did.
The T-Rex was
I do remember hearing somebody talking
about T-Rex was related, not is.
It was its ancestor, which means is.
No, No.
That's what ancestor means.
Related doesn't mean
actually,
ancestor.
David.
Related doesn't mean ancestor, man.
David, I actually have heard that somewhere. Somebody was saying, "Look at the chicken. Look how it's the ancestor."
I want to know how a cold-blooded reptile becomes a warm-blooded chicken. That's what I'm trying to.
Nobody is
how does that work?
I wish we can just get somebody with some scientific know-how to come in here.
I'd love to hear. I would love to hear it because my understanding is that there's no way on God's green earth it's going to go from a cold-blooded reptile to a warm-blooded chicken. No, it can't do it.
That's not a claim they made, Vaughn. How are you going to force them? How are you going to get them to defend a claim they never made?
They did make that claim, David.
No, they did not.
They make that claim all the time.
They said related. They didn't say is or descended from. They said related.
I heard it myself.
Well, I'm related to a banana. Does that mean I have to admit that it? You're talking crazy talk. Everything on this planet is related because why? Oh, because we're all carbon-based life forms. So everything on the planet is related to some extent because we're all carbon-based life forms. That does not mean, however, that I'm the ancestor of a thing. When you say an ancestor, you're saying that yes, there is a direct link to that thing, whatever it is. That's why you use the word ancestor.
Are you related to your cousins?
Yes, because
did you descend from your cousins? Did you descend?
Yeah, because of marriage or blood.
You didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't descend from one of your cousins. You numbskull.
You have. If your cousin is older than you, you would be a relative to them either by blood or by marriage.
But you didn't descend from them. They're your.
Yes,
cousins.
you would.
You do. You don't descend from your cousin. Which one of your cousins?
Well, actually, hold on, David. If you marry your first or your second cousin, then you can say that.
No,
yes, you would.
You can say your children descended, not you.
No, not me. I wouldn't do something so disgusting. I'm just talking about other people who do that stuff.
Anybody.
Like that.
Anybody.
No, what G-Man is saying is correct. If your parents were related in some way, shape, or form, okay, sure, you could say that you're descendant of a cousin.
Well, actually, the elites, that's all they do is inbreed. That's all they do is inbreed.
That's gross.
The evolution of T-Rex. There it is. There it is. Right there.
Is God confessing that he's a reptilian? Is God
when the evolutionist prove this wrong? I'm sorry.
Is God a reptilian?
I don't believe in evolution, but I understand how.
I want to make a joke so bad, but I'm going to keep it.
Look,
to my
I don't believe in the theory of evolution, but I know how it works, and it isn't the way you're describing it.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's not me saying that. That's the scientists in our schools teaching our children this garbage.
You saying it. Nobody else is saying
Scientists in school are teaching our children this garbage. Yes, they are.
They're not teaching that.
Yes, they are, David. Yes, they are, David. Sorry, but yes, they are.
Show me one textbook. Show me one textbook.
Ask any child. Grab a kid off the street and ask them what they're learning in school.
You're making this ridiculous claim. Show me one textbook.
They're learning evolution in school, David Anthony. They're not learning religion.
Vaughn.
They're learning atheism.
Vaughn.
They're not saying that dinosaurs came from chickens.
They're learning atheism in school. That's what they learn. They don't learn Christianity or Judaism or paganism or Islam.
Vaughn, listen, just because there's thousands of documents all over Google that say the T-Rex come from a chicken, when some Google atheist comes in and says differently, it's always going to be right.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I've heard this. I've heard this somewhere too, man. I've heard people say that.
Only him. He's the only one saying it.
No. I've heard people say this. I mean, unless
bring forward one scientist is saying that dinosaurs.
I'm trying to get Erica, Dragnot, and several other people.
I've heard it somewhere.
Let's see if we can get them in here.
Yeah, you heard other people like you say it.
I've heard it somewhere.
See if Dragnot's interested in coming in here. Let me see if I get him.
There's evidence that birds are descended from dinosaurs for specific reasons, such as the hollow bones.
No, there you go. The other way around. He's saying that dinosaurs descended
from generations, and they know what they're talking about.
That's not what
paleontology before you open up your mouth and say that birds did not come from dinosaurs.
You're full of it.
Tell me
full of
the
research,
name of one public
evidence.
school.
No,
Tell
no,
me
no.
the name of one public school where they're teaching creationism instead of evolution. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Actually, I'd be
No,
curious to hear
Give me
that.
the name of the
myself.
school.
You can't teach that.
Let's
in
hear
school.
it.
You can't teach
Let's
that
hear
in
the
school.
name of a public school. It's got to be a
No
public
one
school
made-
now.
when did I ever make that
no
claim?
private school. I want to.
Don, when did I say that? When did I ever say that?
Theocracy instead of atheism. Go ahead.
Vaughn,
Give me the
I
name.
never said that. I never said they were teaching.
You said that they were not teaching evolution, and I said, yeah,
I
they
never
are.
said that either.
Yeah, you did.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
All right. So let's get into this then. Okay. So David Anthony, you disagree with evolution. Why do you disagree with evolution?
Because I believe in God. I believe God created man in 6 days.
There's a lot of people that believe in God. Unfortunately, they also believe in evolution. They're called theistic.
And because I have my own personal testimony that God is real.
Okay, but what does that got to do with whether or not we're related to a
that doesn't
chimpanzee?
matter.
Like, why do you believe we're not related to a chimpanzee? Because I don't believe I'm related to a chimpanzee.
I don't believe that either. I believe I know that scientists say that, and I know why they say it. That doesn't mean I agree. That doesn't mean I agree with it. Just because I understand.
Right, so why do you disagree with the scientists? I know why I disagree. You heard my argument.
Because I believe God. I believe what God says.
In the beginning, that God created the heavens and the earth.
I believe God. That's why.
Right. Okay. All right.
That's the
Because
same reason.
somebody might come in here and question you on it. You got to be ready to give an answer.
But that doesn't mean I don't understand how their science is supposed to work. I tried to say that to Brett on his live stream, and he called me a fake and a liar and a fake Christian and everything else.
If you understand how the science works, why do you believe that evolution?
Just because I can understand.
David.
Just because I can understand.
An IQ test.
Okay. What?
Have you ever taken an IQ test, David?
Yes.
What was the score?
125.
You said IQ test?
Yeah, 125. So what?
105. Okay.
125.
Explains a lot. The average
What do you mean?
person in America, their IQ score is 1hundred. Now, people
No, it's 100.
lower than 110.
No, it's 100, bro. Anything over 100 is
No.
everything. Hey, wait a minute. No. Everything, anything over 100 is exceptional, man.
I'm
Yes,
simply
it's
pointing out the
100.
science.
What are you
I'm not
talking
saying-
about, bro?
No. I'm not saying that this is not
If
about
David
me.
IQ is 125, the man's a genius.
Beckle,
Okay.
shut your mouth and let me talk.
Yeah. Okay.
What
I'll let
I'm
you get away with
saying
it
though,
one time.
so Bravo,
that
go ahead and say what you
David
got to say, Bravo.
probably has.
Uh,
Beckle, shut your mouth.
Okay,
David,
Bravo,
what
no
I'm saying-
ad homs. Just make the point that you're trying to make. Go ahead.
No. G-Man. I'm trying to explain to David that I think he's mistaken on the notion of science because he's simply not understanding it. That's fine. It's okay for him to not understand it. But
G-Man, don't they say that all the
I
time?
think he needs to research
Yeah, let him finish. Let me hear this
simpler
mess.
sources. I think he needs to read simpler sources that he can understand. If
Can I
he
respond
can
next?
understand things at a
Sure.
sixth grade level, then he needs to read those specific types of things. I'm not saying he's stupid. I'm just saying if he does not understand evolution or creationism or anything like that, then he
And
needs
you
to
base
go
that on what?
to earlier sources.
Can I make a quick statement and then you guys can continue?
Let him finish because I want
Oh, okay, all
I
right.
want him to go back to anybody say Jimmy don't let me talk.
You base my
I think he's done. I just want to
Okay.
say, what we just heard from Nick is the old atheist trope, evolutionist trope, right? Well, the reason why you don't believe in evolution is because you just don't understand it. Well, how many times do we have to hear that?
I'm not saying that at
Because we
all.
don't understand it. That's exactly what you just did to a man who just claimed that he has an IQ of 125.
Beckle,
So-
don't
So
misrepresent
how
me.
many times do we have to hear this old trope? Come on now.
My
Beckle,
IQ
don't
test
misrepresent me.
was given to me in the military.
So David, okay, so you got a 125 in your IQ test. Bravo,
Well,
what does that
that's
got
not
to
really a
do
lot. I
with
mean,
why he don't believe in evolution?
I do believe in evolution.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you. He said he had an IQ of 125, right? So what does that got to do with him believing or not believing in evolution? It sounds like you're saying
Are you
because
saying
he has a low IQ or a high
Are
IQ,
you
he
saying
doesn't understand.
105 or 125?
Yeah, but
what
what
does
does
that
that
IQ
IQ number
105?
got to do with whether or
105?
not evolution is
But
true?
that's what I'm trying to get to, Becco, because there's people watching that don't
I took an
understand what's
IQ
going on.
test.
Right now.
I'm trying.
October 1980.
I don't want to be mistaken because what I heard that David had an IQ of 105.
No, you hear what you want to hear. I said 125.
125.
You said
I doubt
125.
that.
I heard him
doubt
say
that. I doubt that.
But
You got
even
that?
if it was 105, what difference does
So
it
you
make?
got it.
What if
So
he
you
had
got
an
it.
IQ of 2? What does that got to do
Thank
with
you.
overall
I
intelligence and
understand.
believing in evolution or not believing it? What does that got to do with anything?
And there's people talking over me, and there's people talking around over each other.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bravo. I apologize. That was me. Go ahead.
Anyway,
Anything over 100 is good. So what's the problem?
no,
Exactly.
it's really not. It's really
Yes,
not.
it is. Yes,
No,
it is.
it's
Shut
No,
up.
it's not.
Come on.
But what does IQ got to do? This is what I want to get down to. What does IQ got to do with whether or not you believe in evolution or
Nothing.
not?
It absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
I think that somebody
It's a
who
cop
believes-
out, man.
I
Well,
think
what
that
is your
somebody
argument?
who believes
I'll
in
tell you what. I'll tell you what
creation
IQ is. I'll tell you what. I
because
can
number
tell you
one,
what
I
IQ
think
is.
they understand how to think critically.
I will tell you.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that because hold on a minute. So you're saying because David Anthony doesn't know how to think critically, that's why you believe that he needs to go back and study, and that's why he's being silly for not believing in evolution. Is that your reason? Because he can't think critically?
Yes, I think
Nick.
he's not
Okay,
understanding.
so Bravo, hold on a minute, David. So Bravo, how does one think critically? Now, Bravo, this is probably your first time really having this discussion with somebody like
G
myself.
man, give him time to Google it. He needs
Okay.
time to Google the answer.
So how does one think critically?
Come on.
Don't be so rude. Give him time to Google it.
You look at the facts and you look at the reasons
cool,
and you
cool,
basically
cool.
compare biases and this other stuff. So,
Okay.
yeah.
It's a
Yeah, I
cop
can
out
look
and
it up.
nobody's falling for it.
Let's
You
look at how
can't
to-
just say
No, let him
because-
make the argument first, though. That's the
Yeah.
thing. Let him make the argument first. Then
okay.
let him say what he's got to say first, so that everybody knows what he's going to say. We can hold him accountable afterwards.
Yeah.
So get him to
Oh
say
yeah,
it wrong.
I'm definitely gonna hold you accountable.
No. Okay, so 6 steps to think critically. Clarify your thinking, purpose, and context. Question your sources. Identify arguments and analyze sources and arguments. Evaluate the arguments of others and create your own arguments. The thing of it is, though, is if you're sitting there just saying, well, I believe in creationism because God, number one, that's not a good argument. Because
No,
what
the only
that's
thing that
saying is
does
saying
no,
you don't
it's not.
understand
No, it's
anything
not
about
not a good argument. No, the only thing that is, it's an assertion made by the person who made a positive claim, which therefore means that the onus is on them to substantiate it. That's all that it means. So, but you made an assertion also, sir, that because he has an IQ of 125, therefore he doesn't understand.
No, I
evolution.
heard Veckel.
That's what you said.
Veckel. I heard 105.
Nick,
Now,
Nick,
when G-Man
Take the
said
wax out
it,
of your ears.
Nick,
shut-
anything over
shut-
100 is acceptable.
when I heard G-Man say it, he said 125. So
It doesn't matter.
I don't know.
105, 125, or 2. We're still talking about the
it
connection
doesn't-
between.
105 and
Do you
25.
consider yourself to be a
G-Man,
critical thinker,
You
Bravo?
see how dishonest these people have
Bravo,
to
do you
be?
consider yourself to be a critical thinker, Bravo?
Gosh.
Yes, I do.
Okay, cool. Why is
I'm not
evolution
the best
true?
at it,
Why are you
Now,
making
I would
I'm
like
not
to
the
direct this
best
with
at
Brett
it.
King. I would like to have a
I'm
discussion
not-
with Brett.
So what?
Why do you believe evolution is true?
I don't believe evolution is true.
I know you
People
don't,
think
but I
they
want to
come
hear his
from
reasons first, and I want
on
you
a
to
rock
explain.
and the fish and all that is ridiculous.
Brett King used to be an atheist. He was the king of critical thinking at one time. He's the reason why a lot of atheists are online right now. So tell me something. Why do you believe in evolution again?
I don't.
Not you, Brett. I'm talking about Bravo.
Okay.
I'll
Why
get
do
to
I
you in a
believe
minute,
in evolution? Because evolution seems to be the theory
Seems?
with the most evidence so far.
No.
And then again, it's like, what method of evolution are we talking about? Are we talking about Darwin's evolution? Are we talking about other theories of evolution? Are we talking about like specifically what animal are we talking about? Are we talking about the timeline of from the first protozoa to all the way up to now? Are we talking about some specific animal? Are we talking about specific conditions? Are we there's when you say evolution, it's like this huge thing that you have to like really look at and understand what aspect you're actually talking about. Because you can say evolution, well, certain evolution, you can say, is it a mutation or is it evolution? Is it, a recessive genetic structure or is it evolution? If you look at what island is that? The Galapagos. There are several different species of birds. but they all stem from one specific bird. Each one has a different beak to eat one specific kind of food, one specific kind of seed, because that specific area was cut off from most of the rest of the world. Same with Australia. One of the reasons we find such bizarre animals down there and not other parts of the world is because it was cut off from everything else in a very specific environment. So when you're talking about evolution, we have to understand, what time period and what species are we talking about? Those are various aspects of it. Because if you say evolution, well, that's like saying God. It's like, okay, that doesn't tell us anything. We have to look at the different aspects and go from there. And we always have to, check our premises, ask questions, check our biases, all this other stuff. It's a very complicated question, and I don't think most of the people in here understand how complicated it is.
Well,
Because they're screaming creationism or evolution. And
Okay,
yet
time
I
out.
don't think most of the people in here understand the structure of each or understand the nuances of each thing.
Okay, let me address that.
Wait a
because
minute, Vaughn. Wait a minute, Vaughn. I wanted Brett to respond to him.
Well, I mean, I think he's got a point. I mean, just saying evolution isn't really going to answer the question. So let's get down to the process, the mutations, and the mechanisms. And Nick, if you wouldn't mind, at what time period did the nervous system and pain receptors come into existence for us to be able to feel pain? And can you explain the variables in the environment that cause that?
I do not know that at this time. And when you say us, are we talking us 50 years ago, 100,000 million?
You're
What are
roboting,
we
Nick.
talking about as far as what type of pain receptors, how much pain, etc.? Because any little thing like that can easily be picked apart.
Well, I'm asking you, at what point in time did the nervous system start to evolve, as well as the pain receptors that send signals to the brain?
Would you like
What
me to
time
Google
period
that?
did this happen? What form were we?
Well, we know that protozoa microorganisms seem to feel pain, or at the very least, they react to certain stimuli. So we can
Okay,
almost
so
say
there's
that,
things out there that feel pain. We already established that, but how did it come into existence?
well, because things didn't want to get eaten, I would assume.
Well, it's so good that nature's conscious enough to care about our feelings.
No, feelings are very important because if you're getting eaten, you want to feel pain so that you can run away, so you can fight back. If you didn't feel pain, you would die. It's anti-survival to not feel pain. And I
Right,
can
but
understand in our society,
nature isn't aware of our
everybody wants to feel
feelings.
pain.
Nature
Exactly.
doesn't care, does it? Vekel, does
No, no, no,
nature
no, no,
care
no,
if
no,
we
no.
Thank you
die
for
or-
saying that, Brett, because that's been one of my biggest.
Shush. Are we talking about pain? Or are we
Wait a
talking
minute,
about
wait a
feelings?
minute.
As I'm
Wait a
getting
minute.
Getting off the road, man.
Bravo. You done did that like 3 or 4 times, Bravo.
No.
Wait a minute, Bravo. Hold on a minute, Bravo. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Vekel, and I'm gonna say this to you, Vekel. Okay. Ad hominems ain't proving nothing to nobody. I know we heard this a billion times. There's some people here who haven't even heard it once yet. I noticed that Melissa Smith and some other people in here who don't normally listen to atheists are here. So let's just try to be a little charitable with that. Bravo, stop with the shush stuff. All right. I gave you the floor. Nobody interrupted you. People actually liked your explanation or your how you was presenting your argument for evolution and everything. Don't blow it, all right? Because you're literally the only person in this room that believes it, all right? So stop with that shush stuff. Now go ahead and say what you were saying. Yeah.
First of all, for Brett or whoever was speaking to say that pain and feelings are the same thing, that's incorrect. Because one is an emotion, the other is a physical sensation. The physical sensation.
Well, Nick, I didn't say that at all.
Can I make a response? Can I make a quick response?
Tactic. This is a dodge tactic.
Yeah, can I make a quick response? Again, I'm glad that you said that, Brett, about what? How did you say about pain in nature? What did you say?
Nature isn't conscious. It doesn't have any feelings. It doesn't care if you suffer and die. It's not going to send you a Christmas card. It doesn't care.
Right. Because growing up, I used to hear this all the time. Well, the reason why this is like this is because it developed this way to protect itself over the years. So wait a minute. So how did the things that preceded then protect itself then? How did it not get eaten then? I mean, if it got eaten, if its predecessors got eaten first, what caused it to, like say for example, porcupine? I mean, not that I've heard of atheists or anybody make this claim, but let's say the first porcupine never had any thorns around its body. The evolution was to say, well, it developed thorns to protect itself from predators and stuff like that. This is well, where do you get this idea that the predator, those that precede the porcupines with the thorns, they came up with the idea and say, you know what, it's time to make these things to put on our backs so we can stop being preyed upon by these creatures. You know what I mean? So I'm asking, where do you get this idea that nature just came up with this idea, say, hey, we need to develop a better defense system?
No, it's not how it works.
Well, I mean, but that's what I hear all the time, though.
Well,
so
how does it work, Nick? Tell us how it works.
It's because they don't know how to explain it. A lot of these evolutionists and atheists don't know how to explain their own ideas.
But you do.
The way evolution works is if you have an adaptation, even a slight one, that allows you to survive and reproduce, you're going to continue with that specific thing. Now, so far as, for example, the porcupine, you probably had a situation where it eventually grew some kind of tougher skin, or it grew something on its back that caused predators not to want to eat it. So then eventually the genetics went into play to create that situation to an extreme. So instead of just a few little pricks,
so that was by happenstance, not because they were tired of being eaten up.
I'll tell you what, there, Veckel, I could really use some bat wings so I could fly to the store and not have to waste all the gas money to get
Tell me
there.
about it. It's been hundreds of years. When are we going to develop wings and fly, man? I mean, some people got some really big old ears, man. So they could probably get a quick gust of wind and glide over to the corner store.
Didn't we start out as a bird, and now we lost our wings, didn't we? Didn't we start out?
Bravo, I put a scripture here, Bravo. And this is right out of the Bible. This is in Proverbs 14:15. It says, only simpletons believe everything that they're told, and the prudent carefully consider their steps. Let me ask you something. Did you just decide that evolution was true because some scientists told you this? Or do you believe in evolution because you looked at both sides, creation and evolution, and came to the conclusion that evolution is true?
I researched it to the best of my ability.
So what did you research about creation?
And I said, I researched it to the best of my ability, and I did research it, and it didn't make any logical sense. It didn't.
What doesn't make logical sense about creation?
Because you can't have something. You have to have something there to grow from. You can't just spring something from nothing. That's not how.
You're saying that if David Anthony told you that life comes from life, that's silly?
The what?
That if life comes from life, if David Anthony says to you, I believe that in creation, because life comes from life.
Yes, life does have to come from life, but that's not creation.
You think that's silly, though, for him to say that?
That's not creationism.
No. I'm just asking you. God is alive. Hold on a minute. God is our intelligent designer. He created the animals simply by speaking. Life begot life, right?
He had to use some kind of substance.
Hold on a minute. If you study creationism, is that silly?
He had to use some kind of substance.
No, he spoke it and it happened.
Even if he used a random bunch of protons and electrons and neurons, he still had to friggin' neutrons. He had to create something. He had to use a base material. It's like having a loaf of bread and saying, "Oh, I created this out of nothing." No,
you know the claims about God in the Bible, right? The claims in the Bible is that God is all powerful and He can speak it into creation. Well, he could use the materials of the earth. I mean, all you got to do is do a scientific test to see what we're made out of. We're made out of calcium. We're made out of multiple minerals. You know what I mean?
Everything on the planet is carbon based.
Yeah, and a certain percentage of our body is water. So that's neither here nor there. The point is that life came from life. You believe in abiogenesis, that life comes from non-life. Now, who do you think is sillier here? Do you believe that it is sillier? Hold on a minute. You think that it is sillier to believe that life comes from life or life comes from non-life?
You're misrepresenting my argument.
I'm telling you, listen to me. Earlier, you said that none of us know anything about the theory of evolution. You were talking to David Anthony, sir.
No, I did not
You ain't
say
talked to
that.
Brett. You ain't talked to
did not
Vaughn. You
say
certainly didn't talk to
I
me
did
about
not
this,
say that.
about what I know
I
about
said-
this and what I don't know
said,
about it.
I said, I think you're ignorant of various aspects of evolution. I don't think you understand it.
Well, let's just talk about it for a minute then, right? How
And
does life
again,
come from non-life?
I'm not an expert on any of this. I mean,
okay.
if you want to
You have a faith
claim,
that is true then.
if you want to claim, if you want to claim that you're an expert on both evolution and creationism, I'm perfectly willing to read your PhD paper.
I don't have. Okay, let me come clean. Let me come clean. I don't have a PhD paper. I don't have a high school paper.
You're not an expert. You're not an expert.
I don't have none of that. But you want to know what, sir? But you want to know what? I also know that it is impossible for you or anybody else watching this to show me how life comes from non-life. But let me help you out a little bit since I'm not a PhD. There's a Urey Miller experiment. Why didn't you refer to the Urey Miller experiment to try to argue with me that life comes from non-life?
The argument, as I understand it from creationists, is that life came from nothing. That is false in my view.
No, life came from God.
Hey, G-Man and Veckel.
From nothing. Life
no theist has ever said. No theist has ever said that life comes from nothing.
Let other people talk. Yeah, it's hard to get a conversation.
And also,
he just loves ranting and ranting.
According to
can I
Gnosticism,
say something? Is there any way he can be put down below just for a moment because he doesn't know how to mute his mic? I'll do it.
I got it.
Oh goodness, Veckel as well as G-Man. Have you heard of the Fermi paradox before?
Real quick, Aiden is backstage and he only has 30 minutes. So if you want to add him, yes.
Okay, I'll bring him in here.
All right, so G-Man as well as Veckel, have you guys heard of the Fermi paradox before?
No, I never heard of it.
No, never heard of it, no.
Okay, so scientists claim that there's over 10 trillion planets. That's their estimate in the universe. But not one of them shows any kind of life whatsoever. And I would be curious for the evolutionists to explain why it is that evolution failed 10 trillion times, including abiogenesis, on every other world out there but Earth.
Well, how do we have any evidence to indicate that that's the case at all? There's strong indications that there's life on other worlds, even within our own solar system. So to try and claim that that's not the case with everything out there, it's not pure nonsense whatsoever. There's plenty of examples. Hold on, Brett.
Hold on.
No, I was about to ask you, Brett. Are you familiar with a moon called Enceladus?
Let's talk about the Fermi paradox. Where's there life out there?
Yeah, I am. I am talking about the Fermi paradox. I'm talking about the fact. I'm talking about the fact that throughout the solar system.
All right.
Yes, I am. I am actually claiming that there's strong evidence of life existing even within our own solar system.
All right, sources.
Sure.
Yeah.
What
I've
sources
never heard
do you
this
want?
before.
The Voyager mission. I could pull up numerous logs from the Voyager mission to Enceladus, as well as the Cassini probes that have visited Enceladus.
What did they say?
All of which have found extremely. Well, they found extremely complex proteins and compounds. Hold on. I'm trying to explain to you what they found. They found extremely complex proteins of bacteria, all of which are organic. Sorry, not bacteria, protobacteria, all of which are organic compounds. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the building blocks of life, the things that are required for life to exist in the first place.
Yeah, I got protein in my peanut butter.
Hold on.
Pal.
You're right, and it's exactly the same as well. It's the exact same protein, same compounds that are found in your peanut butter as well. Wow. Yeah, you're so salty, aren't you, Brett? Why don't you cry?
What's wrong with peanut butter?
Why don't you cry some more, Brett?
The only thing we discovered is some fossilized what look like ancient bacteria that they found on a rock that they think came from Mars. Like it got blasted off of Mars and landed here.
Well, no. What
Other
I was
than
going to say
that,
was
we haven't found any evidence of any life anywhere because we don't have the capability yet.
Okay, if it's referring to intelligent life, then yeah, I have no problem admitting that we haven't found intelligent life. Sure,
no,
absolutely.
we haven't. We've only got the Voyager probes just outside the solar system. We haven't.
Well, I was about to say
with other stars, all we can do with other stars is use gravity and measurements and stuff to determine like what certain compounds are likely to exist on this planet and what forms they might be in, what temperatures they might be at. We have no way to look at another star with a telescope and see if there's like life anywhere.
So
we don't have
Beckel
to-
and G-Man, can I ask you something? Now that we know that there's peanut butter on a moon or somewhere out there, I mean, does that prove against what I'm talking about?
Well, it especially helps when you
All
don't.
I know is
what
if
I was
Aiden
saying
just
either.
came in this room and saying that there's life on other planets, and intelligent design's looking pretty strong right now. So Aiden, you better be
That
careful.
doesn't disprove the
You in trouble now, dude.
Well,
not only
what
is
I
I know
about
if you
to
leave
say- what I
a
was
jar
about
of
to
peanut
say,
butter open for a
actually-
long time, it'll look like it came from the moon. Yeah. So.
That is true. I
Better be
will say,
careful.
Veckel, you got me there. No, what I was gonna say is that I'm sure, Brett, you know, now that we're talking about the Fermi paradox,
Why
you
is
seem pretty
everybody
knowledgeable in
attacking
it.
my
So you're
jar of
familiar
peanut butter?
with.
Why?
I'm sorry, Vaughn. Are you familiar with SETI, Brett? SETI? Are you familiar with SETI?
I'm familiar with my argument that I just brought up that you're trying to run
Yeah,
away
and I'm
from.
talking about something that directly it confronts your argument. I'm asking you a question that
There
directly
is no
confronts what you're
life
saying.
on
Can you
any
answer
other
the question,
planet,
please?
ladies and
Can you
gentlemen.
answer the question? Are you
10
aware of
trillion
SETI?
times
Are you aware of
birth
SETI?
and evolution has
So
failed.
you're,
Real question is if there is life on
so you're not
because we were
interested in
told about
having
it
an
in school.
Brett does
You're
not
not
have
Well,
interested
I'm
in
not
having an
interested in
intellectually
what you have
honest
to say,
conversation.
Aiden.
Well, the real
Aiden,
question
Yeah,
I
I'm
is,
not
appreciate
there is
surprised,
you're proving that God
because
exists.
what I have to
I
say
greatly
isn't
appreciate
something that
Aiden.
you agree with.
And I also I like to thank you for proving evolution is
I
wrong.
never said
Thank
anything
you
of the
for that,
sort.
too.
Well, I never said anything of the sort either.
Well,
Can
why
you
did
please
you
find
attack
the
You
my
said
part
that
where I
there's
jar of
life
said
on other
peanut butter?
planets.
Though?
and
What's that got to do with
therefore,
anything?
You're lucky you're talking to Brett.
Why
You
would
ain't
you
talking to me
attack
because
my
I'll be
jar of
asking you
peanut butter?
that
What's
right
that got to do with
now.
evolution? Seriously,
Wait,
man.
hold
Don't
on.
be
I've got
attacking
three
my
different
peanut
people
butter.
talking to
advise
me.
you highly not to use that argument.
I got three different people talking to me simultaneously. What are you saying?
All right, go
G-Man?
ahead.
Oh, I was
I'm
asking
sorry.
what you were saying to me because
Well, I was gonna say that the real question is, where did this life come from? Then this stuff that's found on other planets or elsewhere in the solar system. So, where did that come from?
There's a few conditions that are ideal for life as far as life which we've observed, and Enceladus seems to meet all of these conditions. You have very warm water, salt water specifically, that is being agitated by hydrothermal vents, which we can see being vented out into space through the southern half of Enceladus. The only thing that we have not yet accomplished to definitively prove or disprove that the material coming out of these hydrothermal vents is organically alive or not is we haven't had a probe that's capable of going over there and actually sampling it and acquiring that data. That's what I was trying to say before Brett interrupted me 20 times, but he's gone now.
Brett
Yeah.
left. So
Okay.
I greatly appreciate it, Aiden, that you acknowledge that life on other planets is possible. Now, where's your scientific evidence for this so that you can back away from this later? Where's your scientific evidence for this?
The scientific evidence, I could link you numerous studies that were done, like I said, by both Voyager and Cassini that can prove to you that there are warm water conditions. Okay, sure. Like I said, Voyager's the one that found the vents. The Voyager's the one that found the hydrothermal vents that are on the southern half of Enceladus. And Cassini later on analyzed those vents, those hydrothermal vents on Enceladus. Do you need spelling for Enceladus, by the way? I can give you spelling.
I don't need spelling for that. I love what you're doing right now.
I need it.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't need
Enceladus
that. I think you're doing a fantastic job right now. Go ahead.
ENCELDEUS is how you spell Enceladus. And Cassini later on, after Voyager, Cassini coming in the 1990s compared to Voyager's missions in the 1970s, later on made observations of those hydrothermal vents. And while it was able to conclude that the material coming off of them could only be created by complex organic molecules. Now, I'm not saying those are alive because we didn't have the equipment to read that, but that is the data that was discovered from Cassini. And Cassini is the latest probe that we have ever sent to the Saturnian system, the latest probe that we've ever had to make analyses of Enceladus. So I was trying to say to Brett, I'm just about done. What I was trying to say to Brett about his Fermi paradox thing was that, yeah, I'm not saying that we have definitive evidence that what's there is alive, but the fact of the matter is that if we have moons, even if it isn't alive, if we have other moons in our solar system which are so friendly, which are so analogous to conditions which we've observed life in, then how did you not make the conclusion, therefore, that there aren't so many other ones of that exact same nature all throughout the universe? And if
you have a lot
that's
of
the
faith on this,
case,
because
then
it
I
doesn't sound
highly
like you have any scientific data on anything that you're talking about.
Well, that
you
was gonna be
you basically want to point me to an article that says that there are planets that has a warm enough climate to be able to have a river or some type of water on there or whatever, right? That's pretty
well,
much
we can make observations.
Therefore, there's aliens on other planets.
G-Man,
therefore, it is
discovered
extremely likely
exoplanets that are that way. We have discovered exoplanets that are that way, but they use light and they use the effects of gravity on other bodies in the solar system to determine the right distance, the right Goldilocks area, what likely temperatures.
But David, do you understand what he's doing right now, though, David?
Right.
He'll claim that man is all there is later on. Whenever you debate an atheist whether or not God, hold on a minute. The smart atheists, when they debate us on whether or not God exists, they'll claim that the only scientific proof that we have about anything is that man exists. And then that's it, right? They'll say that they don't have any evidence that there's life on any other planets, or that it's possible, but we don't have the scientific know-how to be able to.
That's what I said.
There's no evidence that there's
Wait a minute,
life
hold on a
anywhere
minute.
yet.
Let me get to it. That's what Bionic Dance would say, Matt Dillahunty, some of these other people who are experienced debaters would do. Because you came in here and you said that, Aiden, tell me this. How do you know that the people that the people that live on those planets are not deities? I don't think you understand what it is that you're doing.
Well, I want to ask him how does he know
you just crushed your own atheistic worldview by doing that. You don't know it yet, but you'll see later. Go ahead.
Let me ask Aiden. I want to ask.
I can't have
how
any.
do you know? Aiden, how do you know these vents that?
And then there's an argument for paganism on top of that.
How do you know these vents
that
you brought up? How do you know these vents that you brought up exist? What proof do you have that
to the
these
Voyager
vents
and
exist?
Cassini mission?
Voyager probes, man.
Okay, so you have video
no.
evidence
I think he's
of these
asking.
vents?
Yes, actually, as a matter of fact, the Voyager probes as
Okay,
they flew
because
by Cassini.
most of the Cassini videos I've seen were CGI. So if you have
there are definitely
video evidence of these vents, I'd love to see it, sir. Because every video I've seen of
both.
Cassini thus far is CGI. Not
both.
one
Well,
real video from Cassini. Not
abundance.
one. Now, if you have one, I'd love to see it. Because I used to be a Ball Earth guy too. I used to love space. I used to be all in that. And I can tell you, I don't remember any actual video from Cassini.
Oh, and by the way,
I want to see it.
By the way,
hold on, G-Man.
I know I skipped Aiden whether or not God existed or not. But there's a bigger point here too. Your argument doesn't prove evolution; it proves intelligent design.
Actually, I'm not trying to make...
Hold on a minute. That a designer could have created a planet with the conditions to be able to have life on it. Your argument doesn't prove evolution. I don't think you understand this.
Actually, not only that, G-Man, you've been asking me questions. Vaughn's been asking me questions. I've been asked questions. I only have half an hour, and I'm being talked over this entire time.
Everybody here has been talked over, man. Join the crowd. This is the debate arena.
I'm not trying to pretend
like
I'm unique. Debate. I'm not pretending like I'm unique in that. Don't worry. I'm not pretending like I'm a special victim in that. I'm just pointing something out. However, what I am trying to say is that as far as what you're saying, Vaughn, there is actually landing footage of the Huygens probe, the probe that was attached to Cassini, that was developed by the European Space Agency, as opposed to Cassini, which was developed by NASA. You can actually see it, and there's accompanying audio of it landing on the moon of Titan. It's actually the furthest moon in the entire solar system, the furthest object in the entire solar system that we've ever sent a probe to.
Because I'm going to Google it right now, brother. I'm Googling it right now. What was the name?
Sure. I'm trying to give you the name. Huygens. Cassini-Huygens. Huygens is the probe that was attached to
Huygens.
So we have a probe that landed on another moon somewhere?
I believe I just posted the link
yes,
in the
we have a
chat.
probe that landed on Titan.
Okay, I'm getting.
We have a probe that landed on Titan.
I know we landed on
gravity-less body that supposedly have water on it.
I don't know if we landed on any of the.
I think that's a bunch of malarkey.
Can you pull up the last link I posted in the side chat?
I thought all we did was like send probes.
And I will.
I didn't think we landed anywhere.
Yes, in 2005, as a matter of fact, we landed the Huygens probe on Titan. The most unfortunate part about that landing, though, was because of Doppler shifts that were very similar to Voyager, actually, the Doppler shifts that were encountered with Voyager 2. We actually lost half of all of the data that was transmitted from Huygens to Cassini. It's actually one of the greatest losses, scientific
That
losses.
sounds like
in
what
space
happened when we went to the
exploration.
moon. When we went to the moon, we lost all that information when we went to the moon, and now we lost all the information when we went to this
But
other
we didn't.
moon.
Hey, G-Man. Hey, G-Man. Can I say something to
What a
refute that? Because I know
coincidence.
what you're about to say. I know what you're about to say because I'm a prophet. I'm actually not a prophet. I'm joking. But what you
That
were going to
looks like
say
CGI to
was
me.
that, well, we don't have the technology available.
I'm
So
looking
how do we
right
know
at
if
it.
we
It
went
looks
to
like
the moon in the
CGI to
first
me. It
place?
looks like a painting, actually. It looks like a
Yeah,
painting.
at the very beginning.
They
At
lost
the
the
very
information
beginning
going
of
to
the
our
video.
moon, and then they
Yes.
lost the information going to the other moon.
The
I know it.
demonstration.
They keep losing
Vaughn,
it. They keep
Vaughn,
losing the information. I
Vaughn,
wonder why.
the
Could it be
space
because it
probe,
ain't
the
real?
space
Could
probe,
that be it?
the space,
But they'll
the
get another probe there,
representation
though.
of
They'll get that
the
information back
representation of
tomorrow
the
and send it back to you
representation
later.
of
Yeah, right.
Huygens going into Titan's atmosphere. Yes, that part of the video at the very beginning. Yeah, that is a CGI representation
How do you
of
get
how
light from
Huygens touched
non-life?
down. We don't have
Aiden,
an
how do you get
actual
light from
camera
non-life, Aiden?
perspective of how
Aiden,
that ended up
where's
going
your
down.
scientific
Yes,
evidence that
it's
you get light from
CGI.
non-life?
It's not real. It's CGI. Thank you.
That we
Aiden,
can get
you
light
know
how
from
do
what
you
they
get light
non-life.
do
from
when they
non-life,
create
Aiden?
that? Do you know what they
Hold
do
on,
when
can
they
I
create that
finish
stuff?
answering all the questions
No,
you've
no,
given
no,
me
no,
before
no,
you
no,
keep
no,
gish
no,
galloping
no,
me?
no.
No,
I
you're
would
gish
like. I'm not
galloping me,
gish galloping.
G-Man. You're
I'm not
gish
gish galloping.
galloping
Brett's
me, and
not
I'm
in
not
here no
gonna
more.
let you have
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Brett brought that up. Brett's not in here no more. Aiden, you can laugh it up, dude, but you're running. You're running. You're running. How does life come from non-life? Okay, that's great. So Aiden is not qualified, I guess, to tell everyone here how you get life from non-life. Come on, Aiden, you can do it. How do you get life from non-life? You want to laugh again?
Real quick, what was like kind of the point that you're trying to get at on this Huygens thing landing and all that? What's like, what do you, where do you go? Where
Well,
you
Brett
getting
Keane brought that up. Brett Keane brought that up. Brett Keane brought
Ed Belch. Oh, congratulations, man.
Well, they were
Brett
just
Keane
talking
brought that
about
up.
it of
That
like
is.
they were
We're
just
talking
talking about.
about
I wanted to
evolution
know
and
what
whether or
that
not
was
there's any
about.
whether or not there's any scientific data to support it, which we all know. Well, us creationists know
That is an
evolution
artist
is a farce and it is a bedtime story for adults. It is not real science. You can't prove it. It has you have to have a ton of faith to believe it. But there's no scientific evidence to support that macroevolution is true. Not even abiogenesis. Nobody can show a drop of evidence that life comes from
even
non-life.
modern scientists are running away from it. Even modern scientists are running away from it. They are. They're running away from it. They're running away from macroevolution because
Really?
it's garbage. It just is. It's garbage. Now, microevolution, that's something we can walk out the door and see happening every day. But macroevolution is garbage. Now, Aiden, I think your name was. That looks like an artist drawing to me. Yes,
it
no?
sure does.
Looks
Yeah,
like
that
an
right
artist.
there, that right
point
there
of
is
looking
not.
at this.
I could do that on Photoshop right now.
That looks like an artist
Yeah,
drawing
and
to me,
that's
bro.
not. Nobody is claiming that that's a real photo. That's not a real photo.
You said live pictures and video. Yes, you did.
And
that's
that's
an
not
artist
that's
rendering,
not,
sir.
Hold on. Yes, that is an artist rendition. If you actually look at the photo itself, it actually says it's an artist rendition because we don't have a camera that's up fucking like 10 or sorry, freaking 10 degrees above the ship, 20 meters away from it to capture that specific angle.
So we're supposed to believe it.
I said fricking. Is fricking
No
cussing?
cussing.
It was a
I didn't
slip
know
up, G-Man. It was just
that I was cussing.
Aiden, go look at the description of
Maybe
this
it was
video. You do it
legitimately-
again, you be lucky if you see another show again. Oh, don't cuss again.
I
Man.
wasn't-
Seriously.
That is an artist.
G-Man, I wasn't doing it. I
No
wasn't doing it
cussing. That's
seriously.
all I'm saying.
Artist rendering.
You can be a jerk, but no cussing. I'd rather you be a jerk,
Okay,
but no
well,
cussing.
It's an artist
I try not
rendering.
to be a jerk. I just say things like Brett Keane is a coward. That's about as much of a jerk
But
as I
you got
am.
any more
but hey,
Photoshop
that's a
pictures you
story
want to
for
show
another
us?
Yeah.
You got any more
Fact
Photoshop?
Yeah,
check.
I mean, sure. I can make a really crude one right now. I could take an orange paint tool in Photoshop and paint up a thing of Saturn real quick here, and I could try to claim it's a real thing. But I'm not intellectually dishonest like that. I'm trying to provide you.
Oh,
with
I met a
actual
lot of them.
information,
I had this
and
one guy
I'd be
called.
happy.
This one guy came in my room and his evidence for evolution. Remember this, Beckel, when he showed us that cartoon drawing? He showed us some pictures, some coloring book or something like that, and he said that was evidence for evolution. That was hilarious.
Oh.
I remember that.
By the way,
Yeah,
can I
happened quite a
address
few
something that
times,
was
actually,
discussed
yeah,
earlier? Can I discuss something that was addressed earlier as far as pain receptors are concerned?
Sure.
So the topic that was brought up was pain receptors. Now, nature absolutely is not aware, quote unquote, of what the needs of a creature are or not, and that's not the claim that is being made by the theory of evolution. The theory is that mutations, which are beneficial to a creature when it occurs, and I can give examples of positive mutations if you want them, but mutations when they occur in creatures that are beneficial tend to propagate a species further than those which are either disadvantageous or those that do nothing. So yeah, of course, there's going to be a higher likelihood that those creatures continue to survive and continue to propagate.
It's the middle of winter where I'm at. Where's my fur? It's the middle of winter where I'm at. Where's my fur? That would be very beneficial to me right now.
Where's his fur?
Well, if evolution worked that fast, then I'm sure that you would have no problem.
It doesn't work at all.
If you
mutate. Wait a minute, we've been around for thousands of years.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I thought we started out as an ape that had fur. Are you now saying we didn't start out as an ape that had fur?
That's a good point.
I never said that they did.
I don't need no fur in this cold weather. I don't know.
When did you say that I did?
I would think we
need
fur if it's cold outside. Yeah, I do.
Lost our fur.
The reason why we don't
artificial means to make up for it.
Well, not only that, but we actually. Well, where's Brett? Brett's hiding is where Brett is. Brett will come back on.
Brett is famous for trying to get you to defend things you didn't say.
Brett ran like the coward he is.
That's okay.
No, Brett got a family.
I'm sure he'll make a video all about this. I'm sure he'll say I attacked his family as well.
No, Brett has a short tolerance for a lot of people over talking each other, and so I know that for a fact that he.
He has a short tolerance for me being allowed to speak.
Oh. I didn't know we had a Brett Keane apologist here.
I doubt he ran from Aiden, though. Aiden is hardly the worst or the most intelligent person Brett's ever
talked to. Trust me, that just makes it even more sad because I don't think that I'm an intelligent person. I don't think I'm an intelligent person by any means. That just makes it more sad that Brett ran from me.
So, Aiden, how do you get life from non-life, Aiden?
How do I get life from non-life? Look at the example of every single zygote that's ever been created, and you'll find examples of life being created.
Wait, created?
Yeah.
Wait, why'd you say created?
The cells.
Created? Wait, how does something that created? Wait, how does that work? You said created.
Created?
Yeah,
created by what?
I heard that word.
Yeah, you're right.
I heard that word.
Yeah.
Created by what?
It's created by the implantation of a sperm within an egg.
And what created the implantation?
What created
the implantation was created by a man putting his penis into a woman's vagina several times.
Okay, and where did that man come from? Where did that man come from?
Where did the man come from?
Where did that man come from?
A man came from his father. His father came from his grandfather.
Okay, where his father come from? Where his father come from?
Mainly Australopithecus.
Okay, where did that come from?
Go through
Homo neanderthalis.
Where did that come from?
I mean, we can keep this.
Yeah, exactly. Because we can keep doing it until you come to a standstill. You're going to come to a point where you can't go any further.
Well, anyway, Bravo.
Right, and you have that exact same thing, except
no. This is not two cocaine fallacy here. No, this is not it. No, you can't try that two cocaine fallacy. It doesn't work.
No,
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because when you're talking to it, because you've already heard from G-Man. You've already heard from G-Man.
You got to do
hold on. No. Wait, because we're talking when G-Man openly admitted, and I agree with them, that we Christians assert that all things started with God. Okay, you don't have that belief.
A source of some kind.
So where did the first man come from?
God came from nothing.
Where did the first man come from?
Nothing, though.
Where did the first man come from? Where did the first man come from?
Nothing, though, right?
You see, he doesn't have an answer. And this is supposed to be science. This is empiricism 2023, folks. This is empiricism 2023, folks. That's how it works.
Earlier, you just weren't satisfied.
This is 2023 empiricism, atheist empiricism, folks. That's how it works.
Was right, as opposed to you constantly yelling.
He can't prove it, so he has to try to put the burden of proof. When did we talk about the burden shift? Shifting the burden of proof.
I didn't.
I mean, this is empiricism, right? This is supposed to be empiricism on the part of the atheist, right? Everything is scientific. Everything could be, at the very least, circumstantially validated. But all we got to do is ask him some really kindergarten-ish type of questions and watch them scurry like a little mouse. They run.
That's right. That's right. Aiden, so tell me something, Aiden. Where did the first man come from?
Why is he running? I don't get it. Why is he running?
Aiden, I don't have a PhD, Aiden, and even I understand that evolutionists believe that man came from a Neanderthal. Came from an ape-like creature. I mean, I'm not even.
That's what I was waiting for him to say, but he didn't even say that.
What do you want?
I actually said
everyone in this room could defeat me in a debate on evolution. Everyone in this room. All I got to do is ask a simple question. Everyone in this room could defeat me in this topic, man. Everyone. But the fact that you can't even answer a simple question from a simpleton like myself says a lot.
The answer to your question
says a lot.
I provided the answer to your question.
I asked him for an answer, and what does he say? Who created God? Who created God? Where did God come from? Come on.
Well, I asked that because I already answered your question.
Wait, Aiden, 1 second, Aiden. Hold on, Aiden, and now let you go. Look, earlier, Bravo was in his room, and Bravo said that David did not know anything about critical thinking. Now, in order to be a critical thinking, all you really got to do, ladies and gents, is question. That's it. That's right. If you question something, you're a critical thinker because you're not believing everybody. There's this woman on YouTube. Her name is Shani, and he doesn't believe nothing that comes out of her mouth. Sometimes he'll say, okay, that's right, but then he'll say that this is wrong and this is wrong, this is wrong. In order to do that, you have to question people. So obviously, he knows how to use critical thinking. Now, I don't agree with everything that David Anthony believes, but at least he can tell me, this is what I believe as David Anthony. This is what G-Man believes. This is what I agree with G-Man. This is what I disagree. So he shows that he knows how to use some critical thinking. Okay, so his IQ has nothing to do with that. All you got to do is question things in order to be a critical thinker. So atheists don't got this.
G-Man, can I?
Or these secular people don't got like this lock on critical thinking. We all use
it. Thank you for saying that, G-Man, because see, that often seems to be the case with a lot of these evolutionists, right? All you got to do is ask them some very simple questions, right? And when their back is up against the wall, it often resorts to them trying to shift the burden of proof upon you, or them resorting to saying something like, well, you're not smart enough to understand it. Like what Bravo did with Vaughn. What did he say? Well, you're just not intelligent enough to understand. He didn't say it in those exact words, but that's essentially what he said to Vaughn. You're not intelligent enough to understand these things. Well, if we're not intelligent enough to understand these things, not intelligent. You as an empiricist should still have the ability to tangibly provide some sort of evidence. These are empiricists, okay?
I know how to go out and make some money.
Evolutionists claim to be empiricists. They should, at the very least, be able to provide some circumstantial evidence of the claims that they're making, right? If not empirical, right?
Speaking of empiricism, whatever happened to that guy? Where did he go?
Like, who makes an argument saying, "What's your IQ? Therefore, you don't understand evolution."
What happened? What happened to empiricism?
Who said that?
G-Man.
That was Bravo.
Bravo when he was in here. Bravo said, "What's your IQ, David Anthony?"
Could we not pick on Nick since he's not in here right now?
Please give him the link to tell him to come back in here.
G-Man, where did True Empiricism go? Is he still around?
Oh, True? He's a little busy. I can't bring him in here, unfortunately. Okay. But he'll be back sometime.
Okay. All right. I was just curious. I hadn't heard from him.
And when he comes back, watch out.
Hey, G-Man.
Oh, yeah, it's going to get rough. Don't say that.
Hey, G-Man.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Cool. All right.
Excuse me. I just, before I go, I do want to say something, though. G-Man, I would absolutely love, whether it be public or private, I'm sure you're a busy guy, and if you don't have the time for this, that's totally cool. But I think the biggest thing that stymies a conversation, or at least a really deep conversation, is the fact that there's a lot of people here at the moment. If I'd be able to talk with you, not even necessarily one-on-one, but on a smaller setting, I would like to pick your brain on things, because I think you're an interesting person. You've got a lot of perspectives that I really like to hear. So if me and you could talk at some point, I'd totally be down for that. It's up to you.
All right, we can do it on Skype. If you go to my, ask Drake or Sabella for my information, we can do it on Skype, or we can do a private Google Hangout thingy or whatever. Because they used to do that back in the day, where they had like 3 or 4 people like in a private thingy or whatever. Nobody recorded it and they just talked. We can do that.
Sounds like a date to me.
I'll ask the moderator to have a date.
But I don't know. Just listen to that back. That sounded like a Like he was asking you out on a date.
That is what I was doing. No,
That's exactly what it sounded like.
Hold on. Before you say that, I've got to run away with my tail tucked between my legs and go cry now because I'm wrong about everything. So it was good seeing all of you guys.
All right, go back to work later.
I will. Yeah, no, seriously.
Bye,
I think Beck was married
Bye.
though.
See, it's
And
good when you
straight.
get these articulate people coming in here and they talk and they try to make sense when they know they're not. It's very interesting, you know.
It's an insult on people's intelligence when you ask them a series of very, very simplistic questions, which I'm very much accustomed to doing in this topic in particular. And I get frustrated when they resort to shifting the burden of proof upon me. So wait a minute, but you're making a positive claim. So I'm just asking you, how do you know that? Where did that come from? Okay, well, it came from this. Okay,
and they
well,
know it's a belief.
Well, why do atheists try to force us to prove a negative, but they don't have to? What's up with that?
Exactly. Thank you.
That's bull, man. That
Because
is bull.
in a sense, because I think of what it is you guys are kind of in a sense claiming that you guys have the answer, but what you're appealing to is kind of a larger question. So you're sitting here saying, oh, well, I have the answer. And you point to the source of it being a big question mark, which is God, because you can't demonstrate God. And so then they look and they're like, well, I've got other pieces of evidence that kind of show transitions of species going from, one type of species into a different version of the same species or something like that, right? Different changes kind of happen. And they're like, well, I've got this, and spread that over a long period of time. And you could get, this what we would dub as macroevolution at this point. But they're like, this is what I've got. And then you guys come and you say, well, what we have is we've got this big question mark. This question mark answers all your questions. All your questions are answered with that big question mark. So you see how people are going to be a little kind of like, why are you saying you've got the answers when you're appealing to something that I have to go ask the big boss of the big boss CEO that I can never have a meeting with, right?
Look, we don't claim to have the answers for everyone. Jesus is the answer for everyone.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying is that like when
I don't have the answer.
You're right now. You're just pointing to the big question,
right? And you're pointing
to the CEO that I can't get the meeting of. Oh, you don't have the answers. True, you don't have the answers.
I have the answers for me.
You want me to go? You want me to go refer to somebody who I can't get those answers to. And in fact, I have to hear from
really want you to do
his
anything.
receptionist. I have to hear from his receptionist that sent a bunch of information of guide of here's how to live your life ages ago. I have to go refer to that in order to get my answers, which means I'm just referring to myself is effectively the circle that I would be going in, at least with evolution and seeing how salamanders can how they vary all the way down the up and down the western coastline. Seeing that is enough evidence to just be like, okay, well, evolution clearly is in existence, at least being able to go from one brown or whatever, and then it develops yellow spots because it helps to protect from birds in the area or something like that, right?
Well, what kind of evolution would that be grounds to? I mean, would be asserted from that though? Would that be a micro evolution?
Well, I think it's all in generally speaking, evolution is just here's one thing, and then the offspring of that is slightly different. And if you do that so much that you develop the offspring that's generations down, many generations down the line are different from the original.
Right. That's the assertion, but that hasn't been validated though.
That certainly has happened where you can have a salamander up here, and then they kind of migrate over centuries or however long
No, but they don't
stuff and all this.
create a different kind of animal, like for
they
example,
sort of do. It depends on how you might. I mean, it's not going to turn into like a
that's where
salamander's
the
not turning
semantics
into
come
a
in.
fox. I'm not.
But
Nobody's.
see, that's where the semantics
Nobody's-
come in, because you're going to be looking at a creature
No.
that is descended upon another creature, but because there's some genetic differences, you're going to say then, okay, I'll just arbitrarily label it as a completely different type of creature, even though you're not going to see a salamander evolve. But you're not going to see. But you're not going to see. But you're not going to see a salamander evolve into anything like an elephant or anything completely different from a salamander. You just simply say it's a different variation of this creature, just like we see variations of horses, variations of dogs, variations of cats and stuff.
Okay, so I think that what you're kind of talking about now is like, you're not talking about like a salamander actually turning into an elephant. I mean, is it like, if you were to ask the question, is it possible that a salamander eventually, at some point, under certain conditions, could it evolve into a salamander that is the size of an elephant? It has developed ears, and it has now and it walks on all fours, and
that's what we mean when we're countering.
Is that possible? Like, are you saying is that a possible thing?
That's where the semantic issue comes in, is because most times when you have the creation evolution debate, the creationist is arguing and asking the evolutionist for evidence of macro evolution or common ancestry. We don't deny that there's speciation or variations within each species. We obviously can see that happening.
Sure.
But when we say evolution, it's often the evolutionists try to hijack the conversation and try to make it do what's called an equivocation. And by saying, oh yeah, evolution happens. Look, we got different kinds of dogs. No. We're not talking about different kinds of dogs. We're talking about macro evolution. That's specifically what we're talking about. Common
Here's another animal that's,
and we've never seen that before.
Platypus. Like, here's something else that's just like completely blows us out. Like, what is this creature?
We don't have any evidence that the platypus evolved from a duck, or it's in the process of evolving into a duck. We don't have any evidence of that.
Or it's not. And chances are it's not evolving into one or the other. It's probably on its own trajectory of evolution. I think that's okay.
The best that we have.
Here's what I think. Here's what I think kind of is a way to explain it. Is like, forever ago, when the first things were being created, the first life was being created in the swampy mix of magic or whatever the situation is, right? You had a group of organisms, and they had life or whatever, and they started going, and each one, maybe it developed into their own little pods, their own little cliques, kind of a thing, right? And each one of those cliques kind of spawned off and created different ones. Now, this is on a very microscopic level, very low down. Now, those are the roots, those are the core. And so the things that kind of come from those are your different types of animals. Here's your amphibians, and here's your fish, and here's your more snake-like things, and here's what reptiles and mammals. Like, these are the branches that kind of spawned out, and then they kind of go out from there. What I think we're at now is we're at a time where so much evolution has kind of taken place that just being able to like see evolution happening now is and really be able to recognize it, because the process of evolution takes centuries. You have to go through tons and tons of.
But what kind of evolution are we bearing witness to now, though?
We can identify
variation, or are we bearing witness of macroevolution in the process?
We will never in our lifetimes ever be able to see macroevolution. It's just not something.
So if that's the case, then nobody can rightly say legitimately that macroevolution or common ancestry actually took place, since it's not scientifically proven.
When you can go back and you can kind of like look at fossils and fossil records and stuff like that, you can see.
I don't think you want to.
You can see how. Here's an animal that
unreliable.
I mean, you're
going to look in the dirt, and you're going to look at creatures that were buried on top of one another and say, this
you're not going to find. We didn't have 23andMe back then, so that we can track all of these.
Right. So basically, you have assertions because of where the creatures are buried.
but I think that you can kind of see like, oh, during this time period, here's this animal. Oh, and then in this time period, which is
even though you see the same animals buried in different layers, in the same layers as other creatures.
There is scientists.
They vary. They vary.
There can be different. Yeah, there can be different.
So that's not an argument for a macroevolution. Then
there are scientists.
So hold on. So here's something that can happen, right? Is say there's this species and the species breaks off, and here's your start of a new branch of to like a macro evolution, and then there's this branch, and so this branch they start going off and they evolve and all this stuff, and they leave fossils. They kind of leave fossils along the way, and then there can be other ones where this one it's going and it's doing in its own trajectory or whatever, and it can just kind of like die eventually. At some point it can just kind of like die off, or the tribe can become so small that eventually it ends up dying off in a place that people may have not thought that it would die off on.
That's not proven common ancestry, though.
Well, the thing of it is that I can show you not one, not two, but five different sources where scientists are now saying that when they put these bones together years and years and years ago, they got it all wrong. That it was.
I think you can probably go to any knowledge base, and you're going to find people who say, or people who believe, and you're going to be able to find experts who are going to say those things.
Well, these aren't lay people. These are scientists. They guessed at it. They literally guessed.
I don't hold the most, the highest regard for scientists personally.
They said they literally guessed and put the bones together.
And I wouldn't be surprised, because I wouldn't be surprised that you would want to have scientists who make the big discoveries, and they'd want to have their name on something.
Exactly.
I would not be surprised for them to do that. So I'm not talking about what you're talking about. What you're talking about is not what I'm talking about.
So Jordan, I hold the position that you can't prove scientifically that macroevolution even starts. For starters, one of the questions I ask, and this annoys a lot of evolutionists when I ask this, but it has to be asked. We got to look at this on a cellular level. How do you get new anatomy from random mutations?
Yeah.
New anatomy.
We're going to talk about DNA. We're going to talk about the changes, the small little teeny changes that happen over billions of years. How do you get that new information from that creates this new anatomy? How do you get that?
Well, having a string,
an example.
Having a string of different things can develop into a new thing.
How?
So like, different combinations. I mean, you can just kind of think about it. You've got all this DNA. You've got so much DNA in your system. Imagine if these DNA strands were just lined up a little bit differently in this way, and it created like a third limb, right? Imagine it creates a tail off of you.
Hold on a minute, Jonan. I don't got a PhD in biology or nothing like that, but I understand what a mutation is, and that would be a mutation if I went from just having 2 arms to having 3 arms. But it's literally the same information. Where is the new information in the new anatomy?
Well, I guess you'd have to go to the simplified, like the simple creatures. So that wouldn't be in anything during our time, like I was talking about earlier. Our time, we're more or less locked in.
See, it has to take billions of years, which nobody's able to.
I'll answer your question.
But Jordan, they tried to use Wait a minute. They tried to use a fruit fly argument, and they said that because several generations of fruit flies came from this experiment that they did because they couldn't mate with each other. They said, look, evolution has happened. But then we said, but they're still fruit flies. Where are you getting macroevolution? You have to be able to explain, scientifically speaking, how you go from, let's say, an arm to a wing, and explain the processes and how the information changes.
Right.
Like, how does it happen? Nobody, not me. Nobody
anatomical.
as an evolution has been able to answer this.
That is a complete anatomical difference that we've never been.
I'll give you my shot.
A complete anatomical difference that's never been scientifically proven.
Okay, here's my shot. Once again, remember earlier I was kind of talking about the different pods in the little magic pool kind of a thing, and it creates the foundations, right? In that level of how uncomplicated life is, the changes that can happen because you're dealing with a lot less and a lot less kind of structure. If the mutations that can happen at that tiny cellular level can have major long-lasting impacts. So when those creatures came out and they started slowly evolving, the ones that live are the ones with fins. The ones that that live over here, they have fins. The ones that are over here, they've got a wider mouth. Like you've got all these different types of things, and having a wider mouth is not new information. Having a smaller or bigger fin is not new information. Having different color fur is not new information. That's information that already existed. No, at that time, that was new information. No, it wasn't. It was because none of that stuff. What I'm talking about, none of that stuff was in existence. Hold on a minute. From black fur to brown fur, that is the same information. Where is the new information? I'm talking about here's a creature. It's pre-existing information. That's just but at the time frame, you have the important key information here is the time frame that I'm talking about. When life is first starting out, there is no such thing as arms. There is no such things as wings. There's just muck. That's all that there is.
How do you know that? How do you know
talking about abiogenesis, sir? This is.
How do you know that?
You bet. Somebody better invite Dragon here because
asking me how I know something is a useless question in this context.
No. See, G-Man, see, this is the thing that pisses me off. You see, you can't again. What are we, J-Man? What are we talking about? Right? The burden of proof. Here we got another example of a person making a positive claim and they refuse to substantiate it. And the way that they get away from it is by asserting that you're stupid because you don't believe it.
No, I'm saying, why are you asking me?
This is ridiculous, man.
I'm saying, why are you even asking me that?
Why did you say it was a stupid question? It's not a stupid question.
If it's so stupid, then he should have the answer for it.
It's not a stupid question.
It's so stupid, then Jay Jordan, you should be able to answer the question.
Why is it a stupid question? You made a positive claim.
No, I didn't make that's not the positive claim that I made.
You just made a positive claim, sir. Yes, you did.
Every time you open up your mouth and you say that this is the case, you're making a positive claim, sir.
What is wrong with these people?
What's my positive claim?
Your positive claim is that macroevolution is true. And that over a long period of time, hold on a minute. And you're saying that over a long period of time, if enough changes happen, hold on a minute, that if enough changes happen, you got a new anatomy. I'm asking you, how do you do that scientifically? Explain to me. If we had a chart there,
I'm in the process of
look at how DNA changes. And we look at the information and how the information in the DNA changes.
Yeah.
When we go from being from one form to another form, you got to be able to show that. And I'm telling you, it's not scientifically possible.
Of course, it's scientifically possible.
Then show it.
Okay. Here's how. You have at the spawn of life, when things are just starting out to procreate. Oh, here's some cells, and they're able to turn into more cells, and they find food, and they at this level, at that point,
you see, J-Man? You see what
they make I'm explaining it.
Well, wait a minute. Where'd the food come from?
The food is in the puddle that they exist.
How do you know that the first?
How do you know there's food in the puddle?
He doesn't know any of this stuff. He's making assumptions.
Of course, I'm making. Yeah, there's assumptions. You have to make assumptions. We're talking about years when we don't have anything.
So wait. So you don't know this then? This is all theoretical then?
This is some college professor talking.
Depends on how you mean for theoretical. I mean, you can look at all the stacks of information that we have already. You can look at that and then base your theory off of those stacks of information. You can do that, and you can even just put like logic and reasoning.
Jordan, the best that you just admit that the best that you have is circumstantial evidence. That's all that you have. You don't have anything beyond that.
No, I would not admit that because
well, that's all that you have, though.
No, I have. I mean, what
you
is
don't have any physical. You don't have any. You said it takes billions of years. No human lives that long. Okay, first of all. Secondly, no one has been lived that long enough to record such a thing that this actually ever happened. You are basing it off of a circumstantial reasoning, and I'm being generous. The fact that I'm saying it's the fact that I'm saying it's circumstantial, I'm being generous. I'm being courteous. Sure. I'm trying to be courteous with your position. Because when we say circumstantial, hold on. When we say something is circumstantial, we're not saying it's not necessarily a debunking. It's not necessarily proving it. However, you're looking at things that you have presented to you, and you're coming up with conclusions based off of the things that's presented to you, but it's not necessarily an evidence or proof, right? So I'm trying to be generous by saying, I'm trying to be saying that this is a circumstantial at the very least, at the most, but it's not proof. It's not empirical evidence that you're going to have common ancestry, that a salamander has the same ancestor as an elephant.
What's the difference between you and me then?
Okay, the difference between you and me is that you are making a positive claim that you have yet to substantiate. You are basing it only on what you see today. So what's
your answer? Your answer to evolution. That's not
my answer. I didn't make an answer. I'm not the one making any positive claims. You are. So, you're making positive claims.
The entire there's a whole premise that's that we're obvious that unignorable, right? You guys, you're saying that God created people. God created everything.
Wait, we're not talking about what I said, though.
As they are. Right.
Wait. That is. Wait a minute. So that's your reasosoning. It can't be God. So therefore, this makes more sense to me.
I'm just asking.
Why are you doing it? Why are you doing a foul? Why are you committing a fallacy right now? We're not talking about what I believe.
No, that's the entire premise of what I'm talking about.
No. You made the assertion. You're defending evolution. So I'm asking you. I'm holding your feet to the fire. No, but because you can't answer the question empirically, you now trying to switch the burden of proof on me. Just like what we were talking about before.
No, that's not okay.
That's exactly what you're doing. You're doing that right now.
No. What I'm doing is you guys are coming in and saying, oh well, there's the evolution. There's no evidence of evolution whatsoever, and the answer is clearly creationism. It's clearly God created.
Questions.
That's the entire reason I even came in here is because you guys are saying that it's evolution or it's God. It's one of the two.
We didn't know.
That's the entire. That's okay. So you don't believe that God created all of the people?
Oh my gosh!
You don't. So you don't believe that God created.
Okay, so an evolutionist comes in here and they say that there were no arms, there were no wings. This is what they do, people.
This is what they do. I mean, it's such a simple question.
He came in here. He said there were no arms, there were no wings. This is the assertion that he made in the beginning. So when he made this positive claim, all we had to do is follow it up by asking him one simple question: how do you know this? If it takes billions of years for this to occur, then how do you know that if no human has ever lived this long, then why are you making this assertion when no one has ever been able to document it?
Why do we have?
It's all circumstantial at best, and that's me being generous.
It's such a simple question. Where did life come from? Why can't you just answer that question?
I mean, G-Man, do you think to me that's a little generous if I'm saying that it's at least circumstantial?
You see how he runs away.
Do you know what circumstantial means?
This is the same. I'm just simply using.
This is absolutely amazing, man. This is amazing.
Check my block list for StreamYard. Absolutely and I'm gonna block everybody so they can get in here. So just keep trying, guys. I'm gonna try to unblock everybody. Go ahead. But anyway, Jody, you're wrong, Jody. You're wrong, Jody, because you haven't proven scientifically speaking how you get into anatomy for random mutation.
I already did.
No, you did not.
No, he didn't.
Because if you understood what a mutation is, you understand that a mutation is
any such thing.
Anybody who's got a biology degree understands that a mutation is a mistake. Okay? I knew that when I asked you that question.
A mistake doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad thing. It was just something that was unintended.
Usually most mutations result in the death of the creature.
Wait a minute, who's that?
We haven't heard a single ounce of evidence
I laid
that common ancestry actually takes place.
What you guys are doing is you're thinking of everything in current modern times, and that's where all the big macro changes happen.
You see,
what I'm talking about is all the stuff that happened way early on.
That's what they always do, don't they? They always try to shift the burden of proof on you.
Wow.
Right?
That's
what you're doing. You were just about to say that's what you're doing, right? That's what you just admit that's what you were about to say.
I don't think that's what he's doing. But if you guys are having a debate, then both of you should take a position. So Joden has made his position clear, but I'm sorry, I don't know the other man's name, but what you're refusing to do is to take a position, and you're doing that on purpose to try and not have to stand on anything, but you want to dismiss what Joden says. So I think in order to make the debate clear, you should give your position.
No, that's garbage. No, because again, what did we talk about before? G-Man, what did we say before, right? We said the burden of proof is upon anyone making the claim. I didn't make any claims yet. You are making the claims, so therefore you have the onus on you to validate your claims. And
you're constantly trying to understand.
That's how debate works. You see, G-Man, they can't get away from this. They always have to do this.
So you can't throw ad homs, and you can't just try to wish it away and say that what you're saying is true. Now, if somebody came in a room and explained it better than you, that might be better. But you have not proven scientifically speaking how you get new anatomy from random mutations.
That's all we're asking.
I explained it to you. You guys are thinking in modern times. You have to go back to the primordial soup or whatever you would have.
But there's no way to validate that's what occurred.
That earlier period of time.
Okay, sir. Let's help you out a little bit, sir. And I don't have effectively determined. And I'm probably one of the worst people on YouTube to be able to be explaining this. And the fact that I got to do this is mind-boggling. Okay, all you got to do is explain how mutations work. That's all you got to do. And then you have to explain it on a macro level. That's all you got to do.
You're saying
real quick before you guys argue.
Thing, and this big. Go ahead, Joe.
Real quick before you guys argue again, can you screen share Vaughn on the big screen?
All right, I'll do that. Hold on. Let me see.
Why? He wants to share something?
Vaughn, you want me to put you on the big screen, Vaughn?
Not that I'm aware of. Why?
No, somebody in the chat asked for Vaughn to be put on the big screen.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, for what?
Oh, they trolling you. They're trying to.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I can do that later. I'll do it as the show goes on. But going back to you, Jordan, listen to me. I'm not a scientist, not by any step of the imagination or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. But you're supposed to be able to break down how mutations work. This is about the time when if Isaiah wasn't here, Dragnut wasn't here, Altai wasn't here, or somebody else in here who actually knows about this would say, well, G-Man, you don't understand evolution. You don't understand biology. What I need for you to do, sir, is explain to me how you understand mutations and explain to me how you get these changes. That's all you got to do. I don't need this watering. I don't need no historic. Just use the science that's available. That's all you got to do.
Okay. So when two creatures mate together, they have their genes, they come together, and it creates a new creature, a baby, or could be larvae, it could be all kinds of things. And then
they have offspring. Okay.
Right. And in that new thing that was created, they had these two other things that came together, and there's mutations that can happen in there. So maybe their wing pattern is a little bit, maybe if it's a bee, maybe the wing patterns are a little bit different. Maybe they're a little bit bigger. Maybe they're a little bit smaller. Right.
That's true.
These kinds of
information that already existed, sir. The wing already existed. The legs already existed. The eyes already existed. Where's
you asked me mutations,
sir. 1 second here, because I agree with you. Everything that you said, we can look at what's popularly known as microevolution. Okay, what we can see that happens immediately. Mm-hmm. What I need from you is to explain to me how you get new anatomy,
correct,
over a long period of time with these mutations. Yes. How does that work? Sabella's been debating me long. Well, Sabella's been in my room long enough to know what I'm asking. I think some of the people here that's watching me has been watching me long enough to know what I'm asking. Vaughn and me don't even agree on a lot, and Vaughn knows what I'm asking. I'm asking you. I'm not a scientist. Explain to me how the mutations work over a long period of time, how you get new
and more importantly, the evidence of it, empirical evidence of it. I don't want circumstantial. I want empirical.
Okay, well then what you're asking for is like me asking for somebody to show me their God. Like, please demonstrate to me God. Like you're at this.
We
What
can
you're
actually
asking
do that,
for
actually.
is
okay. So it's
not
belief. So
like
it's a belief
do that
claim.
now.
what you're asking me
So
is
it's a
like,
belief
hey,
claim
to
then. It's not
go back
empirical.
to that primordial soup, and I want you to scoop.
So there's no
scoop
empirical
it up,
evidence of it. I
put it
got you.
under in the microscope and look at it and show me the original.
You heard it here
microbes
first.
That we're doing, like,
Sir, I've been to the Museum of Natural History, sir. I looked at these. At these so-called fossils.
This stuff's not.
Lucy.
We don't have access to it, just like we don't have access to.
This proves.
God.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, sir, but you are in the arena, and you're gonna have to take this. Okay, you're gonna have to take this.
I'm trying
to the Museum of Natural History multiple times.
I'm trying to explain.
I have seen these so-called transitional fossils. I have seen these so-called changes that has happened over a long period of time, according to what the museum is saying has happened. You didn't even know how to say, okay,
I got interrupted.
If the amoeba survived the environment, then it would have created a new multi-cell organism, and this multi-cell organism would have adapted to the environment this way. Listen to me, I can invite a ton of people in here who can do a better job at that, but you, sir, are demonstrating. Hold on,
turn more into limbs.
I'm not talking about all evolutionists, just you. I believe that you, not everybody else is watching this, that you are demonstrating that you have a faith that what these scientists are telling you is true.
They don't like when it's wrong with that.
The problem is that you won't say that. You won't say that I have a faith in these scientists, that what they're saying to me about common ancestry is true. Instead, you're trying to state it as scientific fact, and you can't even explain it scientifically.
No, then you completely misunderstood me then.
I will say, from an impartial position, when he was speaking, he was interrupted a lot. So he wasn't allowed to fully give his thoughts out on anything.
All right. How much time do you need, Aiden? I'm Jaden. I'm kick everybody out of here. How much time do you need?
I was just going to quickly say, in terms of how new species evolve, we could take something. Okay, so you said on a micro level, we know that.
Kick everybody out of here before you speak, though. Hold on a minute. Let me kick myself and everybody out, and then you'll have the floor.
Yeah, let's see what he has to
say. All of that isn't necessary. I mean, we could all be here, but as Joden says, DNA comes from both parents, okay, 23 sets each side. Now, sometimes you have abnormalities where DNA can be copied. An easy example of that is Down syndrome, right? There's an extra chromosome. So this happens naturally within nature. This happens. So what you have is you have duplicate DNA in there, which can change the appearance of the species. So Down syndrome is one. It gives a very specific appearance characteristic, but we also know that there are other mutations in which people have been born with, quote unquote tails, extra limbs, a third arm. These things happen within nature, within our own species. So if that person continues to reproduce, and they carry that same DNA, there's a chance that their child can have it, and their child, so on and so forth. And so you find more and more people with this mutation. The way science would explain it, and I'll happily say that this isn't concrete, right? It's not proven. It's a logical theory. There are things that can happen, let's say, external environmental factors. So things like could be fire, right? It could be a tsunami. It could be anything that wipes people out, and only certain people survive. If those mutations are in the people that survive, then those are the genes that are carried forward. Those genes can be the person with 3 legs, the person with a tail, so on and so forth. That's how science kind of explains evolution, in how dinosaurs became birds, and then we got mammals, so on and so forth, and here we are today.
Gosh, it must be
now
so
everybody
nice.
Can respond now. So now we can't.
It's so nice to have.
Nobody interrupted them. So
yeah,
anybody want to respond?
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
By the way, all of those things already existed. That's not new information.
How many times have we heard this and still no answer? Still no evidence of that? So basically, I was just going to put this on the side chat. So in other words, if we get 2 deformed human beings mate with one another, and they give offspring that is also deformed, and then those deformed kids have interactions with another deformed person, and then it keeps going on and on and on. Eventually, millions of years down the road, we're going to see an elephant. One of these humans, deformed human beings, give birth to an elephant, or not human. That's what we're hearing. But see, we don't see any evidence of that, do we? There's not a single ounce of evidence of such a thing happening.
You can give birth to
this
something
doesn't.
that is not in the
One last thing.
that you are.
Neither does this go against what G-Man said. G-Man is pointing out anatomical differences. If a person is growing 2 extra arms, okay, that's not a complete anatomical difference. That's pre-existing information, but that is a mutation. That's all that it is. That's not
evolution.
That's not macroevolution taking place. That's not common ancestry in process.
An arm turning into a wing is part of.
You don't have any evidence of that.
Actually, the bones inside of a wing and the bones inside of a hand and an arm are all the same bones. They're just structured differently and have different skin put over them, but they're the same bones.
Yeah. So
there is no evidence of an arm turning into a wing over millions of years.
The hands weren't working so well, and then they turned into flaps or something that let them swim better or something. And then they get out of
the same bones,
and they're running around, and then they're like,
the point we're saying,
we got fur, whatever, feathers,
right, Jordan,
and everything just
right.
You
Jordan,
take these
the point
small
we're saying
little
is
things.
that nothing's changed. It's the same bones. Okay, it's adaptation and mutation, but it's not macroevolution. The same bones.
I feel like what you guys are saying. I feel like what you guys are saying is macroevolution is not what we're talking about then.
No, but that's
like we're talking about 2 different things. Then
you see, G-Man, this is exactly what did I say before, G-Man?
All evolution
this is what it all comes down to, right?
It's just micro evolution.
Everybody
That's
can
all
say
that is. Because we're trying to get it through your head that it's macro evolution is just a bunch of micro evolution spread out over a long period of time.
And you don't have a drop of scientific data to support that. Can I see the fossil record, sir? Show me a fossil.
Go outside, pick up find a mouse or something. Like look around. Like
let's use Lucy. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute, because I'm going to stick by my argumentation. You and Jessica, explain Lucy to me.
This is absurd.
The thing is, you guys have yet again to take a position to go against our stance. What you're doing is you're saying you're wrong, but you cannot provide.
They doing it again, Jim. You see, what did I say?
Wait a minute,
they
Jessica.
Can't back up the claim, so they have to run and play.
I said before that
this happens every single time.
Hold on a minute,
in other words, G-Man, the burden of proof is on you. Since I can't prove my claim, the burden of proof is on you. They can't prove their claim. Now they want to shift the burden of proof on you.
Circle the wagon.
I said before, I cannot say that this is a definitive fact. Right? It's a logical conclusion.
Okay, so it's a logical conclusion.
It's the same bones. There are no new bones. It's the same.
Okay, so it's a logical conclusion.
Literally.
Of the argument that you guys are making that
are the same bones
there
in
are
the hand,
mutations,
and the
that
same
people got
bones
the
same bones.
is different, the fur color might be different and everything and whatnot. I get and I understand that. That's microevolution.
Yeah.
On the macro level, when you start making the claims, and listen to me here very carefully here, you start saying things like I'm related to an ape, I'm related to a lion, I'm related to a cold-blooded frog, and that's in my family tree. And if I have to, like I did on GTV, I can get a board and I can show you what a family tree looks like and show you why that's impossible. Okay, but let's just say it is, right? How do you get that from random mutations? Nobody's been able to explain that, but you have been able to explain microevolution, which is not macro.
It's a disingenuous premise to start with, because as Joden already explained, macroevolution is simply microevolution over millions of years. None of us will be here for millions of years, so we cannot say, I can bring forth this proof to you. We cannot do that. That's why I said it's a logical...
You can't explain to me how DNA changes.
We can logically conclude through microevolution that we see in everyday life that over a substantial amount of time, it leads to macroevolution. It's a logical
assumption that you have made.
So
yes, and that's what I said.
Kids that have sex with other deformed kids, and their kids have sex with other deformed kids.
At this point, we're using logic, and you guys are yet to counter it.
Logic?
No. That's not that laughing. I take it back. She is using logic.
Hold on.
It ain't good logic, but she's using logic.
Yeah, it's terrible logic.
Jessica,
you are using logic, but it ain't good logic.
I have to ask you, how is it that everything we observe as it like begets like? It doesn't, there's no, I've asked repeatedly for anybody to give me a modern day example of these supposed transitions taking place. And
I brought
nobody
up Lucy.
can,
They don't want to talk about Lucy.
I gave you an example of how we can see people who are born with 3 limbs.
How about this?
Right, but
that's not a benefit.
Either you guys start talking about Lucy, or I'm going to show everybody what
You
Lucy.
have to go one at a time because I cannot.
I want to see a frog turn into a tree. Let me see that. I want to see it.
Yeah, but I already said to you that that happens over a substantial amount of time.
I
got genuine argument from the jump.
Hold on a minute, Jessica. I'm actually going to help you.
A frog is never going to turn into a tree.
I'm going to help you and Jessica in a minute. Vaughn, I can actually prove that a frog can turn into a tree, but you're not going to be able to
Nobody
prove
says
a
that.
frog. Let me tell you how, okay? When that frog dies and his body breaks down and becomes whatever the heck it was before it became a frog or whatever, right?
Right.
When it breaks down, it goes into the ground, it nourishes the ground, and it is used to nourish some seed, and the seed grows up to be a tree. They can make that argument, and they'll actually make a little sense doing that. But never going to
and that's about all you're going to get, too. That's about as far as it gets. Yeah. That's about
Look, hey, a person can be born with an extra limb. They're not going to pass that trait on to their offspring.
Yeah, not necessarily.
Well,
no.
that's the thing. That's an opportunity to see macroevolution taking place. But if it doesn't, if it's not extended, if they don't pass it on, then
most
then
mutations
it's snubbed
are not
out.
beneficial for the individual or the species.
No, I think a lot that we see aren't specifically to us. They aren't, but you can think of some that actually are when it comes to things like bone density. So how genes may
I want to pose something else. I want to pose something else. If you went out in the woods and it's a clear day, you're in a clear area and all that, and a thing that looks like a Bigfoot comes walking out to you and then turns around and runs the other way, you're likely going to start believing that there's a Bigfoot. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's the evidence that each of us have experienced for ourselves. We have each experienced things in our life that we can't explain except God's involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen an angel in real life. I have seen one.
What did the angel look like to you?
It looked like a person. There you go. A person. He had this glowing, just whiteness coming off him. This soft whiteness, like flotsam. The most beautiful human being I ever seen in my life. This euphoria was coming off of him. This sense of this love and acceptance was coming off of him. And he asked me if I was ready.
Okay.
So I'm not dang near had a heart attack over it.
Okay, so
that sounds like
we were talking about transitional forms, right? And I noticed that
the most beautiful.
Either one of you want to talk about Lucy, and I told you I was going to bring this up, right? So this is Lucy for those of you who don't know. Okay, they only found about 60, I would say about 40 to 60% of this skeleton of Lucy, and then they decided that this skull right here looked like this. Okay, they went from this.
Wait, hold on. I was looking at a different screen.
Okay, so look at the skeleton here now. Okay, look at this.
Yeah.
How did they go from this to this?
Dating services, yay!
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, Planet of the Apes. Yeah.
Not to mention, if you want to have something really funny, look at the backstory of Lucy on how they were running out of funding and all of a sudden look at what they found. Come on now, stop it. Come on. If you're gonna say that scientifically speaking, that these fossils prove that there are intermediate fossils or whatever, you know what I mean, intermediate forms, one you gotta be able to prove.
I'm not saying that Lucy is a prime example of that, but I think that there are plenty of fossils that do show.
Looks like it's from a dating website.
And then there's Neanderthal man. Like I've debated some pretty smart people on this topic, and I know what to ask. Now regarding Lucy, 60% of a skeleton, and that's how this.
Well, they didn't even have the skull. Did they know that? Man, I don't think they even had the skull of it, did they?
No, they found some of the bones like about a mile or two.
Like a kneecap to a human.
Yeah, then they found out that it was a big bone.
I mean, it's already been said that these are logical conclusions. Nobody
Well,
here is
and that's what I was trying to say earlier, Jessica.
Absolute fact.
There's good
Well,
logic in
that's
there,
what I was
there's
trying
bad
to say
logic.
earlier, Jessica, by me being generous and saying that the best that you have for macroevolution is at best circumstantial, because you actually have things that that are tangible. You're looking at it, you're making
Sure.
comparisons to other things that are around it. So you can say at the very least, at best, that it's circumstantial, but it's not enough to prove common ancestry.
I think circumstantial is the best that the closest that anybody's ever gonna get to knowing of anything about evolution.
I'll give that to you.
Whether
I don't have a problem with you saying that. But see, the problem is though, what some of you guys do is go back and forth between speaking dogmatically about a thing, and then you go back to you're speaking subjectively about the things, or at least on a theoretical fashion.
Okay, here's the problem. The problem is that if macroevolution was true, and I'm not trying to be facetious about this at all. I'm being serious. If macroevolution really was true, there would be so many bones out in that yard that I'd be tripping over myself trying to go down to get my mail during the day. Okay, because you say out of your own mouths that this takes billions and my buddy Carl Sagan, billions and billions and billions of years.
Bones can decompose.
Where is all the bones? Where is all the additional skeletons to get to where we are today?
In order for bones to be fossils, they have to be under certain conditions. Yes, certain conditions. In order for them to fossilize,
well, now,
they have to be under certain conditions.
Ago is that all they needed to be was buried in mud. That was what I was told.
No, when they're just buried in mud, it only takes them a few hundred years to fully decompose, and there's no trace of them. So as Joden says,
it's shorter and faster than that, actually.
It can be depending on the environment, but if we're just going neutral, normal environment, it only takes a few hundred years. It can be faster. And as Joden will explain, depending on the right circumstances, they can remain for thousands and thousands of years.
I've heard that. Yeah.
That's being
so I guess
right.
that answers that.
A lot of pressure. The conditions have to be just perfect in order to preserve a bone.
Okay, so my question is this is what circumstantial is the best that evolutionists have to make the case. Really, it's because that's really what it comes down to, is making the case.
That's the best, right? If you be honest,
because we have to
the best that you have.
Yeah, and I think given all of the evidence for the case, I think it makes a pretty good case. Now, what is the alternative? What is the explanation that beats out that has the better?
And the fact
not even that. No, because we're not talking about origins of things. We're talking about evolution,
origins of life. Well, it's how did life start? And where did it
but that's a little bit of a different topic, though.
Starting,
no. We're not talking about how life started. We're talking about common ancestry or evolution.
We're not talking about how it started. What we want to see transition.
Exactly.
You're taking it back off topic.
You see, you can't make a different argument. See, this is how to get away.
We want what we want, Jordan. What we've always wanted, Jordan.
I've already explained it to you.
But Jordan,
and I conceded as much as I
But Jordan, what you're doing though is what you're doing though is
what is the alternative?
Jordan,
the alternative is not. The alternative is not about the origin of the thing. The alternative is that there is no common ancestry. That all these things comes from a dog, a cat comes from a cat.
So what's
that's the alternative.
Let me throw a spike
Make
in
the
this
case
thing
that there's no common ancestry.
My buddy.
The lack of evidence thereof.
All right, hold on.
My evidence is all of this evolution.
No, your evidence is circumstantial at best.
When I show
your evidence is circumstantial at best.
All right, hold on a second.
You don't have any evidence.
Right.
You don't have any.
Yes, we do have evidence. We have evidence that cats produce cats, dogs produce dogs, bananas
on the micro level, but from us, you ask.
You don't have any evidence that common ancestry has taken place.
Well,
You don't.
hold on. I've got something I need to interject here because it's kind of important. Okay, now their buddy Carl Sagan, in his book, admitted in his book that Cro-Magnon had, quote, outside help, unquote. Now, he did not elaborate on what that outside help was, but I think, for us that are theistic in our belief, it would obviously have been God. But who knows what Carl Sagan was thinking when he said that. But that was a very interesting admission by Carl Sagan in his book, that Cro-Magnon must have had some kind of outside help, because Cro-Magnon he appeared on the scene, and he was practically ready to rock and roll. Neanderthal, he's taken billions and billions and billions of years to get to fire. And here's Cro-Magnon, man, he's zipping up the ladder just as fast as you can go. Okay. So, and that's another interesting point, that I hold, is that, you've got two humans on the earth at the same time, Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon. And from my perspective, it's possible that one did crawl out of the soup, but they crawled out of the soup as a human, okay? Not as an ape or a pygmy or a bug. They crawled out as a human, an ancestral human. But Neanderthal crawled out of the muck, and then you have Cro-Magnon that was created. Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem for anyone? I would think that would be the logical answer for everyone, is that you've got Neanderthal who was out of the soup. Then you got Cro-Magnon that was created by the gods. What's the problem? I don't see a problem with that.
We already got an answer for that. It's God created everything. God. When God created life, it's coincidental that a lot of different life forms look like one another, because, and that's where we get all the different types of fossils and stuff. One fossil kind of sort of looks like another fossil that it might have been related to in some way. Yeah, it's related because God created everything. God is the Father, so we're in that sense we're all related. But it's just a coincidence. It's coincidental that that you were able to take this evolution mechanics and be able to construct a working model based upon what you consider to be logical assumptions. And it's just coincidental. You just happen to be wrong.
And it's been debunked really well. Has any of the evolution believers watched the Lies in the Textbook by Dr. Ken Hovind?
No.
Okay, I would definitely spend some time, take a look at all the lies that have been exposed throughout the history of this theory of evolution, and then I would go from there. And I also have a question for Jessica, and hi to Jordan and Jessica and everyone.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, yeah, Kent Hovind, he has a creation series. It's 7 parts, and part 4 specializes in all the lies in evolution. All the way, it's very, very interesting, and I
wasn't sure what you meant. It sounded like I couldn't tell if you were saying Kent Hovind was lying or he was exposing lies.
Yeah,
he's exposing the lies.
Yeah, all the lies. For instance, like the fish gills that were taught that humans had, which have been.
I don't know who the hell.
A lot of people that are against Kent Hovind, they bring up a lot of his past as to consider him not a reliable source.
Was anybody here ever taught that humans had fish gills?
I believe it's still in the biology books that the.
No, do you remember being taught? Was anybody actually taught here in this room? Was anybody taught that humans had fish gills? I know I was never taught.
Yes, I was taught that. I was taught
you were taught
in the developmental stage.
Let me explain. I was taught that when humans are first forming in the womb, as they develop, they at first have gills.
It's in the books. But
okay, I don't know if
before they get lungs.
I don't know if that's true or not, but
I was told that.
Or if it's or if gills is not the appropriate word for it. They maybe what they're trying to convey
that resemble gills.
Well, yeah, what they're trying to convey is this is how they're able to affect quote unquote breathe or whatever.
Yeah, but it's been actually shown that it is part of the developmental process in the part of their facial, their neck bone, and all that. Kent Hovind goes over that really well.
So they do have gills.
No, it was debunked. What happened was there was a professor who altered his drawings. He was found guilty of altering his drawings, but it's still in the textbooks. He was actually found guilty of this university, and he was quoted saying that other professors are just as guilty as fabricating their own research.
Sure.
I'll get his name.
But you wanted to ask another question?
Yeah, I had a question for Jessica.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Jessica, do you believe that there's more than one race of humans?
As in black, white?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so what do you think about someone of who considers themselves a Jew marrying and having children from someone from, let's say, Zimbabwe? Does that give you evidence that there's only one race of humans, one blood?
I mean, my parents are different races. My mom is white, my dad is black.
Yes.
I mean,
so this actually goes to show that the Bible was correct. There's one race of humans. You can take someone from Afghanistan and someone from Zimbabwe, completely different nations, and they can marry and procreate. So it validates what the Bible says.
Well, you framed that. The way you asked the question and you framed it was
a bit weird. I think we're all the same species, right?
Yeah.
Just like you could have, I don't want to liken us to dogs, but you could have a Labrador and it can mate with a Doberman and they have a baby. Now they're both dogs, but they're different breeds, but they're both dogs,
Precisely.
you know?
Yes, and this actually confirms what the Bible states, because what happened was for a long time, people believed the lies of evolution. And for instance, people in Japan thought they evolved faster and they were the most evolved because they didn't have the body hair, they didn't smell. But we all know that's a logical fallacy. Same with the Germans. They thought that perhaps they were the most evolved, but we've been shown.
You're just talking about tribalism. Is people basically being in tribes thinking that they're superior, thinking that they're the master race.
Yeah, because there was Darwin's book, The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection or the Preservation of Favored Races. So there was a lie for a very long time that there were different races. People evolved faster. If you look at the people
race turned into, it's for humans, it's split into two meanings. That's why Jessica, when you asked her a question, she clarified effectively saying in the context of race, like black and white, like, is that the context here? Because there's that racial aspect, and then there's like the human race, which is everybody regardless of the color of your skin.
Yeah,
you're a human. It's a human race.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Jordan.
There's no it's just as I don't know what the point is that you're making, because we're in agreement with you given the context. It's just that the context, the question that you asked had a very different kind of a response to your
I was trying to point out
reply to the answer. Like, oh, okay, you agree with me here, then that must mean that you agree with me here, which we do. It's just there's this extra context of like you're leaving out.
Yeah, I would like to point out that I believe evolution is a word that was created. It's actually a misnomer. It would be what biologists believe is that it's ancestry. In fact, there's zero evidence for race in biology. I'll drop the link. I have a link from Harvard here and other.
Well, it depends on the context that you're talking about when you say like link to race. Like, it depends on what you're talking about. Race.
Well, there's no race
in one sense is like it was a made up term in, like, I don't know if it was like the 1800s or something, is when race was first used. But if you're talking about just human race, yeah, we're in agreement. There's the human race. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you, Jordan. And thank you, Jessica, for taking the question.
No problem.
Is there, you got some more questions?
Oh yeah, I'll try to pull some up. I'm just going to drop a few links in the chat. I'll provide the Kent Hovind Lies in the Textbook link, and feel free to take a look at it. It's about 2 hours long. It's I think there's about 40 different lies he's going to cover. I tried to do a video.
I do find a lot of things that Kent Hovind says interesting, but pulling him up as a source
it's not a good idea.
Yeah, because he has a lot of questionable stuff going on in his past that opponents of creation will use against.
That's kind of subjective because I think
I wouldn't look. Well, they would go to his credibility. They would lean it towards his credibility.
If you're trying to convince people who are non-believers, then Kent Hovind is not your guy.
That's not true.
He's gonna make the point against you.
That is
that's
not
the problem.
True.
People are trying to character assassinate him. They need to look at the research.
It's not a matter. It's
wait a minute.
It's not up to you, G-Man. This is how other people feel.
Jordan, the questions that I was asking you, Jordan, earlier, when we were going back and forth about evolution, I got those from Ken Hovind. And I have other questions I can ask you.
But if you're going to be using Ken Hovind,
if those questions
as a source,
are so bad, wait a minute. If those questions are so bad, then why was it so difficult for you to answer those questions?
No, the questions themselves wasn't bad, G-Man. It doesn't matter where they came from. They're good questions or bad questions. The thing is, if we're gonna pull up Kent Hovind, which I do find a lot of this stuff interesting and compelling, but the fact that he's had all these other problems that the opponents of our position will use against his credibility.
Oh yeah,
like
don't shoot the messenger.
Wait a minute. Like who?
I'm talking about the opponents of creationism. They will
like who?
If you bring up. Well,
it doesn't matter.
Wait a minute. I watched this man debate
John
3 college
Smith,
professors and destroy them. Are you talking about people who are against him, or are you talking about people who are Christians?
Against him.
People who are against him.
People that are against him. Which one of these opponents destroyed him? I like to know who that person is.
It's not about.
I know you're not going to mention Arnold Raw because Arnold Raw's never won a debate in his life.
We're not. That's not what we're talking
about. I
never
said he got destroyed. Okay, I said that they will not believe him based on his credibility and what.
Then what's wrong with his credibility?
Well, because he's got the things that his wife has been saying. He's got. His wife has been saying. He's been in
what
trouble
has
legally.
Any of that got to do? Because first of all, what his wife's been saying is
it leads towards character.
And I can't wait for her to come into this arena one day.
Come on, man.
It's the same. Okay, it's the same reason you wouldn't.
Let's be honest here, okay? It goes to character.
Yeah, but why are we shooting the messenger? We should be looking at the message.
Wait.
Okay, here. Let me. I can.
Wait. 1 second. Hold on a minute, because this is important. His wife said some things about him doing things with money. What does that got to do with biology?
It doesn't matter that it doesn't have anything to do with biology.
He went to jail for not paying taxes.
And
what
that
does
doesn't
that got to do with biology?
Well, it brings up questions to his credibility.
That's not what it is.
What does that got to do with biology? 10 years in jail over
None
it.
of that stuff
One of
matters.
the things
that's a long time in jail.
Refute that nonsense is Romans 3:23. For all have sinned and has fallen short of the glory of God. If we're going to talk about people's closets, there ain't a person in this room that can claim that they're super duper righteous and super duper right about anything. Not you, Jordan, not Jessica, not me, not Sabella, not Flat Earth, not Vaughn. Nobody can make that claim. Okay. So in order for you to sit there and talk about why we should listen to him as far as his debunking of evolution, you got to talk about his science or his argument.
So what it is.
What he did with his wife or not paying taxes or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I think Jordan is about to give a completely different reason. I'm interested to hear it.
Okay, so what it is that makes it for why people are opposed to people like Ken Hovind is the same thing. It's the same reason that people hate and they won't pay any attention to somebody like Trump, right? Trump grabbing by the P. This.
That T word is not allowed to use on this channel. Don't do it again. Don't use the T word. Don't use the present administration word. Can't do that on here. No.
Okay. Can we use like T's and B's?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, in a sense, what you're kind of pointing to right now kind of furthers my point. Is that like there's people like people hate T and they hate B so much that it doesn't matter how they're doing actually work-wise, what they're actually accomplishing, all this stuff. There's all these scandals and there's all this perception and all this stuff of what it is that people don't like about them. And so then if either T or B gets up and they start talking about something, they're just going to be against it. They're not going to trust them. They're going to be against them.
That is not a good argument. I'm going to tell you why that's not a good argument.
No, what I'm saying, well, what do you think my argument is there?
Hold on a minute. Just because a lot of atheists don't like, and I'm talking about evolutionists who are mostly atheists who don't like Ken Hovind because he destroys evolution. I mean, if you want to keep it real, You can screen share on here like everybody else. Wait a minute, sir. Hold on a minute. You can screen share like everybody else. Show me the debate he's lost debating on evolutionists. I would screen share it right now. Show me the debate he lost. And
show me the debate that T lost. Didn't
no.
And
sir, we're talking about evolution.
Even so, people don't like him.
Wait a minute, sir. You're talking about somebody's reputation about what they do in their personal life, which you don't even got a good argument with that one, because his wife has been lying about a lot of stuff, whether you understand that or not. And then number two, there's a lot of people
been lying about T all the time.
Hold on a minute. So wait a minute. Sir,
what we're talking about is reputation.
Wait a minute,
that's
sir.
The whole point.
We're talking about whether or not these so-called changes over time is scientifically possible. That is the topic. Everything else
that was
distraction. If you're trying to say that this man's personal life will interfere with him going out there doing God's work, then you stand alone on that one, sir. And there is no valid argument on that whatsoever. Because I can bring up Romans 3:23, sir, and there ain't no perfect people out there.
So
all right, I can bring up 1 Corinthians chapter 1, where it says that God uses the wretched, that God uses the things that are base to refute the people that are. I ain't got no issue doing that. So when it's time to talk about Christianity and what we're called to do, you might want to back up on that one, dude, as far as who's qualified to talk about what, because there are no perfect people. So that's number one. And number two, you show me a debate that Ken Hovind lost. I want you to do it, Jordan. And I'm talking about evolution. I could care less about him paying taxes. I could care less about what his goofy looking ex-wife had to say. I want to know what when he lost his evolutionary debate.
Okay. So
it doesn't exist.
To get to that, Eden, I guess John.
Yeah, hi.
You asked a question. You said, why focus on reputation and not the message?
And by the way, Jordan, one more thing. That goes for everybody if we're using reputation. You might want to be careful with that. Right. Remember, if you claim to be an atheist, there are certain beliefs that comes with that.
Right.
Remember that. I can apply that to you like that. Remember that.
Right. So if you have a certain reputation, you're going to be perceived a certain way, right? And people will react to you based off of how they perceive. And so if you end up having a bad negative reputation, then because everybody has their own worldview, everybody views the world through their own tinted lenses, right? And so if they have a worldview where they don't like you because of your reputation, regardless of whatever it is that they have to say, if they're going to come in and try to convince you of something, well, you're already on and they have a bad reputation. Somebody approaches you and they want to convince you of something.
Sir? What is the definition of a bad reputation?
A reputation that is effectively distasteful.
That's not subjective.
I'd say if you say he went to prison, then maybe that's indicative of a bad reputation.
Okay, great. So if somebody's been to prison,
it's a subjective.
Hold on. If somebody's been to prison,
it's a subjective thing.
Has anyone looked into why he went to prison?
So tell me something, Jordan. Do you believe that let's say Charles Darwin has a good reputation, Jordan? Remember, it wasn't me who brought up the reputation. It was you. I'm saying a black man, and I'm asking this for a reason here, okay? Do you believe, and by the way, the Hebrew Israelites, everybody's watching this, remember what he argued. I didn't bring this up. He brought up reputation. Do you believe that Charles Darwin is a good example of somebody who talked about evolution?
He married his first cousin, and he didn't treat his 10 children properly.
But that's not his reputation, though, is
What about the descent of man, sir?
That's not his reputation.
How he treated his children?
The descent of man.
Right. And this stuff at this point in time, that stuff is not, those are more like fun facts. That's not his reputation.
Wow.
What reputation is a living thing.
So let me get this straight
effectively.
Here. You believe at some point the white race will eventually destroy the black race because you're more civilized than black people, right? I don't think you understand what Mr. Darwin said.
What? He didn't say that.
What? And by the way, didn't it fall in Hold on a minute. Charles Darwin historically was a racist.
What was that? I don't even know
that in my sleep, sir. Hold on a minute. From the title of his book on the origin of species to his book on the descent of man, I will actually show you, and I can use Ken Hovind too. That's the funny thing. You told me not to listen to him. Or I can go directly to Mr. Darwin's book himself and show you all the racist statements that he made, that he would be destroyed today if he said today. You don't want to go there, okay? So since reputation goes, we can't listen to Charles Darwin. But you know what? Let's take it a step further.
That's not reputation.
Aaron Raw. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is Aaron Raw, right? Aaron Raw is supposed to be some type of expert on here when it comes to evolution. Yet this dude is never, ever, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this. You can't pull up a debate he's actually won. Not to mention the man has been drunk on multiple occasions.
If you're talking about debates,
not
you're talking about subjectivity.
Like a fool on here. Every time he tried to argue for evolution. Should I pick Thunderfoot? I mean, there's a whole bunch of people here. There's scientist Mel. There's a whole bunch of people. And scientist Sam. There's a whole bunch of people on here who talked about evolution. I can talk about their reputation, and we can see whether or not they're qualified to talk about their field. That is a ridiculous argument. If a person specializes in talking about something, their reputation has jack squat diddly unless it happens in their field to do what they're talking about.
So
all right,
what I'm
I don't
saying
know you
here,
from a can of paint.
Hold on.
What if you got pulled over by a ticket and I found out that you got arrested? Should I stop listening to you about evolution? Listen to the dumb stuff that's coming out of your mouth.
Maybe it might get you to not care about what I have to say. If you found drunk driving so distasteful because you lost a sibling who you were extremely close with, and I got off and I was walking around and you wouldn't want to hear a damn word that I had to say.
Appealing to emotion that does not work on me. And just because this man's reputation
let me make this single.
Let me try to make this for what it is. Just because that man has reputation has been muddied by people that don't like him doesn't mean that people shouldn't listen to him.
I'm not saying
I know what propaganda is, sir. You're not talking to somebody who's uneducated.
I'm not saying
you can
that.
Stop that right now, okay?
How this entire off the rails.
Because you said,
got started.
Because you tried to argue, sir, that his reputation, because people on here don't like him, therefore people shouldn't listen to him.
I'm saying
listen to me.
I'm the one that brought it up.
You're misrepresenting me. Then
somebody else said that, and he was trying to explain his
crucified Jesus,
and he never got
Am I supposed to stop listening to Jesus? They said that Jesus claimed to be this and Jesus claimed to be that, and he was going to do an uproar against the Roman Empire. Should I stop listening to him? Like, are you serious, sir? Come on.
That was never his argument, though.
That's not
his argument is that
don't tell me what my argument is.
You didn't let him
tell you what it is.
He was trying to speak, and you cut in on him quite a few times.
Let me just say it. Let me say it real quick.
For a person to bring up saying, "Oh, his reputation is bad," therefore everything he knows about biology is wrong.
No,
are you serious?
I can save you. We'll save a lot of time, and I'll just make it rather than you try to state it for me. Okay. So what I'm saying is that Kent Hovind is not
I think.
What I'm saying is that Kent Hovind is not a prime source material person to go to when trying to convince somebody, because when you're dealing with people who have a bad reputation and you're trying to convince people with that person who has a bad reputation, naturally the way that people are going to innately react is they're going to say, ooh, that person, I don't like them because of their reputation. Therefore, I'm not even really going to truly consider the things that he has to say. So he may have all of these really good points. He may have there's nothing even for me to lie about. There's nothing. He may have good points. He may have fantastic points. But my whole point is that using him as a point reference isn't good because it reflects poorly on you. So if you're going to be trying to make these cases and doing all this stuff,
your opinion,
and you're using this,
are you serious?
This is like no. What I'm saying, this is like how it. This is how.
First of all, you're committing all kinds of logical fallacies right now. Hold on a minute.
100% of people.
Hold on a minute. Okay. So, ladies and gents, this is what we learned from Joden today. If you don't pay your taxes and you go to jail for a little bit, and if a group of people known as atheists don't like you, then you are probably not the best person to try to refute evolution. It has nothing to do with your degree in biology. It has nothing to do about how you teach it. It has nothing to do with the definitions. It has nothing to do with that. But you better make sure you pay your taxes, and you better make sure those atheists like you, or you will not be qualified to talk about this topic. Let me ask you something, Joden. Should people come to me when it comes to, let's say, talking about atheism and what atheism is all about? And believe you me, I'm not the most liked person on planet Earth when it comes to this topic. Should people come to me, or should they ignore me, Joden?
I think they
or
should go to
let's say
an
William Lane Craig or somebody like that. who has obliterated your arguments time in and time out.
So I think that if you are known for if you are known for being or gain a reputation even for being bad faith or having I don't know misleading or malicious arguments or something like that. That's not the right word, malicious arguments, but if you've got a negative reputation in that kind of a sense, and you're trying to convince somebody else of your position and they are aware of your bad reputation, then you're probably not the right person to try to convince that person.
Did Russia try to use propaganda to try to destroy religion in the Soviet Union, sir? And by the way, I mean atheist Russia. Did they try to use? Hold on a minute. Did they try to use propaganda? And by the way, I got something I want to screen share, so don't lie. Okay, I'm about to go full GTV on your behind in a minute. So, did they use propaganda to try to destroy religion in the Soviet Union? Yes or no?
I have no idea what that has to do with anything that's on topic.
Go look
it up. But I would presume yes.
Go look it up, because the reputation,
yes.
the reputation of religious people would have been destroyed in the Soviet Union at the time because of all of the slander and all of the propaganda that existed there. So according to you, nobody should listen to anybody that was religious at the time during the Soviet Union.
No, I'm not saying whether anybody should or shouldn't. I'm not making an argument of
what
whether
you're saying
should or shouldn't.
Better for you. Should I
what you're
listen
saying
to you
actually
when it comes to
proves his
religion?
point,
Since no
because
Christians out there like atheists. Like
what he's saying is that I think what Joden is saying, that given somebody's reputation, it makes others, society, less likely to listen to them. So when you're talking about propaganda in, what was it, Soviet Russia, the reason they did that is because they're aware of that effect, that if you slander somebody's reputation, other people are less likely to take them seriously. So that's his point, and you're arguing him on it, but you use an example to combat it.
It has nothing to do with the theory of evolution, has nothing to do with whether or not it's valid or invalid, okay?
But it has everything to do with credibility.
Went to jail for not paying taxes. That had nothing to do with the theory of evolution. He's
not a credible person.
So you're saying because this man didn't pay taxes and because his ex-wife is mad she ain't getting no money, that I should stop listening to this man regarding the theory of evolution?
He never said that. He said that of listening to him for those reasons, and that's a fact. People are going to
No. I listen to Dr. Ken Hovind because he does an excellent job going to novices and teaching them how to debunk the theory of evolution. That's why you do. I did earlier in this show when I asked, how do you get new anatomy from random mutations? And you want to know what Mr. Joden did and what you did, Jessica? Nobody was able to answer my questions except to give me examples for microevolution.
But here it looks like you're just looking to argue, right? And I get that.
This is a complete tangent from
to tell somebody because they didn't pay taxes. Therefore,
but nobody made that argument.
Therefore, I should listen to
nobody made that argument apart from David.
That's extremely subjective.
David is the person that made that argument, but you're arguing with Joden.
And you want to know what David? I disagree with David too. If David made the argument, I disagree with him too.
Does anyone here think there was an agenda to muddy or to poison the well of his work?
Ken Hovind? Oh, absolutely. I can prove that in my
probably.
Sleep. He's exposing the New World Order. Of course,
100%.
They want to talk bad to him about like that. Please go look at the prophecy club. Go look at
I would bring up Ken Hovind if I were trying to convince an atheist.
Oh, wait a minute. So who should I listen to then, David?
I might use Ken Hovind's arguments, but I wouldn't bring him.
Wait a minute, David. If I don't use Ken Hovind, who should I use? Oh, now believe me, I'm aware of the other people.
No.
Who
I
didn't
say you couldn't use his arguments. I said if you bring him up.
Ken Hovind is more anointed than I think everybody in this room. But I would like to know. He's more anointed than me because I'm in this room too. But I still want to know. If we don't use Ken Hovind, we use his arguments, but we don't use him. Who in Christianity should we use that does a great job at debunking evolution, Dave?
I know one person.
Oh, no, not you, Flat Earth. You're not making the argument.
Yeah,
they are. So, what Christian should we use?
I don't know.
You should be using
exactly because Joden's agenda here is, don't use smart Christians who actually know how to debunk the theory of evolution because they have a bad reputation amongst non-believers.
I would probably try to
have a bad reputation when it comes to me.
If you want to know who you should be going
wife
for,
ever decides to come in, his ex-wife ever decides to come in this room, unlike these other gullible people on YouTube, I will gladly question her for real on some things because she did it. I made a video talking about how she was unbiblical about how she went about doing her thing. I can prove that she is being anti-Christ about what she's doing and why she's doing it. She's doing it not to glorify God, not to expose Ken Hovind, but to glorify Satan. And I can prove that in my sleep. And if she ever comes in this room, I'll prove it.
She was on Brett King's live stream saying a bunch of stuff about her husband, and Brett King seemed to be like he was all on her side and stuff.
Okay, if you guys
exactly,
if you want
Isabella Ken Ham, there's what's the other guy? I think
Dr. James Tor.
There's Keith Truth, I think his name is. I Keith Thompson, I think. There's a whole bunch of people on here who are qualified. True empiricism would absolutely annihilate you, Jordan, if he was in here. Okay, and then there's Nephilim Free. He would annihilate you if he was in here. I'm a novice, and
I don't even know what he would even attempt to annihilate me on. But if you want, if you wanted somebody,
you have a faith, a religious faith on top of that macroevolution is true, and you have no scientific data to back up that you can get new anatomy from random mutations. And I had to educate you on what a mutation was.
It's like you take stuff and then you take a true belief of mine and then a false belief and you mix them together.
With experience in doing this, and you clearly don't have that.
I have lots of experience doing this. I'm
triggered about this because I am sick and I'm tired of people talking about Dr. Ken Hovind and saying that this man's reputation destroyed. Therefore, people shouldn't listen to him. I can apply that to anybody I want on YouTube in the very same way. You're an atheist. You don't even know what atheists actually stand for with certain things. You talked about race.
I don't know that I'm an atheist necessarily. Jessica, you asked me.
Yeah, because you were saying that Jordan Peterson would be a better example to listen to.
Yeah. I think that if you actually wanted to take somebody who's like a good, serious, well-respected,
remember that now. Good reputation.
who has a amongst people who are
secular.
Yeah, secular.
By the way, guys, if you don't know who Ken Hovind is, I got a video I want you guys to see. You're gonna see why he don't like Ken Hovind.
I know who he is.
Destroyed 3 college professors by himself.
That's not
good enough.
Okay,
for you to listen to him.
So he's a good because I a long time ago I would consider.
I should invite Ken in here right now. You know what? I'll go get Ken Hovind right now, and then I'll let everybody see in real time right now.
Let's follow this conversation. Nonsense. I want to try to keep following this conversation. So because I wasn't always like, or I guess I'm saying, a while ago I was an atheist. Like I would regard myself as an atheist. I don't necessarily regard myself that way anymore. I credit more or less Jordan Peterson for kind of cracking open that door. I don't know how far that necessarily extends in my beliefs, but I think that he managed to he's able to kind of put things together in a way that people can kind of make sense out of, and they can probably more or less interpret it however they want.
Sir, all I want to know is this.
So if you wanted a Christian to come up and talk, like that's who you should be going for.
My taxes, and I went to jail for 10 years. And let's say, for example, I had an ex-wife that was on here, bad mouthing me on here amongst non-believers. What does that got to do with my knowledge about biology? It doesn't have anything to do with my knowledge of biology. And
we have to divorce things.
Hold on a minute. And I should be able to come on social media, talk about my knowledge of biology, and you should actually argue based on what he's saying about biology. The very fact, sir, that you got to go to him paying taxes and talk about his ex-wife shows that you can't deal with it.
I don't know any of this.
He's more likely to be dishonest about what he says, G-Man.
Yeah.
It's
a trust thing.
No.
It's a trust thing.
I ask the question that Ken Hovind asks all the time. How do you get new information from random mutations? And you know what answer I get?
I'm not saying he
I already told you. When DNA is given from, mother and father, whatever it may be, there is duplicate DNA. It's stored in the DNA system, and there becomes a use for it, and that's how our DNA changes, and we get new DNA. I explained that earlier.
Jordan, what's the definition of evolution?
I explained that to you earlier, but you're saying we didn't explain it. We did explain it. You just didn't want to hear it.
What's the definition of evolution?
The change in either, say, an animal, human, or structure over time, I'd say.
Okay. Is that true for abiogenesis?
I don't know what agenobiosis is.
Abiogenesis is life coming from non-life. Is the proverbial soup that Urey and Miller did an experiment on and claimed that the first living organism came out of it. And I know more about this than I think you, Jordan. So I want to know this. What is the
this
definition
essentially the Big Bang Theory?
Abiogenesis.
Is this the Big Bang Theory, essentially?
No, that's not the big.
So
no?
abiogenesis is
that's solar planetary evolution. That's not a Big Bang.
So abiogenesis is basically where it's kind of like G-Man said, the primordial soup kind of a thing, and it's where whatever the ingredients are that enables life to make at the most uncomplex level come together, creates life, and then
by faith,
and then it can. Well, I'm just saying what abiogenesis is for the most part, and then it's able to procreate on its own and create from itself.
What was the environment like?
Okay.
What was the environment like? Let me help you out here. I don't know, because that's what you got to say. You wasn't there. You don't know.
I think it's inconsequential of what the environment was like when we're just talking about what abiogenesis is, just the concept of it.
Okay, so abiogenesis never happened. Urey and Miller.
Who knows?
Urey,
You don't know. I don't know.
I know that an intelligent designer had to put us on this planet.
Well, that's something that you don't know. That's a positive claim that I don't know that you can take. That's a positive claim that I don't think that you can really back up, right? Like.
No, I can back it up because you're talking to somebody who's experienced.
This is how you
crazy right now.
Determine that God. This is how you view God as being the one that created everything, right? God's just.
I view God as a lot of things, but in this case, I'm viewing him.
Boom, life is there. Boom, everything is as it was.
Well, if you read the Bible, Genesis 2, it tells you
that your theory.
Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? Show me the moment. Show me the moment.
Wait a minute. Are you asking me?
The things are firing off.
Asking me for
Steve,
evidence
this is what they do. They're always asking for whenever they
I have evidence.
Things,
let me answer the question.
Run away.
I have evidence. No.
Let me answer the question. You're not talking to Veckel. So let me answer your question since you have zero experience talking to me whatsoever, sir. So first and foremost, I know this. I know that if I look at my mother, I came from my mother. My mother is an intelligent agent. Guess what? She came from her mother. That's an intelligent agent. And then that person came from their mother. That's an intelligent agent. You know what I've never seen before? I've never seen a life form, a human being, come from something that is not alive. You know what? I've never seen an ape-like creature come from something that's not alive. But you want to know something else? I've never seen a fishy creature come from something that's not alive. But I am aware of the Avery Miller experiment where they claimed that they got a certain amount of amino acids together and actually almost had enough to create a protein. And you want to know what? It failed because they wasn't able to do it. And you want to know something else too? If you go to Big Think, if you go to any one of these sites that talk about the theory of abiogenesis, all of them are going to tell you, sir, every last one of them are going to tell you they have no idea what the environment is. But we think it was an oxygenless environment, and the chemicals in the water was just at a certain temperature, and then its first living cell came. And then we know for a fact that it survived, and it became a multicellular organization. A multicellular organism. I know full well what it is that you believe about this, sir, and I know how to debunk it as well. The reason why I know that God exists is because I know that life comes from life. Okay? Morality proves that God exists. I can use you to prove that God exists. You pick your poison, and I'll show you.
That's how you base it all off of. Is it life?
No. I'm just giving you a summary, sir. Where's your argument that life comes from non-life? You think you came from a rock? How did that happen, sir?
I came from a rock?
Yeah. Where did the first living organism come from, sir?
I had no idea it came from.
Where did the first living organism come from?
Yeah. Do you think there was a
Where
first
did God
male or
come from?
female?
I mean, it's like these are questions that you can't really have an answer for. Like you're asking questions that you can't have an answer for.
Our children are forced to go to school, and they're forced to learn that this complex soup. And by the way, if you deny this, I'll just
God never had a beginning. God has always been.
You said
he doesn't have a beginning and he doesn't have an end.
Prove it.
You said before that you said life comes from life, and
I want to hear what she says.
Press that information in unrighteousness.
You said life comes from.
Don't even
You
try
said
that.
life comes from life, and you come from your mother and your grandmother and so on and so forth. But you haven't seen your great grandmother, have you?
No, I haven't. But I know I have a great grandmother because
how
I can
do you know
do
that?
I'm sorry. How do I know that?
Yes.
You want to know how I know I have a great grandmother?
Yes. I'm being silly here. I'm being silly here, but indulge me.
It's called
Indulge
DNA test. But
Indulge me. How do you know? Like I said, I'm being silly, but indulge it. How do you know that you came from your great
Ma'am, it's a family tree. How do you know that you're related to a
okay,
frog, a cold-blooded animal?
so you know that you came.
How do you know that you're related to
Answer the
poison
question.
Answer the question
instead of
how do
you
you
know
know
that you came? Hang on. You know that you came from your great grandmother because it's documented in history.
I eat my cousin right now. Right here.
You choose to believe certain things that are documented in history, but you don't want to believe other things. So you're being disingenuous. You pick
I'm
and
not
choose.
being disingenuous.
When we said earlier on,
because
when
I
we
can
said
actually prove
earlier
via
on
a family tree
that
a human being
when we
comes from
said
another human
earlier
being.
on that certain
What
things are
nobody can actually do, ladies and gents,
you said
is
not
actually
we
show
can't
me that I came from a rock, and that is what they believe. They believe that our common ancestor is a
when
rock.
the argument was made earlier that we know things because it's been documented in history, you said no because we cannot see it. You did not see your great grandmother, sir, but you still know that she exists, and you use a logical conclusion to say that you came from her. When we made the logical
Hold on a minute. You're not being fair here. You want to know why you're not being fair? Because my position is faith. Your position is on scientific evidence, which deals with observation and experimentation, and you ain't got no observation or no experimentation.
You do because it's documented. You are related to just like your great grandmother is documented. We're both
having more faith on something better.
You came from an intelligent designer. You came from your mama. You came from Almighty God. You did not come from popcorn. You did not come from pizza. You did not come from tomatoes. You ain't come from no zebra, and you certainly don't share no common ancestor with a fake Neanderthal that never existed. All right.
So we all operate on faith, right? Whether you're an
operating
atheist,
on faith. You're operating on science, according to you.
No.
Science doesn't involve faith.
No,
it
does.
Faith?
It does.
It does. Faith
definitely
and
involves faith. It absolutely involves faith.
I got it recorded. Yes.
Yeah. Well,
I got it recorded.
It's not the most shocking news in the world.
If you guys believe on science by faith, it has nothing to do with observation or experimentation.
That's part of that.
You heard it come right out of his mouth.
It has to do with all of that stuff. Like there's faith, but you have to have faith that the observations, that the things that you're seeing are the actual results. And as we can tell,
how is it science?
I'm explaining it right now. And as we can tell through science, because all that science really is it's a process. It's basically checking and rechecking your work indefinitely to see if anything changes.
Okay, you guys remember this here now, right? Earlier, this was scientific proof, because what they're going to argue is that they got the fossil record, they have transitional fossils, but now we can ignore all of this now because now
this is just
and
like
since it's faith, sir, we got to take the next rational.
Nobody used loose
enough. You, sir,
taking
believe in a religion called evolution, and guess who else teaches that? Since you agree with,
I don't think it's a religion.
Dr. Kent Hovind calls
just
evolution a religion.
I don't know how
Thank
evolution.
You for agreeing with him.
What is the religion?
And I'm going to show everybody. I'm going to screen share how he argues that evolution is a religion. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen.
What is evolution?
I'm going to show everybody this.
Yeah. Okay. So what does evolution dictate that makes it a religion? What are the tenets of evolution? You just said that it's a faith.
You just said it's a faith.
No, you said that it was a religion.
No, he just got finished saying this is a faith. It's not science. And I'm going to show everybody what I'm talking about.
You said
Dr. Hovind is such a bad example to use. Hold on a minute.
You said that it was Bravo.
Hold not a faith. It's not a belief. It is an evolution. It is a process, a scientific process by
that's science.
That's been exposed.
Science is a process,
better or worse.
But that's been exposed as lies.
Everything. Okay, so science is a process. It's just a method of how we can figure out what's true.
It's faith.
As close as we can come to
real
what's
quick,
the truth.
Evolution
we have
you messed up, sir. Sir, you are going to be on the billboard for saying that. Like, I'm glad you agree with me. Wait till you see how many atheists come in this room and disagree with you in the future. Because I'm going to say, wait a minute.
I don't think anybody would come in and disagree.
You're making an argument that nobody made you, man.
Hallelujah.
You're
And you
claiming
keep
victory
on
for
doing
something
it.
that's not
Children.
You're not
being
listening to anybody. You jump in. Nobody can finish their sentence.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And I'm
And
going to
then
have
you
Ken Hovind say the
completely
same thing in a
twist
minute.
what
Hold on a
Ken
minute.
said.
She can't even finish her sentence.
Right.
Children.
How many red
we have a
flags is it
question
going
in
to
the
take
chat.
before you guys start to see that your belief system is built on lies? Have you heard about what Michio Kaku said about the Big Bang Theory and how it's off by a factor of 1 to 120, which is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science?
I personally don't believe in the Big Bang Theory. Personally, I don't.
Children, we have a question.
Okay, I got a screen share here for everybody. I was not making this up. I want everybody to take a look at this. With the help of Jordan, we have found out that answers in Genesis, and Dr. Ken Hovind knows exactly what they're talking about. Jordan, you got to listen to this now, because according to you, dude, it's faith, right? So let's get this here real quick. You're going to learn, sir, how not to make these fallacious arguments in my room.
Probably
so
arguments that I'm not making.
Hilton, all right, so check this out here.
How long
everybody
is
take a look.
this?
Evolution is not a science. Okay, evolution is religion, not science, okay?
Evolution is a religion, not science. First, we need to define a couple of words. What is a religion? The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines religion as a cause, principle, or system of beliefs held to with ardor and faith.
And faith?
They define faith as a firm belief in something for which there is no proof. What is science? Science is a systematic knowledge of the physical or material world gained through observation and experimentation.
That's incorrect.
Note the words observation and experimentation. Evolution does not fit into the category of science,
not knowledge.
as there has been no observation or experimentation of evolution taking place. However, evolution does fit nicely into the definition of a religion. Evolution is a system of beliefs for which there is no proof. What is evolution? If someone asks you if you believe in evolution, ask them what they mean. There are 6 meanings to the word. Which one are they talking about? Are they talking about cosmic evolution, which is the origin of time, space, and matter with the Big Bang? Nothing exploded and created everything. That's not science. How about chemical evolution? According to the Big Bang theory, the Big Bang produced hydrogen and helium. So how do we get all these other elements? You expect me to believe that uranium evolved from hydrogen?
I feel like none of this is applicable to what I was talking about.
It's not. It's
no. Keep listening. Y'all need to learn.
Also,
I don't need to learn.
Let him finish.
This guy talks way too slow.
Let him finish.
To make the stars. Which one?
How much more time till he finishes? Like 5 minutes.
Stellar and planetary evolution. How did the stars form? Did you know that no one has ever seen a star form? Scientists don't even have a clue how a star could form. Sometimes they see a spot in the sky getting brighter and say they saw a star form.
So can we actually have a conversation?
Let it finish.
Skip to a better part then, because this is just non-applicable.
There's no point to this propaganda.
You know what? You scaredy cats, I'll put y'all in the background until I actually let my audience see this, because y'all scared. You know what I mean? And you want to know what? Stop being so scared. Let's educate the people out there and let them actually learn, okay, about this topic, okay? So let me continue to play this, because you said it's a faith, and I like to let them know what you mean by that.
You see stars blow up, creating a nova or a supernova. We see this happen, but we never see one form. And yet, it has been estimated that there are enough stars out there that every single person on Earth could personally own 11 trillion stars to themselves. These are only the stars that we know about. There could be many more. Next is organic evolution. Life has to get started from non-life. No one has a clue how this could happen. They've tried in the past to create life in the laboratory. they failed. Even if they did create life in the laboratory, it would only have proved that it takes intelligence to create life.
That's right.
This will not prove evolution.
That's right.
Next is macroevolution. This is where an animal changes from one kind into another. Did you know that nobody has ever seen a dog produce a non-dog? Never. You may get a big dog or a little dog, but you are going to get a dog every time. It could be that the dog, the wolf, and the coyote had a common ancestor. They probably did.
A dog.
But you ought to be able to look at them and tell that they are the same kind of animal. The Bible is very clear about this and says that the animals will bring forth after their kind. Well, Charles Darwin wrote a book called The Origin of Species. A dog and a wolf are the same kind of animal, but they are different species. He fooled everyone by changing the word from kind to species. Lastly, there's what is called microevolution. This one actually happens. This is variation within the kinds. Animals can produce a whole variety of offspring. Long-haired, short-haired, long-legged, short-legged. This happens. However, the first 5 meanings of the word evolution are not science at all. These are religious views. We have never observed any of them. So if you want to win the debate on evolution, simply define what you are talking about. You will find that all they ever give are examples of number 6.
That's right.
Which there's no argument about it. It happens. But then they imply that this is somehow magically evidence for the other 5. And it is not. The news media tries to make it look like it is science versus religion. No, it is not. These are 2 religions. Both creation and evolution are religious. You have to believe in one or the other. Anyone who is teaching this evolution theory to children as a fact had better read what Jesus said about this. Jesus said, "But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea." Evolution is not a fact and calls for faith in many things that have never been observed, such as life coming from non-life, matter creating itself, and animals producing different kinds of animals. None of these things have ever been observed. Therefore, evolution is a religion, not science.
Now, earlier, ladies and gents, you heard about how much Kent Hovind should not be listened to and Answers in Genesis should not be listened. But you want to know what? As you can see, this man just got finished saying that evolution is a faith. So, Joden, I'd like to thank you for coming on the channel and letting everybody know why evolution is a religion. And you brought back an oldie but a goodie. I wish Vecca was here because Vecca will be getting to laugh on pretty hard
so
right
it's
now.
Not a religion.
It's a religion.
So while it's based on while it has faith that's involved, having faith does not necessarily mean that it's therefore a religion. Evolution is not a religion.
Blind faith it is, because you can't even explain to me scientifically how you get new anatomy from random mutations.
But
we're mutations are mistakes.
The point.
They're mistakes.
Okay. In order to be a religion, you have to have tenets. You have to have, these are guiding principles. You have to have, this is how you have to live your life. You have to do this. That's
dogma, maybe?
Dogma.
The dogma?
Yeah, you have
dogma?
to have some,
and you have to have faith, blind faith? And I believe that's what you have, blind faith.
You
and
have
dogma.
to have certain things that are pointing towards certain things, which is largely some. In order for it to largely be a religion, it has to be something that is exterior, outside of themselves for the most part, and you believe in this thing, and that thing offers you guidance of how
evolution
it is
a bedtime story for adults.
Evolution doesn't really tell anybody.
Experimentation that we share a common ancestor with a Neanderthal, an ape.
it doesn't
or anything
tell
like that.
It doesn't tell anybody how to live their life or what they should or should not.
You can't use any of those things to prove it. If you could, you would have done it already. You can't.
That's why it's not a religion, because it doesn't tell anybody what should or shouldn't.
No, sir. No.
Yeah.
You, sir, came from an intelligent designer. The reason why human
cult
beings
is the same thing as a religion, just
so
fewer
closely
people.
related to these animals is because our common designer used the same stuff to make us. For example, we both have mouths. That's how a lot of us eat. Not all organisms, but most organisms will eat through their mouth. Some of them uses their skin apparently to absorb it in different ways. We breathe through our nose, human beings, but other animals or other creatures breathe through their gills. We're all different, okay? But that's because we came from a common designer, not from random changes that happen over a long period of time that no scientist can prove that is scientifically possible. Now, you said that Dr. Ken Hovind was not a good source to listen to. That's Dr. Ken Hovind over there. That's number one. And then number two, and this is really important, sir. He said that a lot of you like to use the definition for microevolution to try to prove your evolutionary claims for the other five. And it's true because you tried doing that this entire stream.
I don't think that I tried for all five. I don't even remember all
what he's
five.
saying is wrong, yet he is not even here and he's destroying you. What are you talking about?
He's not. He's not destroying anything.
Oh, yes, he is.
Because
I'm to me using science.
He's destroyed himself because
I'm related to a
he destroyed
monkey.
himself. Okay, he destroyed
I
himself
think if Jordan
because
is calling G-Man a monkey, that's very racist.
He's not calling me a monkey. He's saying that I'm related to one. How do you know that, Bravo?
What I'm
how
saying.
do you know that, Jordan? How do you know that, Jessica? And how do you know anybody else in here believes that?
I did not hear anyone here say that you came from a monkey. I mean,
no, I didn't say that I came from a monkey. You say I'm related to one. That's what evolutionists believe.
According to Vaughn, it's saying that you
are. I
are.
don't know because I didn't hear the whole thing. I didn't
How
even hear
am
you
I
ask
related?
him.
Okay, let's get rid of monkey.
I didn't even hear you
How
ask
am I
him
related
if he
to a
was a
coconut?
complete evolutionist.
How am I related
when
to a
he
coconut?
tried to get into his actual specific beliefs, he was cut off. And like respectfully, you keep cutting people off.
No, I'm
and
not.
No, one
no, I'm
really
not.
Get out what they're
This
saying.
man came into this room, and you know what? This is the debate arena. This man said, and I quote, he said, well, I don't think Dr. Ken Hovind was the best person to use. Tried to talk about reputation and whatnot. And I just showed you a Dr. Ken Hovind argument, one of a billion I can show you right now.
Maybe.
That was just advice.
That's a suggestion.
I want to know how I'm related to a coconut.
You
That's
could
what I
put
want
a
to know.
timer on and maybe say one person can speak for 2 minutes, the other person replies 2 minutes,
Listen
and
to
that
me.
way
I'm done speaking. Now it's time for you guys to prove me right. I want you to explain to everybody, Jordan, how evolution is based in not scientific observation or experimentation.
Yeah,
we can't do it because people can't speak. If I go to start explaining something, you're going to jump in and cut me off.
I'm going to mute my microphone. No excuses. I'll remove myself too. No excuses.
Okay, so then let's do it. Let's ask the question. What is the question? And let's have
a question.
A nice discussion.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Jessica and Jordan and Nick. What do you think was first, male or female of the human race?
Wait a minute. He said that he was going to answer my question. And
what's your question?
Okay,
we'll answer your question. Give us your question first. We just want to answer questions. That's all I want to do.
So answer it, Jordan. Go ahead.
What's the question that you want to ask?
Go ahead.
I came back because
prove even more how evolution is a religion. Come on,
for me to deal with. So
can you repeat the question?
Yeah. What's the question?
The question is why is evolution not a religion after this man just got finished saying that it's a faith?
Okay. So the reason that evolution is not a religion is because it doesn't teach anything about how to live your life, what you're supposed to do, anything extra. It doesn't teach anything like that. There is no dogma. There's no, 10 commandments. There's no written information that's like, oh, here's how you live your life using evolution. Here's the tenets. So that's why it's not a religion. It does have a level of faith because at least for the way that I view things, everything is effectively foundation on faith because we have to have faith, which is another way to say trust, that our eyes are seeing what we're seeing, our brains are comprehending what we're comprehending. And So
Yeah, but
that's
people
and
treat-
so when we're processing the
teaches you how to
information,
live. Religions. Hold on a minute. Religions teaches you how to live, and if it's not teaching you how to live, therefore it's not a religion.
No,
what's I mean to probably
you know
that
anything about
sounds
religion,
about
sir?
right. That
Do you know
sounds
anything
right.
about religion?
Humans can turn
Yeah, of course.
anything into a religion.
Yeah, of course. I know lots
Atheists have
about
turned
religion.
atheism into a religion.
What's a religion where they
people out
don't
there called
teach you
Levian
anything on
Satanists
how to
who happen
live
to
your
be
life?
atheists who practice a religion, and they
Is there
would
a
disagree with
single
you.
is there a single religion out there that does not teach people how to live their life?
Let me ask you this.
How to live your life.
I'll ask you this. I'll ask you this in direct opposition to what you just asked me.
So instead of answering my question,
are you talking about philosophically?
I'm just asking if there is a religion.
Tell me
that
something.
Does
Do
not,
evolutionists teach? Hold on a minute. Do evolutionists teach survival of the fittest, sir?
No, they do not teach
they
survival
don't.
of the fittest.
Oh my God! Yo,
Well,
you got to keep coming to
provide
my
more
room.
context.
I got another video I want to show everybody.
Give me more
evolutionists
context.
don't teach survival of the fittest.
Can you
as
give
a
me more
philosophy.
context and clarify your question? Because I may not have answered it. I may not have answered it.
You know, you might want to go read The Descent of
That's
Man.
a
You
specific
really might want to
branch
go
of
look at
evolution.
that book, sir. You really might want to
That
take a look
is-
at that book.
Can you clarify your question?
Okay, so you're telling me
And
the evolutionists
it's also
and that
not
they don't go to
survival
these
of the
schools
fittest. It's
teaching us
survival
that
of the
only
most
the strong
adaptable.
survive. Are you serious,
It's
sir?
survival.
So okay. So to answer your question clearly, wait, hold on, Bravo.
No. I'm gonna finish my statement. If
You
there's
are
never
audience,
survival
you're
of the
butting
fittest,
into-
it's
you're
survival of
interrupting
the
in the
most
middle of a
adaptable.
We know that they
conversation.
teach that only
I
the strong
think probably the
They
question
do
was
not
to
mean
Joden,
right
so
makes
probably
right.
let
It's
Joden
about
go, and then
survival of
Bravo.
the most adaptable. You don't have to
Okay.
be the biggest or the strongest. You just have to be the one that survives. It has nothing to do with might makes right.
Okay, maybe
I'm not talking about might makes
Okay.
right. I'm talking about he said that a religion teaches you how to live, right? And I know that evolutionists teach that only the strong survive.
No. Okay.
Yes, they do.
So when you say like the evolution or evolutionists teach, right? What we're not, I mean, there's a level of truth to it in the sense of evolution. There is information out there, and there are courses, and there are teachers who teach evolution. There are those kinds of people, but that's not the angle that I'm talking at.
Guys lying again.
It
Anyway, go ahead.
provides no mantra
It's-
upon which you should live your life, and there is no
Yeah.
God, no superpower, no deity.
So tell me something.
There's
sir.
nothing of that sort,
Sir,
right?
Sir. There are not a group of people out there teaching that there's one group of people more superior than another. Those people,
People
don't
are
exist, right?
teaching.
I
Evolution
don't know.
teaches
Let's say,
that these
Biology
things
does not
happen.
teach
The
that.
Nazis never taught. Hold on a minute. They were evolutionists. So you telling me that the Nazis never taught that one group of people was superior than the other ones?
Biology
Dude,
does not
That's
teach
a
that.
little bit
not
better at it, okay?
evolution. That's
Then
not
the
that's
slave
not like the
owners,
teachings
during
of
the
evolution.
transatlantic slave trade, taught that the people who owned slaves back then were superior to people who were slaves.
That's
not
not biology.
that's not evolution's teaching.
So there is a philosophy of evolution.
That's
that's taught.
tribalism.
By the way, for
That's
the people
tribalism.
that don't know what I'm talking about, go to the library tomorrow, get a book written by Charles Darwin called The Descent of Man. Go look at that, and you'll see precisely what I'm talking about, because I'm about to find his quotes and show you directly what the man said himself.
There's
Stop
a
lying,
huge
they do have
difference.
a philosophy of evolution that they teach. Stop
And
it.
look what
That's
it
not-
led
There's a
to.
difference between I just lost my train of thought. Sometimes it's very frustrating to try to sneak in something that you want to say.
It's hard. That's why I try to bring some order to it, and maybe
Yeah.
I think a timer would be good. So it's like 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes for each person, and everyone else has to keep quiet.
Not that you have to stick to 2 minutes, but like
I'm gonna save you some time, Jordan. I'm gonna save you some time here. Okay. Now go ahead and tell me how there's no philosophy of evolution, sir. Go ahead.
Well, there is no mantra.
it depends on what you mean by philosophy. The context of what you're speaking in is very
No, it
differently
isn't. I can
is
show
very
you what
different
Darwin
from the
himself said. I'm gonna
context
do that
of
next.
this.
I'm gonna do
Yeah,
that
the
next.
philosophy of
is
evolution.
defined as the study or basically the pursuit of wisdom. So
I mean, are
Okay.
they?
I'm not stupid, sir. This is not my first rodeo, and I know that evolutionists have a philosophy of evolution. All right.
I mean,
Some
you
of
can
the
have a
most wickedest
philosophy
people that
of
ever
it.
existed
I
feel like
had a
suppose.
Roden is
philosophy
a
of
leftist
evolution.
who's trying to talk down to G-Man just because G-Man's not white. I really honestly feel like that.
I don't believe you can play the race card.
Like an hour.
I'm black too, and Jordan has been nothing but respectful to me. So don't play the
I'm not talking about that. I'm not trying to bring up no race card or nothing
No,
like that.
Bravo is.
Bravo. I'm not trying to bring up no race card. What I'm saying is I think that Jordan is being deliberately dishonest by trying to argue that evolutionists don't teach a philosophy of evolution. Now, Jordan, we both know that they do that. Okay.
I mean, if you work the words and you use like titles of books that other people have kind of just written.
How about direct quotes?
But like, what is something what is a directive that the evolution teaches people to do? Like, hey, if you want to live your life right,
only the strong
following
survive.
evolution, this
Only
is
the
what you
strong
need
survive.
to do.
That there
And
is
there's no creator.
Okay, and so what does that mean?
That is more superior than everyone else.
Okay,
Charles Darwin
what does
said
that
that
mean?
at one point in history that the more civilized races will destroy the more barbaric races. And I'm gonna get the quote and I'm gonna show you where he said it. And if I have to, I'll show you the whole thing.
So you're saying that there are people who have used evolution.
You don't want to go there with me. Come on,
Jeffrey Dahmer.
So you're saying that there are people who use the knowledge of evolution to be supremacists and then go out.
No, I'm saying that evolutionists have a philosophy. It's not just a science in them, but for many of them, it is a philosophy, sir. You tried to argue that religious people teach you how to live. If you think I can't go to channel after channel after channel after channel after channel, and I've been doing this for a while, I can show you how many of them like to talk about morality and how you're supposed to live.
With what? Evolution?
You pick the atheist, Matt Dillahunty,
Aaron
Raw,
evolution and atheism are two different things.
Well, Matt Dillahunty does it too. He loves to talk about, well, this is good and this is bad and this is good and this is bad and you shouldn't do this and you should do that.
I can get with you in that nature basically tells us that the fit survive, or even like Bravo said it, the more adaptable you are, the more likely you are to survive.
Yeah.
Now, if evolutionists were giving some sort of mantra on how to live your life to make that possible, I could understand how you'd compare it to a religion.
Yeah.
There is no mantra. It's simple biology. That's biology. It's not a mantra. It's not them giving you 10 commandments or anything like that. Okay.
Yeah, they're not saying like, hey, you're the biggest kid in the school, so go out and beat up.
Okay, how about a direct quote from Charles Darwin himself? So let's go to it here real quick, so that everybody can see what I'm talking about here. All right. I want everybody to be careful with Charles Darwin himself, so everybody can see what I'm talking about here. And then I want you to think about people historically who believe in evolution and see if they have the same philosophy. This is the quote right here, and I can't make it no bigger, unfortunately. But it says, at some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace throughout the world the savage races. At the same time, the anthropomorphous apes, as Professor, I can't say his name, has remarked, will no doubt be exterminated. Okay, the break will then be rendered wider, for it will be intervened between man and a more civilized state, as we may hope. The Caucasian, and some ape as low as the baboon, instead of at the least between the Negro and the Australian and the gorilla. Charles Darwin, The Descent of Man. And Darwin, this is by far not the only quote that this.
I don't get the point that you're making.
Got on here and said.
It seems like we're jumping, but what's your point?
Yeah. My point is that evolutionists teach people how to live. This man said that religions, that evolution can't be a religion because it doesn't teach you how to live, when in fact there is a philosophy that evolution is used on how they actually live. I'm not saying that everybody agrees with Charles Darwin. Let me say this again. I am not saying that everybody believes what Charles Darwin says about that, but they do have a philosophy on how they should live their life according to the theory of evolution. That's why when he said, that that when this inexperienced debater right here, that's what he is. I am not putting him in the same category as other experienced debaters.
What is it that evolution is
teaching? Because it does teach you how to live. You made a huge mistake, sir, because evolutionists do teach you how to live. Stop it.
What are they teaching to teach people how to live?
One of my personal favorites is that you can't be a creationist, because if you do, then you're a creatard.
That's not teaching somebody how to live. That's not that. Well, God, I mean, God says, you can only believe in me. That's
I'm not saying everybody believes that. Stop lying.
What is the thing that they're teaching, like how to live, like
that? I mean, there's no
how to live like
they don't even. I don't even think it says like don't
how to live like a secular person. That's why they don't want God in schools, and they don't want prayer in schools or in government or in our society altogether.
No, I mean, it doesn't. No judgment.
It doesn't say either to or not to murder people. Like evolution doesn't. It doesn't have any concept like that. It's not. It doesn't,
biological evolution or the philosophy of evolution.
Either one.
Biological evolution doesn't say nothing about morality. That's why I don't listen to them when they have this to talk about morality.
And so, what is the philosophy?
The philosophy of evolution does teach people, and we see it practiced in our society.
And how does it come out? Like when people are,
it comes out with a superiority complex. When you got a group of people out there that believe that they're superior than other people,
but they're not believing that they're superior, like necessarily because of evolution.
Know how
and evolution is not teaching them, hey,
religion has rules, it has regulations, it has dogmas, you know what I mean? And so do evolutionists. They have their dogmas. You have to be this way, you have to believe this in order yes, you do, sir.
Yeah, well, but evolution doesn't have it.
People are going to use whatever they have to, belief, ideology, etc., to feel that they're superior to people that are different from them. That's what they're going to do. Whether it's atheism or Christianity or Darwinism or whatever the heck it is, if they feel like they want to try to be superior to someone, they're going to use it and twist it into what they want it to be so they can use it as a justification to abuse people. That is what most evolutionists, eugenicists have done. They've gone, oh, Darwin is survival of the fittest. That means because we're big and strong and we're whatever, that means we have the right to beat down on those who are different from us. That is what they've done. And a lot of times atheists
I want you to remember that.
That was all happening long before evolution came into play.
I want you to remember what you just said the next time you try to say that all these people in the name of Jesus killed a bunch of other people. And
yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes,
the same thing can be said. The same thing can be said about those people.
Millions of years, Davey.
They used religion falsely.
Davey, they can use religion
or
atheism.
But a lot of times atheists will try to claim.
This paper is yellow. That means I need to go blank so and so.
So don't ever try to use that. Don't ever try to use that.
Because that's the nature of human mental retardation. That's
because it's tribalism. It's not religion. It's not evolutionism. It's tribalism.
Then your side can't use that. Your side can't use that then against us. When you do it all the time.
Tribalism?
You say a bunch of Christians murdered a bunch of other people during the Spanish Inquisition and others.
I'm not an atheist, Davey. I'm a Gnostic.
People are people, right? So you're gonna see elements of human nature, and I don't think that should be used against religion. Put this way, I grew up going to church a lot. I grew up in a very religious household. My auntie
actually disrespectful online right now. Bravo.
My auntie started a church, and it was basically a scam to get money, right? Mm-hmm. I don't hold that against the religion. I see that as a trait of people, of humans. That's not something for me to use against the religion. So I think we have to be careful when we're trying to associate evolutionism with tribalism or racism. That all stems from tribalism. I don't think
I agree with that, but I think that the point needed to be made. So
And you're trying to shock everyone the way you look right now.
No, I'm not shocking everybody.
Emo Howland will
went
one better. Emo
because
Howland
I
will
was
already
invited
went
by
one
other
better than
people.
you.
They said, "Hey, G-Man's chat is still on. We want you to come in here." And I was like, "Okay." And I just decided not to put on a shirt. Davey, if you're having
once
feelings
you be
because you're
respectful to people,
that's for you to deal with on your own in the
If I
private.
was on the other side, if somebody asked me, do people practice a philosophy of evolution? I would have brought up the descent of man. I would have brought up people in the past who did it. And then I would have said, you can't put everybody in the same category. That would have been my argument. But I would have never denied that people don't practice a philosophy of evolution, because they do. There are people out there who do it. Not everybody, but there are people who do.
Do you think people following those let's say those thoughts that were put out by Charles Darwin, do you know anyone that follows that today?
Well,
because I sure don't.
Well, now the KKK and maybe a couple of other people, like extremist groups.
That's all that stuff is.
As a matter of fact, they're not going to like this. They're not going to like
evolutionary thing.
But some people are ignorant about it, and they're going to be mad at me in a minute. But they're going to have to be mad. The Hebrew Israelites do it, and they don't even know they're doing it. When they try to go around, they actually
lay the stuff
the white people, which
that Christians did that were bad at our feet.
Hey, G-Man.
Yeah.
Welcome in.
I just thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the warm welcome. I just want to ask you something. Those quotes that you put up from Darwin, what was the purpose? Like, what was the objective of you putting those quotes up?
To show that there's a philosophy of evolution. If you know what evolution is, believe about biological evolution, and you look at some of the work that Charles Darwin has done, there's a philosophy of it that exists as well. And I brought up one of them. One of them was only the strong survive, and things like that.
G-Man, did you?
Do you mind if I hold up? Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'll grant that to G-Man. I'll grant that to G-Man. I'll grant everything that you just said is true
on your live
without
stream?
having to.
What did he do?
Hold on.
He showed his freaking rear end right there on the freaking camera, man.
He's trying to get me flagged. Okay.
When he got up, he showed his butt.
Oh shit.
Well, you're banned. I'll put this on private later, and then I'll delete that part and put it back up. But people saw it though live anyway, and they're gonna see it again. This ain't going away because
I'll be honest, I didn't notice that.
You know, I had earlier. I probably someone's gonna point it, but I had a bug crawling across my shirt, and I got up. We were quick to get rid of it.
Now you're here, David. So David, you're here, David. Sabella, you're here. Jessica, you're here. Aiden, you're
His
here.
ass crack was showing.
When I banned him from my channel, I didn't ban him because I was mad at him. I banned him because David Anthony told me he showed his behind on here, so he'll never be on this channel again.
You got about that much crack out of him.
That was about as much.
About that much crack.
He'll never come
That's
here
enough. That was
again.
enough. Shanny got her channel taken because of that over on Twitch.
Yeah.
Just try to make sure.
No, he'll never be on here again. I have zero tolerance. When I make rules on
No,
here,
you're not sorry, Nick.
I was trying to say something though that was pertinent to the conversation, just so that we don't linger on for too long. I asked you why you asked that question, G-Man, just because I was going to ask you, do you mind if I give you a quote and then explain to you why I gave you that quote?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and bow out. It's getting late.
So the thing I want to...
Night, night, Dave.
All right. See you, man.
So the quote that I'm giving you is from Numbers 31:13 through 18. The quote is, Moses, Eleazar, and all of the leaders of the congregation went to meet the returning army outside the camp. Moses was furious with the army officers, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, as they came back from the battlefield. What's this? You've let these women live? They're the ones who, under Balaam's direction, seduced the people of Israel away from God in the mess at Peor, causing the plague that hit God's people. Finish your job. Kill all the boys. Kill every woman who has slept with a man. The younger women who are virgins you can keep alive for yourselves. So, I've read this quote to you now, and I want to explain why I read this quote to you. The reason why I read this quote to you is because it's an illustrative idea of the juxtaposition you have with us. Because this quote right here is baked into your religion, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's moral or not. sure that's something we can discuss another time entirely. But that is baked into your ideology and religion by the very nature of it being in Scripture. What you quoted from Charles Darwin is not something that every single person that ascribes evolution in their own life, that's not something we have to follow. We're not indentured to that because we think that evolution is a valid theory to explain life. So I just wanted to say that quote to you, just to explain to you how ridiculous that juxtaposition is. I'll let you speak now.
Okay. Yeah, and that was a terrible example that you gave.
That was
number one. You're talking about a violation of a law as opposed to a philosophy that came from a fake scientific position. It's not the same thing. And to your greater point, when you're trying to argue that not all evolutionists hold to this philosophy, I believe I said that 20 times in this room already. You ain't say nothing.
The point, yeah. No, I'm trying to bring it up as an example because you don't have a choice on whether or not you want to believe that's moral. According to your God, that was moral and that was righteous.
Well, actually, in its proper context, because context is king. When did that happen?
That happened in the Old Testament. It happened before Joshua.
That's not the end. Hold on a minute. I got more questions. Hold on. Okay. Were they under the Mosaic law? Yes or no?
They were under the old covenant of Moses, yes.
Were they talking to Christians or were they talking to Jews?
Well, they were talking to the people who eventually became Christians.
No, they were talking to Israelites. Can you tell everybody what book in the Bible? Hold on a minute. Because you're about thinking in education, sir. Can you tell everybody again what book in the Bible you got that from?
Oh, that was from Numbers.
That was in the book of Numbers. That was in something called the Torah.
Yes.
Okay?
It's also
the
in the Bible.
Torah was given to Israel. That would be the law, statutes, and commandments that we would see in the Old Testament.
So why even have the Old Testament in the Bible?
Positively nothing to do with Christianity.
Why even have it in the Bible then? Why even have it there?
Why do atheists always go to things where God is speaking to Israel and then try to apply that to Christians and then do it out of context on top of that?
Because
Lucky Cherry Love not in here.
In the book. It's in the book in which you ascribe everything, every single event in which that book
the Ten Commandments and what this man is trying to say are two different things. Kiss my duck. So anyway, sir, so that was something that happened with the Jews, and that was very specific concerning the Jews, concerning the Mosaic law,
right?
And what God commanded them to do. You're talking to me as a Christian when Christ wasn't even born yet. He didn't die on a cross yet. He didn't rise from the dead yet. And there are two covenants. There's a covenant that God gave that God made with Old Testament Jews, and there's a covenant that God made with believers today, like myself, Sabella, and other people and whatnot. That is made with Christ. It's not the same thing. You don't know what you're talking about.
Right. So when I can quote Matthew 5:17, no, hold on. When I can quote Matthew 5:17 in direct response to what you just said, where Jesus says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law of the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them."
You don't even know what that means, sir. You should stop bringing a scripture.
Yes, I absolutely do know what I mean. Well, yeah, you're right. I'm quoting scripture. I'm quoting scripture from you.
You made a positive thing. You say you know what it means. So go ahead and quote it.
I just quoted it. You want me to quote it again?
Do not think that I came to destroy the law.
I have not come. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law of the prophets.
But to do what?
Not to abolish them, but to fulfill them.
To fulfill them. What does that mean?
To fulfill them means to bring them to pass. To bring them to pass on this earth.
What's your argument?
It means, well, I'm about to make my argument. The argument is that what he's saying, in effect, by saying that, by going out of his way to make that proclamation,
trying to make an argument
everything that happened in the days of Moses and Israel. You're not even letting me finish. You're not even letting me finish my argument. So you're not being intellectually honest at all here. You're not being intellectually honest at all here, Gina.
Go ahead, Aiden.
Yeah, I'm deflecting, but you're interrupting me every 2 seconds.
I have a lot of Christians subscribed to this YouTube channel. This is not my other channel. So come on, try it. Come on.
Let's just go.
Come on. All right.
Well, all that I was saying is the reason why Jesus would take time out of his day to try and say that is because, in effect, he's saying that I'm not here to overwrite everything that Moses said. I'm not here to take what Moses did and everything that Moses said, Moses and Isaiah and Joshua and Jeremiah and all of the Old Testament laws. He's not there to overthrow them. He is there to fulfill them. So you cannot just say that, oh, this is a completely different thing. These are two things that are completely separate from one another. That's not honest.
No,
and you can laugh all you want.
The example that you gave in numbers, sir, the example that you gave in numbers is relevant to the Jews. It has nothing to do with Christianity today.
It's how
that was a horrible example that you gave. Okay?
It's just how they got into the area that they now consider holy.
You guys think you knew the Bible better than us? Hold on a minute. And I'm gonna make it a point to make my next stream. I'm gonna start up my stream saying atheists believe they know the Bible better than us. Let's talk about that. So don't go there, Aiden. Don't go there. You know what you're talking about regarding that, bro. You're trying to make an argument. What you're trying to do is to say that the law is relevant to today, and it ain't.
Oh, I appreciate you making my argument for me. I appreciate you making my argument for me.
Trying to say that.
It's really convenient. You know what? I should just let you say my arguments for me for the rest of this stream. I think it'd be a lot more poignant.
Your arguments are bad, dude. You made your argument, and they're terrible.
Well, they're so bad that you refuted it with a non-answer.
I did refute it. Because you came up with an example that is not relevant to the church today.
God I gave you an example that absolutely is relevant.
Hold on a minute. God is not telling nobody to go out there and kill no women or nothing like that.
Commandment 6.
Covenant with a law for national Israel.
Right.
You don't know what you're talking about.
That was just a fey mood that he had back in the day. He just decided all of a sudden that this
almost
town
sounds
full
like
of
the
people
argument.
needed
Hold on
to
a
be
minute,
sacked.
Aiden, let me help you out a minute, Aiden. That almost sounds like that idiotic argument 7 or 8 years ago when you guys tried to argue that Christians believe that slavery should be for today too, right? Because it's in the Old Testament. That's what it sounds like.
I mean,
hey, I'm
just saying. Can you please show me? Can you please? I'm asking you. I want to ask you a question.
You don't want to go there.
Hold on.
Go there.
I'm asking you a question. Is there any specific passages? Is there any specific passages in the New Testament?
I don't go around stoning witches because I don't live in national Israel. That covenant. As a matter, you should go read Jeremiah 31:31. You should do. Go read Jeremiah.
Do you know the 10 Commandments?
But before you read Jeremiah 31:31, go read Exodus chapter 19. Go read Exodus chapter 19.
A lot.
Okay. You know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Aiden, do you know the 10 Commandments in order still, or have you learned them yet?
Sure, I know the 10 Commandments in order. I can list them for you right now.
He's gonna read Google.
Oh yeah, I have Google.
He's gonna Google.
I can't.
Okay, so
I ain't got a problem. As long as you read them, who cares?
G-Man, come on, man, come on.
You're gonna Google it. Listen to me, dude. I'm a veteran.
I've
been doing this for a long time.
No, hold on.
And you're gonna use Google. So
you're like Pharaoh. You're like Pharaoh from Exodus 4:21. Your heart is so hardened.
Your
heart is so hardened to everybody.
Here's the thing, Aiden.
No, I'm not using Google. I was actually gonna list the.
Hey, Aiden, let me ask you this. What's your logical and rational reason for being an atheist?
What's my logical and rational evidence?
Yeah. What's your logical and rational reason for being an atheist? Since you like to be so sarcastic, what is your reason for living your life as if God does not exist?
I don't live my life as if God doesn't exist.
Okay, then I apologize for that. How do you live your life?
I live my life, as a matter of fact, G-Man, I'm perfectly, not only am I open to the concept of there being a God, but I think that life would be a lot more pleasant and a lot more enjoyable if there was sufficient evidence for there to be a God. I'm not out here to try and
is there sufficient evidence, yes or no? Is there sufficient evidence, yes or no?
There is not.
Okay. So since there's no sufficient evidence for God not existing, then what's your logical, rational reason for being an atheist?
No, I said that there's no sufficient evidence for God existing, not
Okay,
existing.
So what is your logical and rational reason for being an atheist?
My logical and rational reason for being an atheist is a lack of evidence to support any kind of deity existing.
Then. Great.
So, Aiden,
how do you know that God doesn't exist?
You already said, you prefaced your question with the fact that I'm an atheist.
How do you know that
and
God
then your
doesn't
answer
exist?
was, so you're an atheist then. Wow, you got me, G-Man.
How do you
really
know?
got me
I'm not an atheist.
Hold on a minute, Aiden. Aiden.
Got me,
how do you know that God doesn't exist, Aiden?
I never said I know.
Okay.
When did I say
Here's
that?
my argument for God, Aiden. Okay. Without God, you can't know anything without him. In other words, you know that he exists. You just suppress the truth about him.
That's such a sad belief.
Let's do this. Wait,
you know he exists because he.
How many times have you read the Bible, Aiden? I'm going to prove it right now.
You don't
take long at all. How many times have you read the Bible, Aiden?
I've read it through once.
Oh, you read it through once. How many books?
Read it through once.
How many books?
In the Bible in total?
Yeah.
I believe after Nicaea it was.
No. I said you. How many books in the Bible did you read?
I read
a library of 66 books.
I'll be honest with you, the time that I read it through, I got all the way to Acts, and then I kind of skimmed from Acts to Revelations.
So you haven't read the Bible, then you haven't studied it
with an open
Well,
heart.
no, I've read it, but I will say, hold on, I have read it absolutely. Whether you want to say that I've read it with an open heart or not is up to you. But ultimately, I know where my heart is on things. I know where I stand on things. And well, yeah, you can go ahead.
You know what it
and
means
say
to
that.
suppress something, sir?
Yeah, absolutely.
What does
but
it mean
I'm
to
not
suppress?
Suppressing means to deny something in the face of overwhelming evidence. Means to deny something despite the fact that it has
you haven't even read
evidence.
the Bible yet, and you're telling me that there's not sufficient evidence for God?
Well, I mean, I have read the Bible. I just haven't read every single specific passage in the Bible. So yeah, you're right.
So you haven't read the Bible then?
Well, if that's
you
your
say you read
standard
the Bible,
for
that
reading
means
the
you read
Bible.
all 66 books. I can equivocate too, and I got the gift of blab just like you. All right.
I'm not trying to equivocate. I
I
appreciate you saying I have the gift of blab.
If you
That's
never read the Bible,
a nice compliment.
Sir, if you never read the Bible, then how can you sit there and say that there's no sufficient evidence for God? You never read it. You don't even know what the claims are.
Yeah, I do.
No, you
absolutely
don't.
know what the
you haven't read the
claims are.
Bible. You don't know
Why would
the
you have
claims.
to read the Bible from front
Have
to
you
back?
read?
And
Have you read
everything?
literally every single scientific paper that's ever been published on the theory of evolution, G-Man? Because
No,
you
I
haven't read
I don't
literally
need to.
every single
I don't
paper
need to.
ever published on
And I don't need
evolution.
to.
Then you
And I
don't
need
know
to.
for sure whether or not it's true or not.
So Aiden, if you haven't read the claim, how can you sit there and say that there's no sufficient evidence?
Because he's heard the claim.
No. I want to hear this come out of his mouth. If you haven't read the claim, then how can you sit there and say that there's no evidence for him?
I have read the claim. I have read the claim.
There's claims throughout the whole thing, and we look them up all the time.
John just
you guys will
something.
spend hours on hours and hours reading scientific literature, but you will not actually take the time out to look at the God claim that you claim that does not exist.
We
because
do.
If I ask you
What?
to define God,
We do,
if I ask you to tell me its characteristics without being sarcastic,
That's
if I ask you to
absurd.
tell me what you don't believe about it, and then I correct you, you're still going to be like, well, I don't see any sufficient evidence. So stop.
Yeah. Well, you're mocking me when you say that, so don't try to act like you're on any kind of high
because
ground.
I know you don't got a logical,
Don't try to
rational
act
reason
like you're
for
on any
being
kind
an
of high
atheist.
ground here while you're trying to act.
I don't
like
think that
If
any
you
of
know,
this
hold on,
gives us
You don't got a
any-
rational
on.
reason for being
Hold
an
on.
atheist.
Hold on. G-Man just kind of accidentally tipped his hand there for a second there in this entire conversation. He accidentally went, he already knew the answer to the question that he asked me. No matter what answer I gave G-Man to the question, what logical and rational explanation do you have for being an atheist? He already just said there, he knew that there wouldn't be one. And if you know anything that's as complex as that, then you're not being intellectually honest.
Oh, okay,
sir.
guys.
Sorry.
So here's the thing now. So here's the thing. I just said that you can't know anything without God. Okay.
Uh-huh.
How about I give you an example here?
How can you
Let's talk
know?
about morality for a moment.
How does this refute what I just said to you?
Wait a minute, Aiden. Hold on a minute, Aiden. Why is it wrong to, let's say, steal, Aiden? Objectively. Remember, you're the person who said there were aliens on other planets, so you know where we're going to go.
Objectively, I
Hold
don't
on,
even
wait.
think
You said a lot of stupid stuff when you was here earlier, and I'm going to get you on that.
Objectively, it's not.
Why is it wrong to steal, Aiden?
I'm
not.
sorry, sir, but what logical and rational reason is there for believing in a magic man in the clouds?
So Aiden wants to troll. So anyway, Aiden,
No,
you're
I'm
free to
not.
troll.
That's my fiance.
So-
my
so-
fiance. Hold on.
So Aiden,
Hold on, I'm not
Aiden,
trolling.
Aiden,
That
why
was
is
the
it wrong to
question.
steal, Aiden? You're an evolutionist.
Yeah, let's
Why is
hear
it wrong to
this.
steal?
Let's hear the
Animals
answer,
steal all the
please.
time. I watch animals steal babies and eat them. I watch animals steal other people, steal homes and live in them. Why is it wrong to steal, Aiden?
It's not objectively wrong.
Why is it wrong to kill? Because there
No,
are.
to
Hold on.
steal,
Hold on.
steal,
Oh, to
steal. Why is it
steal.
wrong to steal?
Okay. Because there are objective means that we can evaluate in our economy why stealing and wanton taking of property is bad in order to construct a complex society where economy and complex transaction of goods is possible. If we exist, hold on.
In order to say that taking somebody's
what you said,
property
you
is
asked
wrong,
me something and I'm
you
answering.
would have to first believe in a person being able to own private property, which would support scripture when it says "do not steal."
Right, even
Okay?
though the Code of
So
Hammurabi
so
already says that before the Bible.
Wait a minute,
but
hold on
sure.
a minute. Hold on a minute. You're saying that we can look at society and we can make a determination based on society that stealing is
Not
not
based on
beneficial
society.
to the society,
No,
right?
not based on society.
Is that the argument that you're gonna make?
No, it's not
So
actually.
please
because
give
what
me
I-
your argument on why it's wrong to steal.
Because I just said, how can you build a complex economic system in any society where theft is just all right? Where you could just walk up to anything. Yes, it is. It's objectively, it is
In your worldview,
objectively
there's nothing wrong
harmful.
with stealing.
It is objectively
In your worldview,
harmful
there is
in
no
a
moral law
complex
that says that you
economic
can't steal.
system.
Hold on. Context is king, right? Context matters. When what he said is like when building a society, a social society, that's the context part. If you're seeking something that's objective and you're building a society, objectively stealing is wrong. Objectively stealing is bad because you're going to end up destroying the society because people don't have things. However, if you're talking about here's a starving child and they can steal some bread, we're not talking about the same kind of objective at that point. It's not wrong for a child
Stealing across the board is wrong.
To steal bread when they're
hungry is still wrong. There's a difference between talking about God and talking about somebody giving their own opinion. Because what you just gave now,
I wouldn't say that it's necessary. I
want you to remember something here. Evolutionists believe that they're animals, right? I want you to remember that now, okay? Let's go look at the animal kingdom for a moment. Nobody
we're separate. An elephant isn't a hippo.
Hold on a minute. Nobody thinks that these
nor is a
when they steal another
lion.
animal's nest or when they steal another animal's baby and they eat them to survive. They don't believe those things are wrong. They just call that nature.
Right, because that they are not living in a society.
But you're an animal, though.
Right?
But you're an animal.
But there's differences between animals.
But you're a more evolved animal.
An elephant isn't a hippo, and it isn't a lion, right?
These are all different things.
What do you mean? What do you mean by
animals
evolved?
Take things that don't belong to them, and they do it all the time.
Yes,
and no evolutionist calls that wrong. But you consider yourself to be an animal.
Okay,
hold on, though. Yeah,
you want to know why it's wrong?
Things,
it's wrong when a moral.
If wolves and lions and stuff like that,
lawgiver tells you that it is wrong.
Hold on,
because God is a moral lawgiver, and He says that you can and you can't, and when you do it, then we know it's wrong. You take away the moral lawgiver, you can feel free to do whatever you want.
No, we're not. We just look at the context of the situation.
You made a positive claim.
We look at the context of the situation.
Let me give people another example of what I'm talking about. Let's say I opened up this room, right, and people started to cuss, right? Just let me say this here. Let's say I opened up this room and people started to cuss, right?
Sure.
At that point, they're not wrong for doing it. You want to know why? There's no rule saying that you can't cuss. The moment I open up this room and I say no cussing and people start cussing, it's immediately wrong. And it's understood by everybody in the room that as long as I'm in this room, I can't do this because if I do it, there's going to be consequences.
So what if somebody says a cuss word?
If somebody was driving down a highway
and
they was going 100 miles an hour and there was no signs giving you a certain speed that you had to go, you're not breaking any laws. But the moment you see 55 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, and then you go over that limit, then you are wrong for doing it. So you have to have a moral lawgiver in order to say that something is wrong.
No, you
now,
don't.
You can't sit there and say, well, stealing is wrong because it will hurt our society.
Yes, you can. I just made that argument.
So you're not a moral
reason
lawgiver.
for it, right?
You're not a moral lawgiver. Nobody respects that.
In order for it to be a valid argument, you have to have it be...
People respect the consequences if they get caught doing this.
Yeah, people respect the monopoly. People respect the monopoly on violence. People respect the monopoly on violence that the government holds on our society, and the fact that the government is the only institution which is capable of extracting anything that they want from violent means.
And the only way
you
can have
go
a basis
ahead and
for your
claim that all
morality,
you want, but you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Aiden, in order to have a basis for your morality, Aiden, you must submit to a moral lawgiver.
I don't think that's true. You can submit to just it being subjective.
No, it's not subjective.
Yeah,
not
you can totally make it.
And if you believe it's subjective, I dare you to go outside your house and go over the speed limit, 20, 30 miles over the speed limit, and tell the cops, well, in my opinion, I ain't do nothing.
But that's I would be fitting my worldview in with other people's, and it has to correlate.
No.
So long as it as things work together.
Society said that it is wrong, so you shouldn't be doing it, but you don't respect that. What you respect is the fact that if you go over the speed limit, you're going to end up in court paying some tickets, dude.
No, me knowingly speeding, I would accept as being part of the social system that I would get a ticket for going over the speed limit when I know what it is that I'm not supposed to be doing.
One of the arguments that we have for God.
What does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, well, not only that.
Maybe I don't know where it's going. I'm lost.
Yeah, I'm
in order In order for something to be right or wrong, you have to have a moral lawgiver. And there are universal laws that exist that we all know is right or wrong. Like, for example, we know that rape is wrong. I mean, nobody in here going to argue that is a good thing. We know that that's wrong. Okay. Everybody in here knows stealing is wrong. I guess when it's not happening to them, I think it's okay. If somebody came in your house and stole something out your house, you'd be ready to call the police or whatever.
That's
we
right.
all know it.
People live by rules.
Given context, like anything is subjective. Like you can make anything, pretty much anything work subjectively, given context. That's why objectively, like having these things objective, it doesn't end up working out because everything ends up being subjective. I broke my own rule. There's people who find that it's perfectly acceptable to stone people to death or push gay people off of buildings or just kill people.
But that was in the before time.
But
that was in the before time.
Yeah, but these are like this is just to show
laws or whatever. And
this is just to show that everything is subjective.
For what they did. And if you're looking at ancient Israel, when Israel was told that if you caught somebody working on the Sabbath, that person was supposed to be stoned to death, they broke a national law. And whether you agree with that in 2023 or not, fact of the matter is a law back then. And when you broke it, you had to be punished for it. Just like if you did something right, you were supposed to be rewarded for it according to the law. And
I have a question for the non-believers.
Hold on a minute. Without law, you can't say that something is right or you can't say something is wrong. Not without law, you can't. And in order to do that,
you can totally say that something is right or wrong.
God is the moral lawgiver. So in order for Aiden to say that something is right or wrong, he needs God to be real in order for him to say that anything is right or anything is wrong.
I just demonstrated to you. Hold on. He just said something to me, so I'd like to say something back to him, and then I'll let you go, Jessica. I know that you've been trying to speak. I'm sorry. All I was gonna say was that G-Man, if you're going to go into an argument and you're going to preface it with something and then somebody directly refutes what you have to say and demonstrates a instance in which what the instance you gave was stealing demonstrates that there is a way that you can come to the conclusion that theft is wrong and theft is deleterious to society without needing God. There was nowhere in the example that I gave that God even factored into the equation. So I demonstrated to you that that isn't the case, that you absolutely can come to moral conclusions without the need of a moral lawgiver. And you're just sitting here and going, nuh-uh. Well, I could just G-man.
Ladies and gentlemen, nobody goes around walking around saying that stealing is wrong because our society would not be able to function with people stealing. In order for that to be taken seriously, there has to be a law backing it up. Nobody lives that way.
No, you don't need to have a law that backs
God exists. You suppress the truth about him.
You don't need a law that backs
without God, then anarchy is perfectly okay, sir. As a matter of fact, quite a few things is okay without God existing. You need a law in order to say that something is unlawful or to say that it's wrong.
To say something is unlawful,
you know what you're talking about.
So just long form version of nuh-uh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's
no. It's not a long version of got it, Aiden. You're being intellectually dishonest, and you're being.
I didn't say got it. I said it was
because now you're saying that something is wrong without a law.
It's not
tomorrow in your system where society says that it will hurt society, and I go and steal. Who's going to punish me if there's no law?
The person you stole from.
Hold on a minute.
The person's family who you stole from.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. If there is no law, right? If there is no law, and I walk in your house and I take something and I walk out, what right do you have to do anything to me? I didn't do nothing wrong.
You stole my stuff.
But why did I do something wrong though?
Because subjectively, to me, you subjectively
it's my
took
opinion.
My stuff.
Listen to me. Subjectively, I think it's okay to steal.
Yeah, and that's fine.
But wait a minute. Subjectively speaking, I should be able to walk in your home and take whatever I want because I believe, according to my own personal opinion, that society would benefit greatly if I go in your house and take everything and then burn it up for no apparent reason. You sound like an idiot saying that.
And if there was
a law for it to be a wrong.
No, and if there was no laws, G-Man,
we're not talking about
they would blow you away with a shotgun when you went into the house.
You're seeking, G-Man, you're seeking objective.
You guys aren't
I'm
getting
saying
the point.
This isn't an objective situation.
You're not getting my point that you know that God.
No, I get what you're saying, and I'm in agreement. I'm actually in agreement with you, but there's a second part to it, right? Like You have your world. You have your subjective. Hey, I think that this is fine. No, there's no law that's written that enforces that I can't steal. I'm going to go out and steal because I think that it's right. Subjectively, yes, you're correct. You can go out and do that. And subjectively, to me, I view that stealing is wrong. Therefore, when you come over and you take my stuff or whatever, and then you end up getting shot because you're stealing my stuff.
He has a bigger gun than you. What if he has a bigger gun than you?
But you didn't do anything wrong though. You shot me. You didn't do nothing wrong. You want to know why? There's no law that says that it's wrong.
Because it's subjective.
There's
based
no
on
law.
subjectivity.
There's no such thing as subjective morality, sir. The only people that practice subjective morality are criminals.
In
the
this situation,
subjective morality are criminals.
In
Those
this
are the only people that practice that.
Do you have that
And
little
they
faith in
even know
humanity?
what they're
Do you
doing
have
is
that
wrong.
little faith in humanity, G-Man? Like, really? Do you
See-
really
see-
have
see-
such a
here's my
small
thing.
amount of faith
in that situation,
people?
I was the law. Right?
Yeah.
I'm the law
Yeah,
in
he's
that
Judge
situation.
Dredd. He's Judge Dredd.
Yeah,
in
but
that
I'm
situation.
saying
By the way,
this
for the
still,
Christians that are
and then I
watching
should
this
do
and
it.
don't understand
That's
the
where
scripture
it's
that I'm
like,
using to argue this without bringing it up, you are not guilty of doing something wrong where there is no law. There is no transgression if there is no law. It's right there in the Bible, that same Bible that Aiden never read, and I can tell that Jordan never read. Okay,
I've read the Bible.
You can't say that you transgress something that never existed. You understand? This man right here is trying to say that yes, you can. No, you can't. No, you can't. You know that God exists.
Then
because
why did I
your
shoot
God
you?
can't make sense without your worldview. What you're doing is you're stealing morality
Okay.
from the Bible and claiming
No.
it as your own. That's what you're doing. You're stealing morality from the Bible and you're claiming it as your own, sir.
Then,
G-Man's right. I'm functionally illiterate.
Then why did I shoot you when you came and stole my stuff?
Number one, murder and killing somebody is two entirely different things. You see,
I didn't say murder you.
Hold on a
I
minute.
didn't murder
You can't be
you or
considered a
kill
murderer
you. I just
unless
shot
you kill me.
But
Hold
why
on a
would
minute.
you do it if there's
You
no
can't
law?
be considered a murderer unless you kill me.
So then I'm in the
unlawfully.
wrong. So I'm
Hold
in
on
the
a minute,
wrong.
Jordan, listen to me. I'm trying to teach you something here, okay? You cannot be guilty of murder if a law doesn't exist that you can't kill me. Murder is the unlawful killing of someone. Okay, I'm gonna say that again. Murder is the unlawful killing of someone. Killing somebody in of itself is not wrong because you can actually do it in a righteous way by simply doing it because somebody broke the law. We have laws in this country, for example, that if you break a certain law and you go to jail and you get the death penalty, that they can put you to death and you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but there's
You understand what I'm saying? But you saying
Yeah.
that if I go in your home and I steal something which in your your worldview says wrong, but in my worldview it's not wrong. Neither one of us would be right in that wacky anarchist worldview you got. You need law and order in order to determine whether or not something is right and whether or not it is
right.
wrong.
I mean, I agree that you need to, well, not to determine whether something is right or wrong. You don't need a law for that. Like, we can determine that slavery was wrong when we had slavery and it was lawful, right?
Yeah,
so law
in
doesn't
America,
dictate.
if you owned a slave in the United States of America at that time, you was
Right.
not considered a criminal if you owned a slave.
Right. So we
Okay?
can
Now-
agree and understand that having those
now
kinds
they had
of situations
they also had laws
doesn't dictate
saying
right
that-
or wrong.
Hold on a minute. They also had laws about how slaves are supposed to be treated in America and how owners are supposed to be treated by slaves.
And
they had
even in
laws
those,
the
that
South with
context, that stuff is
when
wrong.
those laws became abolished, if you tried to own a person in the future, you would be considered a criminal for doing something like that. You
So then,
understand?
so then
the way that
objectively,
we know that
is
something
owning a
is criminal
slave
or not criminal, hold on
good
a
or
minute.
bad?
In our society, is because we have laws. We
So-
have laws.
So
Without law, you
objectively,
did nothing wrong.
So objectively, is slavery good or bad? Because if you're going off of like laws,
What type of slavery are we talking about, sir?
owning another person.
Well,
What type
biblical
of
slavery is
are we talking
okay.
about, sir?
Biblical
You're going off
slavery is
topic.
fine.
What my
Biblical
argument
slavery
was
is
is that
totally
you
fine.
and Aiden know that God exists because without him, you can't make sense out of your worldview. And the example that I use is morality. Now you want to change the topic to slavery. So let's talk about it.
No, I'm not. It's not that
Are
I'm,
you
I'm
trying
not trying to
argue
change
that
the topic
all
to
forms of
slavery.
slavery is wrong?
Yes. Yes.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that we as
We're
people
jumping topics
can be.
again.
Well,
Based
hold
on
on.
what?
Hold
I'm
on.
not
I'm
changing
trying
the
to
topic. I
explain
already
it.
talked
I
about
know,
all
but
that.
that's
I'm
the,
trying-
the explaining is the jumping of the topic. but-
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I'll.
You know.
I have a quick question, but I'll
How
let
am I
Jessica go
jumping the
first.
topic, Jordan? Hold on a minute. How am I jumping the topic when I just got finished saying that this is why you believe that God exists. Listen to me here carefully, Jordan, because you don't listen. I said that you know that God exists because without him, you can't make sense of your worldview. Okay. And I said that since we're using morality, you have no more, you can't talk about morality unless you involve God in it somehow. Right. Then I said that slavery was a different topic. Let's talk about slavery now. Okay. And then I
did say that.
Then I asked you, sir, what form of slavery is wrong?
You asked me?
What kind of slavery is wrong? What kind of slavery is right?
You brought it up.
Now being a Caucasian and everything and whatnot, I'm dying to hear what you think about this.
You're on so nice,
slavery is good and what kind of slavery is bad. I'm curious.
You're on so nice. Careful now.
I'm trying to remember.
I'm not gonna kick him because I'm not gonna kick him. I want to show how ignorant
we're looping around. Like I'm not even trying. I wasn't even trying to have a conversation about slavery and whether it was right or wrong. Like that's not what my aim was when I mentioned it.
Okay.
Now I'm trying to like remember what it was because there was something.
My argument is that without God, you can't make sense out of your morality. You need God in order to say that something is right or wrong. That's my
what
position.
about the non-believers? Do you think if there was a creator,
I should get an atheist in here with some experience to argue for you, even though they're going to fail?
Okay.
But you can try to do it.
Hold on. So say again. You said in order to have morality, you have to have laws.
Yes. Without a moral lawgiver, you can't say that something is right or wrong.
Okay. And so then that's when I brought up
this, is society that.
Hold on. Before I forget.
I can say.
Before I forget.
Jordan, listen. If you try to argue that morality is subjective, listen to me here, okay? You try to argue that morality is subjective, then I have my own subjective opinion. Neither one of us is right. You're going to sit there and say that stealing is wrong. I'm going to say it's right. What's your point? You don't have a basis for it.
Let me talk for a moment so I can.
I believe that stealing is right.
Can I say something?
Jaden, hold on a minute, Jordan. Listen to me. If I say that stealing is right and the law says is wrong, I'm getting punished despite what I think. And it's based on something. It's based on law.
He's the
okay, let me go. All right. Can I speak for a minute? Hopefully I can have my full thought.
Hopefully you address what was being said, that you're pretending like I didn't say certain things.
So I'm gonna go to I'm just reverting back to my original point so that we can stay on that and the ball that moves forward with that. So it was the morality. In order to have an objective morality, you have to have laws. And so I brought up, well, what about slavery? Is slavery good or bad? Based on the laws, because we've had times where slavery is allowed and it is enabled. Then now we're living in times where it's not allowed and it's not. So clearly something is there that's whether there's a law or not, we can still look at it and say that's objectively bad. It's from our subjective interpretations. That's what we would be doing.
Slavery existed before the Bible.
If morality is subjective, you're going to have an opinion about it. I'm going to have an opinion about it, and neither one of us is wrong.
John,
it's not a matter. I think that the way that people think about it, in the sense,
I know it's funny
whether it's wrong.
Common sense. I know it. Anyway,
no,
go ahead,
when people are thinking of whether morality is, dude, you just interrupt way too much, and it's hard.
I think that there's a lag. Exhausting. I think there's a lag, and I was talking to Aiden. Go ahead.
I didn't say anything.
You were talking about slavery.
I know, but it's like you kind of have to understand something is like it can be really exhausting when you're cut off and you have to backtrack and try to hold on to that. What was you saying, Aiden, about slavery?
What was I saying about
slavery? Well, it was
not
that,
Aiden, Jordan.
It was something along the lines of objective morality. We've had laws for slavery, so that kind of effectively debunks laws being the sole provider of morality.
No, it isn't.
It's not the sole. Well,
when was it wrong in the South to own a slave?
I'm saying that
I'm talking about in America.
Laws.
I'm not talking about
to guide your morality.
I'm not talking about in the slave's eyes or nothing like that.
Right.
I'm talking about in the South. When was it wrong to own a slave?
It was always wrong to own slaves.
No, it was not. It was wrong when
from a subjective position from where I'm sitting.
Hold on a minute. It became wrong when the North won the Civil War and they abolished it.
Okay, so The whole point I'm trying to make is that laws do not dictate what is morally right or wrong. That's all that I'm trying to point out. I think that that's a really easy thing to just agree on.
So tell me right now then, if morality is subjective and you believe that stealing is correct and I believe that is not, which one of us is correct?
I believe that if a child, I believe that I'm more right than you are, because you give no outs or reason or rationale for why, the justification for why something is done. So under yours, you would say that a starving child who asks for help, who asks for a slice of bread from this guy to market, who's throwing his food away at the end of the night, and he says, no, you don't get to have any of it, and then the child goes and they steal the bread that they were denied, right? Sir, I don't view that as being.
Sir, you believe that stealing is okay.
I don't believe that is wrong.
I believe that stealing is okay. Who's right and who's wrong?
You believe that stealing is okay?
No. In this example, we're coming up with a fictional example here. You believe that stealing is not okay, and I believe that stealing is okay. Who's right and who's wrong?
You said that you believe that stealing is right in this
I'll
situation.
Say this again. You believe that stealing is not okay. I believe that stealing is okay. Right. Which one of us is correct? And which one of us is wrong, and why?
Okay. It's not a simple yes no, because context matters.
You better believe context
matters. If you wake up in the morning, you toss your blankets off, you put on your nice shoes, you walk out the room, out of your house, lock the door, close your picket fence, go over to some shop, smash the windows and take shit, steal stuff out of there, you're in the wrong. Right? If you're a starving kid and you can't get any food,
who says I'm wrong though? Who says I'm wrong?
Are we still talking about law?
But wait a minute. You just got finished saying that if I stole something, I'm wrong in your worldview. How am I wrong if you and I have two different opinions?
Because it's subjective. That's my whole point is that it's all subjective.
So check this out. Al Capone believes. Hold on a minute. Al Capone believes shooting 20 people is okay, whereas let's say Hoffa believes.
I don't know that he thought that it was.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Al Capone believes that killing 20 people is okay, whereas Jimmy Hoffa believes that 20 is too much. Only 19 is the people they're supposed to kill. Who's right and who's wrong? You know that he keeps going back to your opinion. Listen to me, dude. In our society today, and our society in the past, and
morality, objective morality doesn't have anything to do with laws, though.
We only deal with factual information. Who is right and who is wrong? You can't say that you're giving me factual information because all of this is based on your own opinion. Why your opinion doesn't matter no more? When a law says that you can't kill nobody, because
we're talking about morality, though.
No matter what you think, you're going to jail.
We're not talking about. Can we let John talk?
Laws. We're talking about morality.
Let's let John talk. I think he's been trying to get a word in edgewise.
So here's the thing. So here's the thing.
I'll wait.
Aiden, you can go in the background. Okay, stop trying to disrupt. Okay, so look. So listen, Jordan. Okay, you believe that your opinion is so great that you can determine whether or not something is right and when something is wrong. You didn't create Earth. You didn't create man.
No.
You didn't create the animals. No. But I know somebody who did. My Lord and my Savior Jesus Christ created the planet. You can shake your head all you want, dude. You can't prove it otherwise. But anyway, he created the heavens and the earth. He created the animals. He is the reason why we have right and why we have right. We are the reasons on why there is wrong, because we disobey him. And when we disobey him, we know that we're wrong because he's our moral lawgiver. Okay, if you don't have a law, you can't be guilty of anything. Just like if I break into your home and take something, I'm not wrong. You shooting me, you're not wrong. You want to know why? There's no law. Put a law out there and say that you can't steal and you can't kill, then we're both wrong. Okay, now you say the law has nothing to do with morality. I beg to differ, sir, because without a moral law, you can't determine whether or not something is right or whether or not something is wrong at all.
But those
why we constantly say in these rooms that without God, you don't have a basis for your morality.
Well, we have to discover what is right or what is right and wrong. to
if
a large degree.
I don't got to discover it. Listen to me. I understand.
You're fortunate enough
that
to
if I
have
get
just
married, that
received
my
it
wife
from,
should get all of my attention, not
generations
some
of the
other woman.
past.
I'm pretty sure that I understand that stealing is bad. I'm pretty sure I understand that killing somebody. I'm sorry, that murder, the unlawful killing of somebody, murdering is wrong. I'm pretty sure I understand some things about right and wrong, and I think you do too. This is the only difference is I'm not suppressing God and you are.
Even a child who steals because they're hungry might know that it's wrong.
And
so
then
it's not difficult to state that stealing
taking
is
back
wrong.
eating. Taking back eating. Let me ask you something. Taking back eating. When somebody steals, what's the first thing they try to do?
Hide it?
Yep, they try to cover it up. When they do something wrong, what do? They try to cover it up, which proves what? That they know what they did was wrong.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? And he don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
He don't want to talk about that.
I have a quick question for Jordan and Jessica and Aiden. If there was a creator, do you think he would have rules? Or do you think there was a creator that did not give any rules? Thank you.
Oh, so are you saying like the deist version of reality versus a theist version of reality, where there's some people out there that believe that God just doesn't intervene in any kind of worldly affairs?
Yeah. There's two options: one with rules and one without rules.
I think there's a third too.
I'll just answer real quick, and I'll let the rest of you guys talk. There's two versions of that answer. There's the one that I would like, and there's the one that I feel is ultimately more likely. The one I would like is a deist that cares about us. I would love there to be a God that cares about us and our affairs and loves us as individual people and wants nothing but salvation for us and all of that. I would love that to be the case. But the one I feel is ultimately more likely is that in a universe as vast as this one, and in a universe as seemingly uncaring as this one, that a God, if it exists, created it, but doesn't have any sort of regard for us any more than it has a regard for that random boulder on Triton.
Okay, thank you for your answer. What about you, Jordan and Jessica?
So I think it's the question. Say the question again.
Yep. Do you if there was a creator, would he give rules, or would he
or not?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
I think it's inconsequential, because I think if there was a creator, then I would presume that rules were placed. If there isn't a creator, then the world exists as it is, and therefore no plan was there. And if if God didn't make a plan, we wouldn't know the difference between whether he didn't make a plan or how things are currently today.
That sounds like evolutionary philosophy. That don't sound like
it's not an evolutionary. It's not. It has nothing to do with evolution. It's just
that has to do with evolutionary
logic.
philosophy. That has nothing to do with the Bible and why God said He created the heavens and the earth.
Well, I answered his question.
The burden of proof is on the one making the claim, sir. You're making a lot of claims about the God of the Bible, but you're not dealing with the claims.
I did. I dealt with it directly.
Okay, so why did God create
inconsequential?
Why did he create the heavens and the earth according to the scriptures?
Because I'm going to stick to his question, because that's the context. According to his question, it's inconsequential. Because if there is a God and he set the rules, and then he would set the rules as they are now, how we are living in this world today. If he didn't set the rules, then we wouldn't know, and we would be living in this world as it is today. If there was no God, then there would be no direction and there would be nothing. But since we exist, here we are living in this world. So as far as I can tell, it's inconsequential whether he makes decisions or not, or anything.
You and Aiden, I can tell, have never actually picked up that Bible and read it a day in your life.
What about you, Jessica?
I'm interested in what Jessica's take might be.
The earth and the earth. I'm sorry.
I think
would he be
honestly,
moral or
I think
immoral?
if there is a creator, it makes sense that there would be a set of guidelines.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So here's the thing, Jordan. The Bible tells us why God created the heavens and the earth, basically for His glory. But you're not going to address that. You're going to say that,
that's
God. We're not talking about a God. Now, this is when I kind of get.
That's a strange one.
I know that there are grammar Nazis out there, and people talk about my spelling and all of that. But this is when I get really annoying now. Okay. This a God nonsense. We're not talking about a God. We're talking about the God, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. We're not talking about a God, because if you're talking about a God, you can bring Vaughn in here and talk to him about that. We're not talking about
if I used a God, I'm just using it
that
in the
you are
sense of
obviously against, and I would appreciate
whatever
it
God it is that
claim.
you believe in.
If you can't go by the claim, and that's too difficult, maybe you shouldn't talk about the God that you don't know nothing about, dude.
It sounds like you're just coming after me on semantics when I answer.
No, I'm not coming on you about semantics. Why?
I don't even know that I said a God, and if I did, you should just be interpreting it as whoever it is that I'm talking.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
When I'm talking, whoever's listening, they can just apply it to their.
You're talking about Bond's
version of God
nameless
that they
gods,
have.
then. You're talking about Bond's nameless gods, then, in which I can just say anything I want about them. You're talking about Bond's gods. You ain't talking about the God of the Bible, because you're not being specific.
I'm talking about a concept, and if your God fits within that umbrella of that concept, then in order for you to be able to participate in that, you can insert your God, because the conversation that I'm talking about.
When you say a God, sir, you could be talking about any religion under the sun. If you're talking about Christianity,
if I said the God, I could be talking about all.
You have to refer to the belief system that you're talking about. As atheism rejects all belief, atheism is supposed to reject all beliefs in a God. And what you guys try to do, and you think you're slick, is you try to conflate or try to add all religions in as if our definition for God is the same definition for other ones. And I'm willing to bet you don't even know what the word God even means. But
I just answered
prejudice against God.
You're going to talk about the God of the Bible. Why did he create the heavens and the earth?
That had nothing to do with the question that John asked me.
But then you're adding things. Then you're saying, well,
that was actually a pretty short answer, I thought.
All right, you're too blind to see it today. Hopefully, you'll see it tomorrow after you rewatch this.
Well, I'd like to say, through the science of physics and understanding how the universe formed, you have to start at the beginning where there was nothingness, nothing physical, not even space, and then adapt the idea of how quantum fluctuations occurred before an expansion.
Hold on.
What was the energy that initially caused the quantum fluctuations? Because quantum fluctuations are caused by leftover energy or energy in another form. And the other form of energy would be non-physical, unfettered energy we call dark matter, or what the CERN technology is trying to capture with the particle collider, the God particle, they call it, which is the sample of that unfettered energy that existed prior to the physical universe in time.
Okay. I don't want to be rude, but maybe to be rude to fix a previous rude. I think we wanted Jessica was going to answer, and then we kind of
Jordan, this is the debate arena. There ain't no this person was going to do this, and this person was going to do that. I don't think this is your first time on here, so you don't know this.
Well, no, I've watched you for years.
It isn't this person's going to go and this person's going to go. You don't get to make that decision. I'm the person who gets to make that decision.
Okay, well, you had said you said that you wanted to
hear
from Jessica.
The law.
I thought you wanted to hear from Jessica.
By the way, Jordan, God is my
moral
long
time. So
God is my moral lawgiver. And if
you know what? I left for a little bit, then I came back and I heard your discussion. So I was trying to understand what his argument was. Was it that only God can be a moral lawgiver?
No, my argument is that this man knows that God exists, and without God, he can't make sense out of his worldview. This man's worldview, when it comes to morality, doesn't make any sense without a moral lawgiver. His worldview is complete nonsense when it comes to morality without a moral lawgiver. He needs God in order to say that something is right or whether or not say something is wrong. He doesn't have a basis for his morality. That's what I'm saying.
Do you believe that God instills morals in us?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you believe that it's God that instills morals in us?
Yep. And I also believe that sin is the reason why we do so much evil.
Recent studies have shown that children, as early as I believe 2, know when they're doing wrong.
But that's because it's socialized into us. We're not inherently born with the knowledge that taking things is wrong. So I used to work in like a nursery, and one thing that you'd see from babies is that they snatch things from each other all the time. So if they see something that they want, they go over and take. It's not inherently built into them that it's wrong. We have to tell them, no, you don't do that. That's not kind. You don't take things from people. So that's socialized into us
well, the
by
Bible
society And it goes back to Aiden's point that in order to have a functioning society, there are certain rules that we have to follow. Now that's socialized into us because of society, not because of God.
Not that we're born into sin. How is something wrong, Jessica, without a law?
But laws are implemented by society, by the government, not God.
No. I'm not going there yet. I'm saying, how do we know that something is wrong without a law? If there's no law saying that it's wrong to smack somebody, why is it wrong?
I'd say naturally, I think we have compassion for each other. So if I do something, say to Joden, I can see that Joden doesn't like it. It creates a certain reaction in him. I'll say, okay, do you know what? I'm not going to do that again because I think we have compassion.
Jessica, there's no law saying that I can't smack him. If I smack him, why is it wrong?
But there's no law against me throwing a piece of trash in Joden's front yard, right?
Right.
There's no law that says that I can't do that, but I won't do it because I know that's not nice to do to Joden.
Well,
I don't need a law to tell me that that's right or wrong.
But wait a minute. How do we know it's not nice? There's no law saying that it's nice or not nice.
There doesn't have to be a law. There doesn't have to be a law.
Driving down the road and you're doing 100 miles an hour, and there are no signs telling you that you're supposed to drive at a certain speed limit, then you're not doing anything wrong. Just because you might come along and go, wow, I think that
there were no laws, you'd be a permanent.
Hold on a minute. Just because you go and say, well, I think that person should be doing 80, well, that person thinks he should be doing 110. If there's no law saying how fast you're supposed to go, neither one of you is right or wrong.
Why are speed limits implemented, G-Man?
Speed limits are implemented so that people won't get injured on the road.
Right. So where does God factor into that?
Though that's neither here nor there. The point of the matter is, you are not considered a person that is breaking the speed limit unless there's a speed limit.
Society is instilling that speed limit, not God. God didn't say in the Bible we must drive at under 100 miles per hour.
We're going to get to God in a minute. Okay? But the point of the matter is, I want people to understand that if a law exists, that's when you know you've done right or wrong. Now, how do we know that something is right or wrong? We need a moral lawgiver.
Have a good night, everybody.
Right? If you're going to have a moral lawgiver, okay, that moral lawgiver is not the government, because the government got it from somebody too. And I believe that the government got that from God. Okay, now most of our governments have fallen into sin or whatever, but our governments get it from God. Each individual human being gets their morality from God. We all know we have it ingrained in us what is right and what is wrong, and that comes directly from God.
And that never changes. Like what we know is wrong
to actually read how God tells us to obey the government through laws. Just so as long as we don't end up violating God's.
Hold on.
He's the highest form of the law.
Okay, so the government is taking what God says that people should be do, and they translate that into the laws. But people have their objective morality built into them, right?
What I'm saying to you is that the reason why we know right from wrong is because we have a moral lawgiver. You take away the moral lawgiver, then it's based on your opinion. And if it's based on your opinion, you may have an opinion that is wrong to do something, but I think something totally different. Now, you might think, well, that's not how society works. My friend, just give me the example, and I'll take you to the channel, and I'll show you how you're wrong. And I'll show you real quick, and I have no problem with that. Okay, for example, if there's no law, for example, saying that you can't shoot somebody, and I walk in your house and I shoot you, I'm not getting arrested.
Well, I'm not debating against.
Nobody's going to think I'm a murderer because I didn't do anything wrong. There's no law.
I'm asking about like the process of like, okay, God gives morality to the people, right? Objective. They all have objective morality. And then the governments are enforcing that objective morality, right? But laws are always changing. I mean, we may okay, if God gives people objective morality, then what's up with slaves? Why do we have slaves? We know that
I have
slaves
a question for Joe.
You keep bringing up slavery, and then when it's time to talk about slavery, you end up
because you don't want to talk about
slavery.
It's a simple thing to condemn, I think, right?
Slavery
is a really simple thing.
Wait a minute. No, it is not. No, it is not.
Yeah, I mean, people owning other people is not a good thing.
Forms of slavery. Hold on a minute. You're making a gulp statement is claiming that all forms of slavery is wrong. Mr. Dillahunty found out the hard way that that's not true.
What's a situation where somebody is like is a
Jordan,
slave
do you
and
have
it's-
any
and it's
credit?
not a-
Like
I was going to ask
debt?
that. What is the acceptable form of slavery?
Yeah, what's the acceptable
Indentured
credit
servitude
debt?
for starters.
Well, indentured servitude is
Indentured servitude
you're
for
being
starters.
paid. You're being
Going
paid
to
as an
prison.
indentured servitude.
Going to prison.
Debt
that's not
bondage,
slavery.
credit debt.
The 13th
That's
Amendment.
all
Go look
moral
at it.
slavery. That's
It's
paying.
not that's
paying
not
for
like
what you got.
slavery. Like I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing, right? When I'm
No,
talking about
no,
slavery,
I understand what slavery is, sir.
Okay,
I
so
understand
then-
it quite well.
then
I
I'm not
understand
okay.
slavery
Then
quite
I'm
well.
not using. Then you understand that I'm not using indentured servitude.
Well,
right?
indentured
I'm
servitude is a
using
form of slavery, sir.
which
Indentured
I'm not
servitude is a
talking
form of
about
slavery.
the form of slavery known as indentured servitude. I'm talking
Indentured
about
servitude
slavery.
is a form of slavery. Slavery
Right.
is when you lose
You
your
can't
autonomy,
blanket
right?
slavery
And I don't-
as
and I'm not
good
talking
or
sir.
bad. It can be
The
both.
definition of slavery, sir.
Indentured if you're if you are in indentured servitude, you are being paid for the debts that you owe. So you are being paid. When you're a slave, you're not
Sir,
being paid
slaves
anything.
get
You're
paid all the
purchased.
time. I'm gonna ask you this question again. And if the Hebrew Israelites are watching this, please click the link and come in this room, because this is the time that we're gonna unite. Now, let me say this to you again, sir. Okay, real quick. Okay, what's the definition of slavery? I bet you don't know. What is it?
It's owning another person.
No,
in
okay.
effect.
So that's one form of it. What else?
Educate
When you
me.
obey a master, then you are a slave to that thing. When you obey a master, you're a slave to that thing, right?
Well, now we're changing context because what I'm talking about. The entire context of what I'm talking about is owning another person. Like I don't need to complicate it with all this.
So why is it
these
wrong?
other things.
So
That's
I've asked this
largely
question in
beside the
years.
point.
I've asked this question in years. Why is it wrong for a human being to own another human being in of itself?
Parents own their
I've asked that
children.
question in a long time. Answer that question, sir.
Why is it wrong to own another
Why
person?
is it wrong for a human being to own another human being in of itself?
Because you
Parents own
take
their
over
children.
the individual autonomy of
I own my cat over
that
there.
person.
You know, we're animals and everything, right?
Yeah, I own a cat too.
Yeah, that's not slavery. We're not. I mean, we're talking about.
Yes, it is because
we got to try to. We got to try to stay on.
a parent is the
topic,
master and the
not get
child
off onto-
is the student.
You're talking about apples and oranges. We're talking about slavery and owning
I don't
people.
think you
You're
know what
talking
you're
about
talking about.
pets.
There's chattel slavery. There's economic slavery. When you go to jail, you're considered a slave.
I'm
Dude, you don't know what
simply
you're
talking about. I'm simply talking about owning another person. So
Yeah,
you
humans do it all the
let me set
time.
the context. Let me set the context so that we can be more specific in what it is that we're talking about. I'm talking about going out to a slave
Chattel
market.
slavery?
No, I'm explaining it right now. Going out, purchasing a slave, taking them back, putting them to work, and you're not paying them anything. You basically
Okay,
just
yeah,
give them
that
food
specific kind of
and housing
slavery
is
would
effectively
be
it.
wrong.
Okay,
Right.
but
But indentured servitude isn't.
I'm not talking about indentured servitude.
Sir,
I'm talking
sir,
about.
sir, I had this
I'm just
conversation
hyper
years ago
focusing
with
on this
people.
so that we can move this conversation
So,
forward.
but hold on a minute. A slave is a person who loses their autonomy. You
They-
sound like
they-
this dude. That
they
used to be
lose
on
their
YouTube called
autonomy,
Forbidden Fruit,
and they were-
and you're trying to speak on a topic that you're not being intellectually honest about.
I'm completely
An
being
indentured
honest about
servant is
the
also
entire
a slave too.
I'm not. Can we just like focus on one topic? Because the entire
We're
topic
talking
of
about
slavery.
slavery.
No,
If you want to
I'm
talk about
barely
chattel
talking
slavery,
about
that's one
slavery.
thing.
My
The Bible
intention-
says that chattel slavery is wrong.
Okay.
The Bible says that chattel slavery is wrong.
Okay, so
But-
under
but-
some
but here's the
context,
thing, though.
slavery
Hold
is
on.
okay for you.
Who are you trying to kid?
That'll jam it up your
Under
ass.
under some context, you're okay with slavery,
First time
right?
you hit me with that,
Sir.
you
The definition, listen to me. You're a slave when you lose a portion of your autonomy, if not all of it or some of it. You're a slave
Okay.
to some degree or another. All right. When you go to prison, according to the 13th Amendment, I can Google it if you want, because I've been killing you with Google tonight.
Okay.
I can Google it. You are technically a slave to the state.
Okay.
Ask any black person or anybody who's ever been to prison. They'll tell you how much freedom you got when you're in jail. Come
Okay.
on, man. Stop it. Stop with
So
the
like,
nonsense.
I don't know what this has to do with my point, which is what this.
Your
which
point is that all forms of slavery is wrong, and that's
No,
not.
he never
No,
said that
that's
once.
not even my point.
G-Man, you've done that 3 times now. Let me chime in this real quick. G-Man, you've done that 3 times now. What's his name? Joden has been very specific. He's talking about chattel slavery. people owning people generation after generation. And 3 times now you've said, oh, so you're opposed to all forms of slavery. And then you throw in
That's
the
not what
stuff
I
about
said
when
earlier.
you're in
That's not
prison.
what I said earlier.
Mention thing about when you're in
You
the
just
military.
said that
what the definition of
you just
slavery
said
was.
that I'm
Don't even try it. I asked him what the definition of slavery was.
And I gave
Everybody
you
who's
my
watching this,
definition.
who's ever heard me talk about this, knows my position on this, maybe except for him. So listen, you talking about chattel slavery? Why is chattel slavery wrong in evolutionary worldview?
Well, no, let's not jump away. Like you told him to be intellectually honest. I'm encouraging you to be intellectually honest.
I am being intellectually honest. I know what I said in the beginning of this. I've been making this argument for years. No, I've been making this argument for years, Hawkeye. And my argument is, and will continue to be, that if you're going to sit there and say that something is wrong, then you have to have an objective basis for it. Now, he brought up slavery. He said that he was bringing up chattel slavery. I knew where he was going with that, but I mentioned to him that not all forms of slavery is wrong.
And I said I'm not talking about any of that other.
Okay, so why is chattel slavery wrong then, Jordan?
So
why is it wrong?
So let me make my statement, all right? Because the point of this conversation, of what I'm trying to get at, is not about slavery. It's about whether we know something is right or wrong.
Objective morality. I know what it's about.
So I want to.
How is it wrong?
Okay, so you've got somebody say so somebody's like a slave or whatever, right? I don't think that it's necessary for a person to see it as being I guess right or wrong, depending on I'm losing my train of thought. All these like things go on. There's objective morality, subjective morality with God. And God dictates whether something is morally good or bad. You are arguing from like, okay, there's laws, and laws are what dictates, are what effectively would cement God's law. I'm saying, okay, we don't need to have something that is a law. We don't need something to be enshrined into a law in order to know that it is.
You don't need a law. How about if I come over to your house and kick you in the head?
So I use.
You're an idiot, man. You are such an idiot. I mean, you're a real woke idiot. You're the leftist patsy of them all.
It is unlawful. Chattel slavery is wrong when it is unlawful.
And so what I'm
saying,
saying,
slavery is wrong when it's unlawful. If there is no
and I'm
law,
saying
you can't argue it's wrong, sir.
From
an evolutionary perspective, you can't.
I say that it's possible for people who people with subjective morality under my, because you believe it's objective and it's given by God. People who don't believe so think it's more subjective. We can kind of come to this conclusion that slavery is bad all on our own. But you, it sounds like, need a law that tells you, okay, slavery is bad. Like, you wouldn't have thought that slavery, in the context that I'm speaking of, like chattel slavery, is a wrong thing until there is a law that is put in place,
right?
That says, okay, this is wrong. Well, I'm saying I knew that it was wrong before it was popular.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see the day where I see someone say slavery is only wrong because there's a law against it, and at that, a black man saying slavery is only wrong because there's a law.
Intellectually dishonest. If there is no law to say that something is wrong, you have no way of determining. This is my argument, and for the people that are watching this that are saved and understand what I'm talking about. For the people that are watching this who have heard me argue this throughout the years and knows where I'm going with this, because clearly he doesn't, okay? If there is no law that says that chattel slavery is wrong, you have no way to prove that slavery or chattel slavery is wrong. However, the moment you show a law, like when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, right? And somebody tried to own a slave after that was signed, then you can sit there and say it's wrong. In the South, nobody recognizes it being wrong until the law was made. Okay. Now we can talk about how people was treated. We can talk about all those other things and whatnot. We can do that.
Can I ask, why was that law made if nobody thought that it was wrong?
That's a good point.
Why was the law made to say
the Republicans thought it was wrong because they're the ones who
made law? I said the South.
I couldn't hear what she said.
That
Can you say
law,
that
that
again?
law was made by Abraham Lincoln in the North. I'm talking about the South. Okay.
So you can say, even though was slavery
What I'm
legal
saying is-
and was slavery legal in the North?
Well, some
No.
people had slaves over there in the North, but when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, you wasn't allowed to have a slave no more. And if you was caught having a slave after that was signed, then you was in the wrong, and you was breaking a law, and what you was doing was wrong.
My point is
this.
that
Nobody
even
can argue. Hold on a minute. My point is this: you cannot argue that something is wrong without rules and regulations, without laws. You simply can't do it, because if it's based on your opinion, Bruce was correct when he said this. Admiral Six Killer, that if there's nothing wrong, if it's based on your opinion and my opinion, there is nothing stopping me from coming to your home and getting a machine gun and wiping you out. But the moment there's a law saying that I can't do that, I become a murderer instantly because I violated that law. And that is where a lot of people are being intellectually dishonest in this discussion. I obviously believe that slavery is wrong, but I believe that slavery is wrong because of chattel slavery is wrong under certain circumstances because of God. It has nothing to do with my own personal opinion, because nobody cares about my own personal opinion. If I told you my personal opinion about how I felt about atheists, you would say, oh, well, no, that doesn't matter or whatever, right? If I knew your personal opinion about how you felt about Christians, it wouldn't matter. The moment a law is instituted, that's totally different.
I'm English, right? So I'm not I would say my knowledge on slavery is...
And the whole story about the English never had slaves is a big lie. How in the hell do you think black people got into Europe?
I understand that, but you have to realize that it's not a thing where I am. It never was heavily a thing in the country where I am.
Well, they abolished it before America.
We're not forced about it. So what I'm saying is I don't have the same knowledge on it that you guys do. So I don't know if it was outlawed in the North before the South and the time differences between which it happened. But what I'm saying is, if you think that people only think that it's wrong because there's a law against it, why was the law created to say that it's wrong? Obviously, even though it was
there
legal,
are a lot of things that are wrong.
Obviously, even though it was legal, obviously, even though it was legal, there were still people that thought it was wrong and the law needed to be changed. So law did not dictate morals. It was actually society that dictated the law. And society dictates morals.
No. Society had nothing to do with that, honey. The
Well, let me
people that
make a
ended
point on
slavery in
that.
America were abolitionists and were Quakers. They were Christians. Those are the people that actually ended it. So don't even go
Let
there.
me
with
ask
that.
you something. Is it moral for a teacher to hand out a bunch of sex toys to their students who are like 9-10 years old and pass it around? But there's no law to prevent that from happening or to prosecute those people for doing that, even though it is a violation of the what was it?
What does it mean to take the law into
the
your own
obscenity
hands?
laws we have? We have obscenity laws. You can't do that. That's illegal.
Don't think that
what is a vigilante?
But they do it anyway.
Right, but this is the thing. So you're kind of proving our point, right? That even though it's immoral, and maybe we'll have different opinions on that. I think it's immoral, but there's no law against it. There is no law saying that you're not allowed to teach a 5-year-old about sex. There's no law on that, but I think it's wrong. That's where moral subjectivity
All I know is
it's not the teaching about sex. It's that they're throwing in the whole party.
You know that he exists. You suppress the truth and
stuff.
unrighteousness about him. It's that simple. And that's the problem that Jordan's got. Jordan's gonna run into that problem all day long. Jordan's gonna be like,
why are you picking on Jordan?
Jordan's gonna keep telling me. Well, slavery is wrong. I don't know. That's slavery. Like, killing people is wrong. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with killing. I'll be at your house in a couple of minutes because I'm gonna kill you. You know what I mean? And he's gonna be like, well, you're wrong. I said, well, according to who and according to what?
Jeffrey Dahmer was killing
wrong. According to what?
I think no one is saying Jeffrey Dahmer was only wrong because it was against the law.
That's right. And thank God we have laws.
Did Jeffrey Dahmer deserve to die for what he did?
He put the moral standard out there. Praise the Lord.
That's what you're
murdered
saying.
and ate and had necrophiliac sex with his deceased victims.
All right,
it's almost like if you don't get caught, you're not in the wrong. Like if you don't face justice,
but wait a minute, but Jordan, that's your worldview, not mine.
That's what I'm saying is that's what it sounds like you're describing.
But Jordan,
that's not my
worldview.
Clear
here, Jordan. Don't try to put your worldview on me, buddy. That's your worldview. Your worldview says that you can dictate what is right and wrong without a law. I don't believe that.
Over here and
I'm gonna say this again, Jordan, so that my audience understands.
And feel as though you're not in the right.
Humanity has laws because chaos cannot.
I believe in laws, rules, and regulation. You believe that you can dictate what is right and wrong without these things. I don't. I believe that you have a moral lawgiver in order to determine what is right and wrong. God has instilled these things in us.
I believe that we need laws. I believe that laws are needed, right, to incentivize certain behavior. But I don't think that
anarchy cannot dictate a peaceful society.
Right. If we're looking in places where the law kind of goes to the side, you can look at examples of war and the things that happen when war is going on. It's terrible, right? So I believe that you need laws to kind of govern people to a certain extent. But in that case, the moral lawgiver would be the government, not God.
Also,
so it's more that I disagree that God is necessarily the moral lawgiver. And I don't believe that that's the absolute of our morality. I believe our morality is individual to a certain extent.
God established the governments. Go read Romans 13.
No, and listen, no, I think a lot of our law is influenced by religion. A lot of it is. We can't deny
most
that.
common laws and ethics around the entire world in almost every country are based on the 10
It's religious. I agree. But I also believe that morality is individual. So I may not think that something is right to do, but you may think that it's okay. And there's no law to stop that. You do what you're going to do.
Be individual. Because
it can be individual.
You consider moral that someone else might not consider
but that's
moral.
why it's individual, right?
No,
because I may say I don't think that you should hit kids, right? I don't think you should, how do you guys say it, spank your child. Now you may say I think I should be allowed to spank my child. Now we have a moral difference of opinion right there. It's individual. It comes down to how each person feels.
You can't set morality on the individual alone because society itself as a whole needs to acknowledge morality by making laws.
In order for somebody to sit there and say that you know that God doesn't exist, they got to suppress the truth about God. God is the one that's telling them that something is right or wrong. They're ignoring him. They want to live according to their own rules and standards. And you want to know what, Jordan? I had a debate with this dude named Alex Botton. He tried that same argument with me too. When he tried to argue that society was the one that determined. I don't know if you remember this, Bruce and Sabella, but when I debated Alex Botton, when he tried to argue that society determined what was right and wrong, right? That the human being was the one who decided to do it. And what did I accuse Alex Botton of doing? I accused Alex Botton as being his own little deity. Okay, and
you just made that case though,
which is exactly what you're doing, Jordan.
No, you just made the
little
case.
Moral lawgiver to determine what is right or wrong, because now you want me to bow down to your way of seeing things, where you say, well, this is wrong and you shouldn't do it, and then you expect everybody else to listen to your point of view on it. Because if not, then Jordan, then if there's no law about killing, I can go to your home right now and shoot you, and you should be fine with it.
No, I'm saying that I know that it's wrong. I'm saying I know it's wrong already.
Okay, you know it's wrong, but not everyone does know it's wrong, so that we gotta have laws.
Right. But we're not talking. Yeah, we're not talking about like everybody's. Like we're not talking about like setting into law everybody's individual subjective interpretation and moral things as their own individual separate laws.
Okay, I'm going to say something up to Jessica. She said that she lives in England, right? And okay, have you heard of a guy named Akala, the rapper?
I have, yeah.
Okay, he's a historian, and you heard what he said as far as slavery in your country. He said that there wasn't the reason why it wasn't in your country the way it is here or in other countries, because they felt that the slave wasn't worth to breathe England's air.
My point that I
don't really think about England's slavery sometimes.
So that's the reason why they did it in other territories which they owned, and they didn't bring it there. And they did have slavery. A lot of Irish people, Ireland people,
were they got a superiority complex.
So they did have it, but that's the reason why, as far as when they went in other countries.
I know for sure that the English were involved in slavery. I know that for sure. But what I'm saying is that how slavery is a big thing in the history of America, we don't have that same culture here. So even though I know England participated in it, it's not taught to us. So if it was abolished at a different time in the South versus the North, I don't know that. I'm not
Were
privy
you a
to that
supporter of
information.
the Queen of England, Jessica? Did you support your queen before she passed?
Not really, to be honest. No.
Okay, great. And all right, because she went to Jamaica and said some really bad stuff over there. Like, for example, she went to go over there and help the Jamaican people, help their economy thrive, and her big idea was to create more prisons. You can Google it. I am not making that up.
I have my thoughts on the royals. I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't to dismiss England's part in it. It's just to say that I'm not that knowledgeable on it. That was
I'm
what
going
I'm
to ask you a
saying.
question. First question: can I be heard? Anyone hear me talk? Can I be heard at all? Just no, I can't be heard. My little circle isn't flashing. G-Man, I got to ask you a question just to clarify this, because several people are responding to something that we think you're saying. So can I just ask you? I'm going to try to paraphrase what I think you're saying and tell me if I've got this right. Okay, G-Man. I'm asking G-Man.
Okay.
G-Man, is it your? Are you actually saying, in terms of what is right and what is wrong, what is moral and what is immoral, is dictated by, when you say laws, do you mean like legal laws passed by a legislation? So
I'm talking about a moral lawgiver. The whole argument started when I tried to, I did my normal stick. What I said that that without God, he can't make sense out of his worldview. So I chose morality, and I said that without God, you can't make sense out of morality. So I argue for objective morality. And then I did what I always do. What I argued that that without laws, you can't determine whether or not something is right or wrong.
I heard all that. You're repeating it and not explaining. So let me try to. So
I wasn't done. I wasn't done.
Neither was I. I was
the reason why I'm repeating it, because I believe that context is important, and I'm pointing out what it is that I was arguing.
To ask you a helpful question that will totally clarify what might be a misunderstanding, but it's going to require you to just catch your breath for a second.
Hogtie. The reason why I repeated myself, Hogtie, is
you're going to repeat your explanation of why you repeated yourself. You don't want me to ask you.
You don't like it when I interrupt you, right? You hate it when I interrupt you, right? So just let me finish, okay?
I'm quite used to it.
The reason why I repeated myself, okay, because I'm going to make sure that the audience that is watching, because atheists are notorious for taking what I say out of context, okay? So I want to make sure that everybody understood what I was saying in context. I want to make sure that you understand what I said in context.
Well, I would if you would listen to the question and answer the question.
But you asked me a question and I started answering it, and then you interrupted me in the middle of it.
You did not. You did not let me ask the question. Okay? Because here's what people think you're saying. Okay, so I'm going to say what I think people think you're saying, and if it's wrong, this will give you a chance to correct it. What I think people are hearing is that when you're deciding between right and wrong, between moral and immoral, that all that matters is whether or not society. I do not believe this is your position. This is why I'm asking the question. That what matters is when society passes a law. So let's say, for example, somebody creates BlizzGig, right? And there's no law against it. You can go buy a BlizzGig and you can carry it around with you in your pocket wherever you go. And then that means it's perfectly moral. There's nothing wrong with possessing a BlizzGig in public. But then the government decides, well, we don't want people having BlizzGigs in public. So they create a bill, it gets its readings, and it gets signed by the governor, the president, whoever. Now it's a law. It is now illegal to possess a BlizzGig in public. At that moment, it is now immoral to possess a BlizzGig in public. G-Man, is that your position?
No, you're totally misrepresenting my position. Again,
no. Hold on.
The reason why I put everything. No, Hawk. I'm going to actually answer the question.
He's not trying to misrepresent you. He's just
nice metaphorical widget, Hawkeye.
Everybody interrupting me. Okay, thank you. So, what I'm saying is that you can't determine if something. You can't determine whether or not something is right or wrong without a law being there. Okay. In other words, if you're driving, and I used this example before, and I'm going to use it again. If you're driving down the road and you're doing 100 miles an hour, nobody can say that you're breaking. No one can say you're doing anything wrong unless there's a law saying that you're doing something wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got it. So, G-Man, this is why I raised the issue.
You need a moral lawgiver to show you whether or not you're doing something right or wrong.
I know, I got it. I think I know what your actual position is, and I think everybody is mishearing it. So I'm trying to help you clear it up.
I don't need nobody to help me. I think that the people that need to hear what I'm saying,
we're not understanding you then.
Well, here's the thing, Jordan. You haven't heard nothing that was said here today. You're the one who made some of these dumb arguments here today. Like that all the time.
G-Man, the thing that I just said, that you got all upset that I quote unquote misrepresented your position, I very clearly said up front, I am telling you, this is what people think you're saying. I personally don't believe that's your position. So I'm going to explain what I think people think you're saying, and then you're going to say, no, that's not my position. Cool, we clear that up. But don't accuse me of misrepresenting your position. That's why I did it. Here's what I think your actual position is. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, I think you're drawing an analogy. I think you're saying, well, let's consider how society works. And I'm even going to add another analogy. Let's consider how society works. When we talk about what's right and wrong living within a culture, we have to look at those laws, regulations, codes that are established by the leaders of that society, right? And let's look at households, for example. When there's right and wrong within a household, that's because the leaders of the household set rules on what time bedtime is and who's supposed to wash the dishes and things like that. The reason we know what's right and wrong within a household is because the household leaders set those rules. And those things are analogies, I think this is what you're saying, to when we talk about morality, not about rules in a house, not about laws in a society, but about truly right and wrong. In that case, to look for what is right and wrong in terms of being a human being, we have to look to our leader, namely God.
No.
Now, is that closer to your position?
No. You came late.
I thought it was so close.
You came late to the dance. So anyway, my whole argument was to show people that without God, this man can't make sense out of his worldview, and he can't determine whether or not something is right or wrong. Because in order to say something is right or wrong, you need a moral lawgiver. Okay,
and that moral lawgiver is the government.
And you guys have done your best to try to confuse it as much as possible, which you guys try to do a lot.
That's not true.
But the moral lawgiver,
bottom line is this:
is effectively the government.
There is no law that says I cannot shoot you. You cannot say I am wrong for shooting you. The reason why you believe that shooting you is wrong because there's laws out there that says that. Now, in order to have a law that matters, you have to have a moral lawgiver. And that moral lawgiver is God. And he says, thou shalt
No, it's the government.
murder. God says, thou shalt not murder. And the reason why I know I do something wrong because God said, thou shalt not murder.
Okay, I think I got it. Let me try it this way, T-Man. Now I think I got it.
No. You keep y'all not listening.
When you say, can you just
y'all not listening to what he is saying.
I am totally listening.
Jordan keeps saying. Wait, hold up. Jordan keeps saying.
You're the one interrupting.
He keeps saying the government. What G-Man is saying for the government to receive what they try to do, they got it from God. He is the beginning source. He's also saying the way the government determines, let's just say the way the government, because this is the same as with God, the way the government determines to input law is what G-Man is saying. When people is out there doing all those things, anything they want, because there's no law, then a law is implemented.
Yeah, well, when the government makes you pay a carbon tax, that ain't from God.
As far as what the government makes you pay, that's a law. It's still a law.
You're putting the government's morality ahead of God's morality. You're saying that the government is what dictates.
I'm saying no. We're saying you're starting after the fact. After the fact, when you're saying the government, G-Man is before then. He said that the government wouldn't even be or wouldn't even implement laws if it was not for the God that we believed in.
When the government uses your taxes to aid a cokehead against a nuclear power in a war, that ain't from God either.
If you was to
hold on. Without God, the government doesn't know what's right or wrong. People don't know what's right or wrong. Nobody.
The government is enforcing it all.
Okay,
that's the thing. The government is enforcing it all.
Okay,
we don't know whether something is morally right or wrong until the government enforces
okay,
it. You're just saying that the government is getting it from God.
If you say that the
we don't know it's right or wrong unless the government
tells you
morality
is based off of whatever the government.
A lot of things the government does is not moral.
You're still proving our point. Because in our Bible, it says no position that is given that wasn't given by our God. So the government that you're talking about, the reason why that government is there is because of our God who started the structure that they are going by. You're still
God was there from the beginning, and therefore everything exists because of God. So
exactly, everything exists because that's our point.
Okay, so on to like real stuff though, right? Like.
Oh, the real stuff.
We have
okay, that's disrespectful.
Well, I mean, it's like it's such a short circular argument, right? Like you're just making the case of like everything exists on the back of God. So
I want to go back to the beginning and argue from there.
Right.
Like where did the initial energy come from that caused
the initial energy came? So Jordan, when my argument for you was in the beginning was that you cannot make sense out of your worldview without my God. Okay, you cannot tell anybody that something is right or wrong without appealing to the scriptures. Period.
I think you can because
can't.
There were people who were doing right and wrong things.
No, you can't.
Before
not with the way you're arguing.
Was written.
There are more experienced
debaters.
There are more experienced debaters that will talk about the Ten Commandments. And an experienced debater will be like, okay, most
a lot of civilizations were built off of the backs of Christianity and religions, for sure. Absolutely.
Oh,
Christianity is not a religion, and I would greatly appreciate it if you guys stop saying it.
What is
it? It's not a religion; it's a relationship with our Creator.
So, do you believe that God's set of moral codes are enough to get people to follow?
Yes.
When Jesus said go into your closet and pray to the Father in heaven, that was telling you to get personal. He didn't say go into church and pray to God. He said go into a closet.
If God's moral code alone is enough to dictate our morality, why do we need laws? Because I could argue that it's the repercussions of doing the thing that's said is wrong that stops us from doing it. Not the morality that God has instilled in us.
And the answer to that is that we need laws because we're sinful. It's right there in the book of Galatians. The law was given because we were sinners.
Yeah,
and we needed that law to point us to a savior.
So God's moral code alone is not enough for us to act right.
No, it is. That's why people become born again when they learn the 10 Commandments. Jessica, do you know the 10 Commandments in order?
I don't know them in order, no, but I was going to use one of the 10 Commandments because one of those is thou shalt not commit adultery, right? But we know that people are cheating out here at crazy rates. I think it's almost half of women cheat, and I think like just a bit lower of men cheat. So people are out here cheating.
As a man, I don't believe that statistic. I think men cheat almost as equally as women, if not more. And I would think possibly men do cheat more than women.
When I actually think about it, though, I bet you women probably do. At this point in time, maybe in the past, that maybe wasn't the case. But nowadays, I think guys are out there looking for girls that they want to keep. And
women
girls are not
having
really
fun.
There. Yeah, they're more having fun.
But that doesn't stop them from cheating. Even if they find one they want to keep, they might not be satisfied with it.
We have a lot of people who think that the grass is greener on the other side. It's that it's that kind of mentality that really contributes to that stuff as well.
So even though it's there in the 10 Commandments, inherently, if we're going by society's actions, almost half of us don't think that it's wrong. We're still doing it, right? So that's why I say, do you think that it's God's moral code that stops us from doing something, or is it the repercussions, i.e. the law? The law provides repercussions for your actions. So is it God or is it the repercussions?
I think it's the lies and the people in the mind.
That's really interesting.
Jessica, let me pick up on one point there. You said that clearly half the people don't think that it's wrong because they're doing it. I don't think it's the case that people who do something think that thing is right. I think in your own experience, as you can think of yourself and many other people around you who've done things knowing those things to be wrong. When people steal, they know that it's wrong, right? So there's a difference between what is, in their view, objectively right or wrong versus the choices they make. We make bad choices as people. Does that change what you would say?
I get you, but my point is that we're still doing it. So God's moral compass that G-Man was saying is instilled in all of us to let us know right from wrong and guide our actions isn't that strong, or some could argue that it doesn't exist due to
Here's
what
an
we see.
example of knowing right from wrong and how it's written
the
on
only
our
times
hearts.
that we see those things curbed are when there are repercussions for it.
Right. Okay.
You're right about that. You're right about that. I think the Christians would say you need to know right and wrong, and you need to have you need to have God's law, and you need to have the desire to follow God's law. I think
If you do something that you don't want done to you, you know it's wrong.
I believe the Christian position is that God's law is written on everyone's hearts, but there are people who wantonly turn their back on God's law because they turn their back on God.
Which is called that he gave us free will. Now, but you keep saying as far as the repercussion, yes, that's a part of it, of changing as far as what the law is. Yes, that's part of when it comes to change. But you put it as that God's law was to make you do something or to make you walk a certain path. The God's law was to tell you what you're doing and you need to change. And if you do not change, you have repercussion, as what you just said.
So this is my argument that I'm trying to pose to you. Maybe let me make it clearer. Earlier, G-Man said that it's I forgot the term that he used, but basically it's God's moral code. He's the moral lawgiver, and that dictates our actions. What I'm asking is it really God's moral code that dictates our actions, or is it the repercussions from society? Is it God, or is it knowing that society says that it's wrong and there will be repercussions for your actions?
I believe that if we listen to society, I think human beings will be extinct off the planet if we just listen to society and didn't listen to a moral lawgiver. But anyway, that's just me.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
Of course it don't, Lucas. You always criticize me.
What actions are you talking?
I hate hogtie. That's why I'm glad you're in here. You said I hate hogtie, champ. Prove it.
What actions are you talking about? What actions?
I'm talking about all actions that we consider right and wrong. So we could take it back to the cheating example. It's not against the law. People still do it, but people hide it. People hide it because there's a stigma. The stigma is that society starts to treat you a certain way. You become a bad person in the eyes of society. That's a repercussion.
We have some state laws that
That's a social repercussion. So we can argue a lot of what we see as right and wrong is actually what's good for society, not necessarily something that God has implemented. Now, there can be a crossover.
And reputation, yeah.
Just about every divorce case where the woman gets the most because the man cheats, pretty much every divorce proves there's a law that is against cheating.
But you're still taking it back to society. For society to have a law, even when it comes to where we at in society, to say that is wrong, the reason why they say that is wrong, because it came from the source, is what we believe in as far as God. Now, yes, people do, even though they know the law or they have moral code, as G-Man say, we still have free will. Now, but we also have different societies also. So what's in this society may be morally wrong, but in another society, it may be different. So you're making a judgment off of a society that you live in or a society that you're experiencing.
But that's my point, right? And it's that morals are socially driven rather than driven through God, because in my society, something may be against the law. Okay, if for a man to marry 4 women, that would be considered bigamy over here. There's a law against it. Now, if I was to go over to Pakistan, I could be wife number 4, and that's perfectly legal. That's perfectly moral. So what I'm saying is, those are social constructs. Morality is social. It's
no,
not.
No, you can't slippery slope to say that morality itself.
I mean, that was a
social because
demonstration of it.
there
though.
are social constructs of morality.
But what you just
look at morality over here. Look at morality over there.
Right,
Like,
but what
they're
you
different
just-
things, but they're
but
being
what you just
dictated by a
described is
god.
not pertaining to
Yeah, but she's saying
different
that
things. I know.
social morality is a social construct.
Right,
Morality
which
is a
goes
social
towards the-
construct. No,
Right.
no, you can't slippery slope to say morality itself is a social construct, just because some societies are using a social construct to have their own morality.
But that's
Well,
proof right
That's
there. That's
wrong.
exactly
That-
what
that's
it
not
is.
that's not morality itself. You're generalizing morality as being this social construct, and
No, you're taking,
it is
you're
to
taking
some
a bunch of
societies,
people's
but not to all.
individual. You're taking a bunch of people's individual subjective, whatever, and then you're you're bonding it together so that it becomes a coherent. I'm losing my train of thought.
Yeah, because I can't. I'm lost too.
Yeah, you lost me on that one, bro.
Sorry, man.
It becomes an affirmation that a standard has to be set, and there has to be consequences if the standard is broken.
But
Basically,
that
you have to
depends
create a
on-
law.
But yeah, that depends on the society that you're in.
Yeah, again, it depends on society. So morality itself is not a social construct. People have a social construct of morality, but morality itself isn't.
But it is, because again, there are things that are
You're just
perfectly
taking
fine.
a coloring book and coloring it. You're taking something that already
But
exists.
that's what the
and
morals
you're
are.
applying
A
something
coloring
else to
book
it.
that's filled in with different colors in
Yep.
different places.
So wait a minute. So you're saying? So wait a minute. I'm just trying to get this right. Are you saying the morality that we carry within ourselves and take it within the government and implement a law, that will be a morality and a social construct once it become a law?
It
I'm
doesn't,
saying
have
it
to,
doesn't.
it doesn't even have to become a law.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's
Doesn't
take it
law?
out. Let's take it out the law. How does it when it comes to the social construct? Let's just take law out of it. When you say social construct, how is morality implemented into that?
Morality dictates your social constructs.
Okay, then
Okay,
it's not a
where
social
does it
construct.
get hold up. Where does you get the morality then? Where do you get it from?
From a shared group of thoughts, or if a majority
No,
of individuals
before
think-
you get to the group of people, that means it comes from an individual, correct?
Your parents.
Yes.
Okay. So once
Yeah,
it
your
comes from an individual, then a group decides, right? And after they decide on it, that's when they implement it in the social society, correct?
When they make a
It
law.
comes from that, and it comes from what is best for society.
Right. What's
So in
best-
order for society to keep functioning in a certain way, there have to be certain laws, and they tell you this is right, this is wrong. That dictates.
Exactly, but it starts off from a single source, or it could be a couple of people.
Because it comes from people, yes.
Okay, exactly. That's why I said.
No, the original laws came from God. Period.
No. I got no.
And man made derivative laws of said
We
laws.
know that. Hold up. You going in another direction. And we know that. Us people that say we know that, and your point is proven, because the single individual, when it comes to us as religion, comes from God. But I'm on their playing field as far as how they look at things. No matter what, it still comes from a single individual, which that single individual, as what we believe, has the Spirit of God in them. This is all people. And the morality that they have, it is God in them that brings it to them. And it works by what we call the Holy Spirit, and it works by your heart. So different individuals may have different how they look at things and where they are and how they are inside. And then they bring it to a social construct with a group of people. And those group of people is guided by the Holy Spirit of God, because God is in them. And they all come together as one and implement a morality which God gave to them And the reason why they're doing it, because the spirit in them, they gave them the understanding for what they believe within their heart. And after that, they implement it into society. So it all still.
I understand that. And that's why I was giving an almost alternative perspective of how morals could arise, because you say that it comes from individuals and God is inside every single individual, and I'm saying it's possible that that moral code is dictated by repercussions and laws.
Yes, okay.
It's not necessarily what's in us in God's moral code. It's
yes.
I do that.
No. The repercussion still comes from God, though. Even the repercussion, you can read the Bible.
And this is where you say God is within us all. So if I steal from Joden and Joden says, okay, I'm going to take my appropriate punishment, you're going to say that's an act of God because God is within Joden. And I'm saying...
Exactly, yeah. Because
so I can stone her to death.
No, hold up. You just going by stoning. Even let's take.
Well,
it's
an exaggeration.
Okay, but even
I think he was joking, bro.
We don't stone anymore. But even the law as far as the repercussion in this society that we are today, it still started off with God, because repercussion also comes from God. No matter
you always tie everything to God as like just the beginning, but there you got to have like the intro point of like, here's the you keep talking about God, but it's like, okay, show me, where's the God, how are you gonna demonstrate that this is where I should be putting all my faith, right? And it's kind of like, well, you got to look inside yourself, you got to want to see it, you got to know it, you got to become one of us, one of us. One of us.
Let me ask Jessica a question.
No, that's not what we say. You know it.
That's kind of weird.
If we go
where do I go with it, though?
We're mixing up ethics
and you come to know Christ as your Savior. But first, you got to realize that you're a sinner. You know what I mean? So we don't argue again, the argument right now.
You have to understand. You have to become one of us. You got to realize this. Like that's just what this.
No, that's not what we say.
You have to realize you broke the laws of God.
That's effectively what. Like, whenever you say, "Oh, you're a sinner," and you got to understand this, it's like that's just you telling me.
But you also have to realize that
believe.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
You have to realize that you broke the laws of God, but you also have to realize that by breaking those laws, you probably caused harm to other people in some way.
Let me ask.
How do you explain the world before society?
Can I ask you a couple questions, Jessica?
Just let me quickly ask this: how do you explain the world before civilized?
If you ask me questions all the time, I got some bad news. The show will be over in a half an hour, so I'm going to be quiet for the rest of the show. Y'all go ahead.
How do you explain the world before civilized society? Because we know before we had, and this is why I say is it a social construct, because before we had a civilized society and that social construct was implemented, people would steal from each other, people would kill each other. It was dog eat dog,
are
right?
required.
So that wasn't even though God created man was there, but man was not living by the moral code that God set. Society is when we started to see that moral code. It wasn't inherent.
What society
you talking about?
I'm talking about modern civilization, so we can compare.
Okay.
Cavemen.
You saying society. What society are you talking about?
I'm talking about modern Western society. So
okay, but modern Western society. Hold up, modern Western society.
Let me know when it's my turn.
It's up to date. Can you tell me the first society that you're describing that you believe that man implemented? Can you tell me the first society?
I'll say the society that I'm comparing to, right? So
okay, hold up, Jessica. You're still not answering the question because you're going by.
I don't understand what you're saying, bro.
You're going by modern society. You're going by modern society. Okay, tell me the first society. What she's talking about. Tell me the first society that started implementing what she's talking about. Do you know?
What?
I wouldn't be able to say exactly.
You understand the question.
I get you. You're saying
God made man. She's talking about man's society, what man implemented. Do you know the first society that man brought together? Do you know?
The first society that had more than 5 people.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
tell me the 5 people.
Like it's a Bible thing. He doesn't
Tell
care
me the
about
5
reality.
people.
Tell
Is this gonna go somewhere?
him it was
What does this
Tell
have
me.
to do with
So,
anything?
that's what you cannot understand, because that's the reason why it goes over your head, because you cannot tell me since the first society of the first 5 people.
What are you talking
I can't. A society that I can compare it to are cavemen, right? And in there, you had bubbles of people. It was very tribalistic. If you saw somebody else and you're hunting, you're competing for resources, and people would do things to each other that would be considered religiously wrong, right? People kill each other, people hurt each other, people steal from each other, people did all of those things. Now that changed when we moved to a civilized society where we said, okay, in order for us all to cohabit amongst each other, these are the set of rules that we're going to live by. So my original point, is that God's moral code, or is it a social construct? We saw
it's
society
not one or the
change
other. It's
what we saw
one
as right and wrong.
one attributing to it.
It's starting. We're saying it's starting from God, because y'all, like this guy right here, cannot prove. You talk about cave. You was taught that. No one here can prove, and this guy's shaking his head because he don't know, because he is going by what another man said. He is going by what another man said. He cannot tell me the first. Then he's gonna say 5 people. He don't even know one name of the 5
You tell me.
who started it.
Educate me. Who are the
When the
first
flat
5
earthers
people?
when the flat earthers done here, I have a couple questions for Jessica that'll be illuminating. Can I do it? Do you mind? All right, good. So Jessica, what I want to ask you, because the point I'm going to get to is that I think you're mixing up morals and ethics, which I will explain by offering this question. So when you are in a situation where you have to choose between option A and option B, what are the considerations? What are the things that are on your mind that you think are important for that decision? So as an example, let's say you know a married couple and you come to learn that one of them is having an affair on the side unknown to the other person. And you're trying to decide, well, do I talk to the person who's cheating and try to set him right? Or do I go talk to the other person and let him know? Do I stay out of it? You know what I mean? I'm talking about typical sort of moral type of situations that you're in. I want to ask you, Jessica, what are the types of considerations that you take? For example, you might ask yourself, well, what would Jesus do? Is that on the plate? No. What are the things that you think are important as you contemplate that decision?
I think about what the effects of what I'm going to do are, whether it's good for them, whether it's good for the wider group of people around them. So it could be their children, all of that stuff. I think about what the effects are going to be for me as an individual. Right. That's how I'm going to judge my decision.
Excellent. So your answer, when you enter into moral reasoning, the main consideration on your mind is potential harms and benefits. The types of harms and benefits, exactly. That's morality. Right morality is a contemplation of harms and benefits to sentient creatures. Okay, yes. When you go to decide which side of the road you're going to drive on, what considerations do you have?
I'm driving in the right direction. I mean, what do you mean?
What are the things that are important to you? When you say, well, I'm going to drive on the right side of the road, or I'm going to drive on the left side of the road, what is the most important consideration when you're making that choice?
What's the safest way to travel?
What the law says.
It's not the law. It's like I'm going to smack into another car. So you're considering the other person, you're considering yourself, and then you consider the law. You consider how a greater, wider society.
Completely empty highway. It's just as dangerous, just as safe to drive on one side or the other. What is the only consideration that you think of when you choose, I'm going to drive on the right-hand side of that line, or I'm going to drive on the left-hand side of the line? I'm going to go with the Lubis on this one. The only thing that matters is the law, right? That's ethics. So morality is what you do by yourself. Morality is the type of reasoning that you do as an individual about what you predict or foresee in terms of harms and benefits. Ethics are those rules that are agreed upon by a group of people. It's how we conduct ourselves as part of a group. So a lot of the things you're talking about when societies decide right and wrong, you're not talking about morality, you're talking about ethics in that case. And it's worth, I mean, I don't want to talk about it too long because this show is kind of fast paced, but I'm going to encourage you, Jessica, to literally like go to Google and type in morals versus ethics. And I think
ethics is dictated by morals.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Ethics, yes, they're dictated by morals. Ethics are usually derivative of morals.
Not necessarily. Yes, of course, there's a strong relationship. Obviously, when a group of people are forming ethics, they try to form their ethics in the context of moral reasoning.
That's where social construct comes into play, is the formation of
driving
ethics.
on the left-hand side of the road is no more or less moral than driving on the right-hand side of the road. I will grant, yes, ethics are brewed in the crucible of considering what's harmful and beneficial for the group. But anyway, so they're related. But no, one does not dictate the other. They're related, but one doesn't dictate the other.
See,
so again,
ethics are derivative of morality.
Sound interested in the topic? I really encourage you to Google. Wow, I'm literally on the last sentence. Google it. You'll enjoy it.
Wait a minute. You said one doesn't dictate the other?
Ethics are derivative of morality. And that's where social construct comes into play, is by the formation of ethics, by deriving them from a moral mindset.
I just got the literal definition is moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity. So moral
principles. Those are principles of.
Right. What Apple just said, what he just said is the complete answer. It still the core of it start off your personal morality.
So it goes back to our point that our morality is individualistic, right?
Yes, that's true.
What we were saying
have an
earlier.
individual morality.
Yes.
That was our point earlier, and it was like, no, it's not.
But we're saying, yes,
it's by
but we're saying, we're saying as people who are through our religion and as far as how we in that Bible, for you to get to that moral individual, it comes from the source, which is God, because God is in all.
And I was saying that's, and I get you, and that's why I was saying, but is it that just a convenient coincidence, or could it just be that it's governed by society?
Okay, as far as what you're saying, convenient, that's because when your lack of, and I ain't gonna say lack, that's because you don't travel that path of the religion that we in.
You don't honestly. You don't even know my my individual beliefs, whether I believe in God or not. But my mind it questions, right? So I'm asking questions so I can either get a further understanding of which way I want to go. So it's not necessarily that I don't believe in God. I think if you take that stance in the conversation with me, it's
I want you to know it's
the
fine
wrong
to
way.
question.
It's just
I'm
when you say,
because
but you said that it's not. When you say that it's not, oh, okay, you asking it as a question. So forgive me on that. If you ask it as a question, but I was just responding when you say, could it be not? And it's no such thing. Everything starts. It's no not when it comes to God, because everything starts with Him.
And don't think you can't question authority, because Jesus showed us basically you can criticize authority because He did.
But
it
then,
was his
and
own
this is
religious
why
leaders.
my mind says to me, okay, because I said before I grew up in a very religious household, so it's like, okay, God is within you, and that's why this happens. But then my mind also says, well, I see these certain set of morals come around at the same time as we move into certain types of social settings or civilizations. So is that God, or is it our society that governs our behavior? Or is it a mixture of both? And that's why I'm having this discussion.
I would say for that, it still starts with God. Yes, you can go into another society and adapt to that society, but and that's still God that's helping you to do that. It still starts with Him. Now, that's any society that you're in, any society.
law starts with God as a divine mandate, and man, it just basically derives every law they have from that divine mandate.
No, not every law. Whoa, not every law.
There are some laws, of course. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, one way to look at it is that God, is the author of morality, and then when I'm saying man, I mean human. I don't mean man. Man then takes this sense of morality and then tries to construct the ethical code, in this case, legislation and laws. But in man being imperfect creatures, we screw it up. And that's why we have, there's some things we agree on. You shouldn't murder people, but we can't come to a consensus as to whether or not, should gay marriage be legal? There are countries in this world where even having sexual contact with somebody of the same sex is a criminal offense. There are some places where you're allowed to do that, but you're not allowed to get married. And there are other places that say you can get married. This is an example of whatever God's opinion on that is. Man, I went to Galatians chapter 6 or Romans chapter 3. This is man being given God's law, but being fallible and screwing it up. That's what I think the view is.
Well, I see that. I see your point there also. So.
Yeah, something else I wanted to point out real quick about the argument that I made. I have to remember something too, that even though people know that God is our moral lawgiver, our society is also tainted with sin as well. And the reason why we have so much crime and all the stuff that's going on, at least from the Christian worldview, is because of our sin nature, or fallen sin nature.
I would my argument for it being our moral code is instilled by God is that we do feel bad for our actions. If I do you the wrong, I feel bad for doing you wrong at seeing your reaction to it, right? So there is this natural sense of all of us, I think in most of us, I should say, that we know we've done something bad. And that would be my argument maybe for that being from God, because it becomes naturally to us. Personally, I don't want to see somebody else cry. I don't want to see them upset. Though that would be my thought that leans towards, okay, that's the argument for God.
That's what I was talking about earlier. If you're doing something that you don't want done to yourself, pretty much that's something that's not moral. And that's already written in your heart.
So I can see the argument for it, but then also my mind, and this is why I say my mind questions everything, because it's there's a lot of people that don't care about that. So is that something that's inherently given by God, or is it just because, again, there are repercussions for what we do? So it's not God's doing.
Psychos that enjoy pain.
Not even psychos. People lie. Right. One of my experiences where I stopped going to church was because so it was like a youth pastor, and he was in charge of us younger people, and he blatantly lied to my face. And I said, if this is the youth pastor who I'm meant to be listening to and trusting, and he's going to lie to my face just like it's nothing, how can I trust the church?
Oh yeah, we got the mainstream.
That's kind of not fair though. That's not fair.
Yeah, you're talking about you're making an isolation incident. And then generalizing and say that
we just lie all the time on here. Crack me up.
Because I did not put that. Come on. I did not put that to religion. I put that down to the individual. So I didn't take that as that would anyway shake my belief in God, but I took it as, okay, my belief in going to church, that the people there are merely just people, just like you and me. People lie, people steal, people cheat.
But you just said, so why would you take it? Why would you take it to the whole? Why would you implement the whole church into that? Into what an individual did?
Because I've been going to church since I was very young, as long as I can remember. I told you earlier, my auntie started up a church in order to collect money from people and start living the high life. I went to churches before that again.
Right. So why?
Exactly, she wasn't, and I put that on the individual as opposed to the religion, because I say people are.
Okay. Your auntie was a con woman, and she wasn't a Christian.
Yes, right. She was. She was a con woman. That's exactly what she is, right?
But you still
she wasn't a Christian, though.
Right.
But what it shows me is that the church is flawed because the church is full of people that
please, that
lie
ain't
and
new.
cheat and
Wait,
steal.
that ain't nothing new.
You might be talking about
Right.
So from there, I don't trust the church.
That's what we
logic,
why
buddy.
would you
That's
not
some
trust
bad
the
logic.
Yeah, that's a bad. Why would you not trust them? Why would you?
How do you trust atheists then if that's the case? But they're flawed too.
Right.
I never said I'm an atheist. The reason I don't trust the church is because I've seen a pattern of people out there pretending to be one thing and really being another, and they're simply running
Those
the
are the
church
type
in
Jesus spoke
order
about that
to
want to be
collect money from
seen
people.
that way.
Jessica,
That's why I
Jessica.
don't
First of all,
trust the
Jessica,
church.
I, you know, you have my condolences and everything. I'm sorry that you had to experience that. You got a lot of wicked people in a lot of different walks of life, but you can't trust atheists either because, like, name the channel. I'll go on there right now and I'll show you the hypocrisy on their channels, and that means with that logic, you can't trust no atheists either. That's ridiculous.
Yes, that is my logic, and my logic is that the church is full
Your
of
logic
people.
is seriously flawed.
People are flawed, right? People lie, people cheat, people steal.
Atheists lie
Whether
and
that's
cheat.
going to
And
be
church is
an
made of people.
atheist or a so-called Christian, you're going to see
But what
similarities.
about all the lying atheists that exist out there?
Hold on, G-Man. No one cares. Yeah, atheists are poopy heads. We get it, G-Man.
No.
Wait a
minute, Hogtie. That's not fair, Hogtie. Hold on a minute. Hogtie. She's building
an organization.
Hold on a minute. She's trying to sit there and say because her experience with dealing with one individual Christian. I'm sorry, two. Her mom.
No.
I mean,
hold on a minute.
So you don't trust, wait a minute. You found a couple of people in the church that was dishonest to you. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden you don't trust the church, but then you can be around a bunch of lying people who claim they be atheists, and then you trust atheism?
No, I don't trust. I never said I trust atheism. I'm saying atheists are people, just like the people that go to church
You don't
are
trust atheists
people.
either.
And no, I don't. I think there's flawed people in both sides, but the atheists aren't claiming a moral high ground.
Oh, what?
I don't lie. I don't do this.
Wait, Jessica, you got to be crazy. Matt Dillahunty has a video on YouTube called "The Superiority," the superiority of secular morality. You got to be
That's
kidding
one
me.
guy.
Go to church on Sunday, and his experience, and you will hear Matt Dillahunty argue that you guys, the atheists, got the moral high ground every single Sunday.
I have not been to a church where it's not full of people who are doing wrong. Another church that I tried going into.
Wait a minute.
On the way to the
Why are
church,
you not addressing what I said?
because it doesn't. It's besides my point.
No.
My point is that people
I
are.
know what you're trying to do. You need to address my point. You sat there and you tried to make an argument because you didn't trust a couple of people in the church. You said that you don't trust Christians. I gave you
No, I don't. No. I don't trust
no.
and so I don't go to church anymore.
This is going to be addressed. Hold on a minute. This is going to be addressed. And then you said that atheists are not trying to claim a superiority in morality. That is a lie. Matt Dillahunty has several videos on his Patreon as well as on the Atheist Experience where he claimed that secular morality is superior to that of Christianity. You got to be crazy.
I don't follow.
I don't follow that agenda.
I don't follow atheism. I followed Christianity more so than I followed atheism. So that's where most of my experiences are going to.
Right. You need to go experience. You need to go.
I haven't. I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist. So I don't follow atheism.
So where are you then?
Right. I believe in God. Right. I believe in God.
That means you're a theist.
But
that's what that means.
No.
But I do not go to church because church is full of
Church is filled with a bunch of forgiven sinners. You've expressed that on a multiple
I think
occasions.
she's a human being that was born into a world of sin like Gabriel.
Church ain't for perfect people. Church is for flawed people. That's why you go there, so you can get better.
But if I have the pastor who's preaching to me that I should be doing X, Y, and Z, and meanwhile he's doing something completely different behind closed doors.
You listen to what he says. You don't do what he does.
I shouldn't listen to him.
Listen to what he says. You listen to what he says, and then you don't do what he do. You're following Christ at the end
How
of the day.
can I trust the word of the hypocrite?
Wait a minute, ma'am. Wait a minute, ma'am. Hold on a minute. You, first of all, have you read the Bible?
I've read not all of it.
Okay.
Not all of it. No.
So what you can do is you can listen to what he has to say. You can apply what he says if he's telling you the truth. But at the end of the day, the example that you're supposed to follow is Christ. That's what we call it being Christ-like, not being passionate, being Christ-like.
If I go to church, I'm following another person just like me. If I am going to follow religion, I'd rather follow the Bible.
It's okay to have a shepherd. You can have
But
the shepherd can't be trusted, in my experience.
Ma'am.
But every church I've been to has been the same thing.
Ma'am, again, you're supposed to follow Jesus. You're not supposed to be following a man.
Exactly. That's what church is.
Right. Who is the head of the church, Jessica? Jessica, you don't know what the church is, Jessica, and I can tell.
The church is me following an individual.
Jessica, the church is the body of Christ, Jessica. What is the definition of the body of Christ, Jessica?
I said she's not using the word church in the biblical sense. She's talking about the organization.
Hogtie, do me a favor, Hogtie. Let me talk to her about this, Hogtie, because you're a little
okay. Go ahead.
So Jessica, what is the church as a whole, according to the Bible?
I'm not talking about in a biblical sense. So Hogtie is right. I'm talking about the church as an organization, as the people that you meet when you walk into the building.
Jessica, I asked you a fair question. Please.
She's answering it.
Please define for me the church. Are you talking about the gathering that where people get together and they worship with each other?
Yes.
Do you understand? that there are people who are members of the body of Christ and they are considered the church? The church is not the building. The church is made up of individuals. If you get two people that come together in God's name, there he will also be in the midst. Okay,
that's what she was talking about. The organization of the people that make up the body of Christ.
So tell me something, Jessica. Do you know what a saved sinner is?
Somebody that repents on their sins.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Somebody that repents for their sins.
Somebody repent of their sins and do what? What else? Repenting is not enough. What else?
And changes their life and lives a different way.
No, somebody who repents is somebody who is following the teachings of our Lord and our Savior, Jesus Christ. Now, that's what you're supposed to be doing. Following after Jesus and not people. I go to church and I hear people say things in church that's stupid all the time. I go to church and I hear people say things.
He said,
I'm sorry.
He just goes to church.
Lil Biz, I'll tell you what, Lil Biz. I'll let you stay in here if you can prove to me I don't go to church.
You said you don't go to church.
Lil Biz. Prove to me I don't go to church and I will let you stay in here.
Because you've said you don't go to church.
Lubis, when did I say that, Lubis?
I've heard you say it many times.
Years ago, Lubis.
Let me finish answering.
Okay?
Let me finish answering.
Lubis, you have been lying in my live chat. You've been lying on my other channel. You've been lying on your YouTube channel. Just do me a favor and be a good little boy and be quiet, okay? So going back to you, Jessica, all right? The church is made up of saved sinners who are following after the Lord Jesus Christ. If you choose to no longer associate yourself with Christ because of some bad experiences with some people in the church, and believe me, I got a video on my channel called "My Almost Deconversion Story." I've been through a lot of things, and I bet you I've been through more than you regarding some of these churches. I bet you I've been through more than you, or just as much stuff as you've been through. And I didn't turn my back on God because I understand the consequences.
Okay,
I'm not saying that I'm turning my back on God.
Real quick.
1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 1 says that in the latter times, some are going to depart from the faith because of seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, false prophets, false teachers, depending on their own understanding.
Man, she said she believes in God
from the faith.
Yeah. G-Man, here's the thing. So she said that she was turning away from the church, meaning that organization. You, when you were addressing her, you said, "Oh, well, that's a bad reason to say that you don't trust Christian." That's not what you said.
No, that's not what was happening. She was sitting there saying because she had a bad experience with her youth pastor, and she had a bad. And by the way, I recommend everybody go find that video on this channel. It's called "My Almost Deconversion Story." Go look at everything that happened. I did not leave. I did not leave.
I posted the link inside that.
I know what she was doing. She's being a billboard for atheism. I know what she was doing.
Right, but you still not listening carefully.
No, I am listening.
Okay, but you saying, listen to what G-Man is saying. That's on a spiritual
I know what you're saying.
Okay. So since you're saying organization, do you know how big and it's different churches of organizations? And what he is saying, even on her on the level that she's coming from, you still should not leave the organization because it's many within the organization that will fit her needs. That's because she believes in God. So he is saying you shouldn't, the logic that you coming up with, the excuse that you coming up with to leave even an organization doesn't add up because it's many within the organization that will fit her needs.
But fit my needs how, Von Eric? Because you can have ulterior motives. If you're telling me to do something and that I should do this, that, the other, but then you're doing that for your own gain, I can't trust you.
Right,
You're a flawed person, just like all of us, right?
Yes, I got you on that, but it's still, if within the organization, it's still something within there that you will go to that you won't find that.
Every church that I've been to, my experience has been negative.
Okay, no problem. But that's what G-Man is saying. What he went through, he's been through many, and yet he found one. He just said, I've been through that. I've been through all of that more than you. And I've been to many churches, many things within this organization, and I finally found one. That's why he's saying you should not lay on those excuses of what you've seen. He's saying you should keep on moving until you find that one that support your needs.
And that's what she says she's doing. So let me, I tell you, I think
she said she's doing that. Okay.
No, she was sounding like she was a billboard for atheists.
I might be reading something
I don't trust the church anymore. That's basically what was being said.
She doesn't, but she's not talking about the biblical church. Let me tell you now.
Well,
I might
before I
be
go, I would like to say, just don't give up hope. Don't give up your faith. Keep your faith. Keep it strong. Just because there's no church organization to go to doesn't mean that God doesn't love you.
I believe in God. I just don't believe in going to church.
Yeah, she said that. She did say that. She said she believes in God. She said she didn't say that she didn't believe in God.
But see how all the arguing and all the tension in society is
here we go. This is the video I want everybody to see right here. This is the video where I talk about me almost basically not being a Christian.
Anyway, good night, y'all.
In this church. Oh Lord, hold on a minute. I didn't mean to hit play.
You're not going to show the whole video, are you?
No,
it's
I'm not.
Both video at all.
I'm not going to show the video at all. I just want to show everybody the video. So this is it here.
Yeah, I've seen the video.
Virgin story.
Will recommend. I've seen the video. Will recommend. And let me say, I might be when I listen to Jessica's story, I might be mishearing it a bit because I might be inserting my own experience, which I will summarize very briefly. So I was part of a church, and G-Man, I'm using the word church to refer to that corporation, right? So, for example, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, right? That's a church. Now, not the way that the word church is in the Bible. I totally get what you're saying, G-Man. Anyway, I wasn't in LDS. It's not what it was. I'll tell you what it was in a second. But I had problems with what some of the people were doing, especially some of the older women that were busybodies and getting in people's faces. And I didn't think that they were really good people. But I still sort of stuck with the church. Then I came to realize that there were church policies. Again, not the church, the organization that we call the church. I'll give you a hint. We called it Holy Mother Church. I started to realize that the organization itself was unbiblical, was contra-scriptural. And I didn't give up on Christians. I didn't give up on Christ. I didn't give up on God. I gave up on the thing that I called the church, or sometimes called Holy Mother Church. So are you saying that I was mistaken for giving up on the church? When I looked at church doctrine and realized it was unbiblical, was I wrong to turn my back on the church?
She's not saying that. She's not saying that.
No, he's basically saying he's saying what I'm saying. That's my.
It's not Mormonism. Use that as an example.
Mormonism is a cult, and everybody's
He's basically explaining my experience.
Hog Tie, you still not listening.
No, he isn't.
Hog Tie.
You tell me he's not.
Hog Tie's right. She just said Hog Tie got it. That's what I'm saying.
She said, okay, let's just say, hold on. Let's just say, hey, Lucas, let's just say that she agreed with Hog Tie. And I'm saying Hog Tie and her, right, did not listen to what G-Man is saying.
We absolutely did, you moron.
Let's just say, because even with Hogtie explained, he talking about an organization. There are many organizations within Christianity. It's just not one. It's many. So what G-Man is saying? So what G-Man is saying? You got Latter-day Saints, you got Jehovah's Witness, you got Baptists. You got all of these different organizations under the umbrella of Christianity or church. You have different.
Okay, and what was G-Man saying?
And G-Man is saying is, don't rely on what you was going to do, like Hogtie, what you were saying with that church, the LDS. He said, "Come."
It wasn't LDS. For the 12th time, I was never.
Okay. Well, then you okay. Let's put it like this: whatever organization that you named, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, and G-Man is saying what you would do within that organization. You could still go into another structured organization under the umbrella of Christianity.
Right. That's what she was saying. That's what I was saying. Stop talking like you're explaining something we don't know. That's what we were saying.
So why? But I'm saying, why did you try to bring up something and try to make G-Man understanding? Because if you did, you didn't have to say it.
Because G-Man was misinterpreting what I said, so
I'm not misinterpreting.
I was just clearing it up.
Yes, you did. G-Man, you misinterpreted what she said. You misinterpreted. Like, are you God, G-Man? Are you a mind reader? Are you God? Because you misunderstood.
He did not misunderstand.
He absolutely misunderstood.
The misunderstanding is coming from. I'm gonna tell you where it's coming from. The misunderstanding is when y'all was listening to G-Man and not getting his understanding. You're not getting his understanding.
I can repeat back what G-Man said. I can explain what G-Man said. I listened to Jessica. I understood what she said, and I was able to explain it. And Jessica said, yeah, Hogtie's right. That's what I mean to say. The thoughts that are in my head, the words that Hogtie just said, he explained what I'm thinking. And
he said,
oh, no, Jessica, he's wrong. Hogtie's wrong.
And G-Man said, Hogtie, G-Man said,
Second, you've been talking for a long time. Second, I listened to G-Man, and I can tell you what G-Man said, and I can explain what G-Man said.
Hogtie, it's
kind of in-house.
You're arguing for the purpose of arguing for no reason.
No. If you can explain, my brother, what G-Man has said, then
I can.
He came up with a solution, of what Jessica was bringing up. That's what he is. That's what he did. He came.
No, that's not what G-Man did.
Yes, I did.
Not at all what happened.
Oh my goodness! That's why I said they didn't
Jesus,
Lucas.
Check it out. Check it out, my brother. Check it out, my brother. Okay.
Follow Jesus.
Jessica? Okay, go ahead, G-Man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the thing, Hogtie. Okay, you can go to a church where you don't necessarily agree with something that somebody says in the church, but your goal is not to be like the person that you're going to church with. Okay, your goal is to be like Christ. Her goal is supposed to be like him. So you don't just stop trusting the church. Because here's the thing, Jessica, this is what you might not understand. When you don't trust the church, you don't trust Christ, because the church is Christ's body. Remember when they was persecuting
her,
when Saul was persecuting the church. Before he got saved, Jesus came to him and said, Saul, why dost thou persecutest me? So if you don't trust the church, you don't trust Jesus, and vice versa. Okay, and I'm not telling you that there aren't people in the church that are speaking nonsense, because we got the Benny Hinn's, we got the Critical Dollars. We got a lot of people out there speaking a bunch of nonsense out there. You know, false teachers, false prophets, etc. Okay, you're supposed to have the discernment of the Holy Spirit living inside of you, where you can sit there and say that this person's teaching the truth and this person isn't. I'm going to listen to the person who is speaking the truth, and I'm going to follow, and I'm not going to listen to the other person. Okay, and I'm going to follow.
Obviously, I don't have that discernment because I trusted everyone that I was listening to until I had reason to not trust them. So it's like my discernment really means nothing.
Actually, I ain't gonna say you had a flaw. You know what you probably were? You probably naive, like I was when I first got saved. Because I ain't gonna lie, when I first got saved, I thought everybody who claimed to be a Christian was a Christian. I thought people were Catholics were Christians. I thought, and I ain't lying. I believe that one time Mormons were Christians. I believe that Jehovah's Witnesses were Christians. I believe that anybody that claimed to be Christian, they were my brother and sister in Christ. Then I got to reading that Bible, and it says, "Not everyone who says unto me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven." And then it talked about that the people that are saved are the people who are bearing fruit. And it talked about all these different things and whatnot. And when I started seeing what people were doing, and I was like, okay, that person, okay, that's salvific. You ain't saved. Okay, no, can't deal with that. No, you're wrong. No, that's not even the gospel. And I started understanding that only the people who were speaking the truth was my family in Christ, and those are the people that you ought to be fellowshipping with. Now, if you're talking about breaking fellowship, Jessica, with your youth pastor and with somebody in the church who's speaking nonsense, that's one thing. But to sit there and say because a couple of people did some things, you're just going to kick Christianity to the side, that is unacceptable. That is apostasy.
Not Christianity, the church.
He's not doing that, bro. Jimmy, you're not listening to what he said.
Yes, I am.
I'm saying that I'd be better off
in Hog
following
Tie,
Christianity.
And you're going to take it personal when I say Hog Tie. You always do. But this is an issue for two theists. Let me talk to her about this. You're going to get offended when I say this, no matter how I say it. You're an atheist.
Not going to get offended.
Let me have this conversation with her. If you believe that I'm wrong afterward, then fine. All right? I didn't hear what Hog Tie said.
You're misunderstanding her. And,
no, I'm not,
what I
said
was right.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Three people here are saying yes, you are, bro.
She didn't say
Vaughn Eric is not saying I'm misrepresenting her.
She didn't say she was leaving Christianity. Yeah, she
was not. That's not. Yeah, right.
Oh, okay. So Jessica, who are you supposed to fellowship with then, Jessica?
Myself. I'll read the Bible myself and
wait a minute. You fellowship with yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, so she said she's not leaving Christianity with that kind of thinking. I think she's been left. She checked out a long time.
Because again, I told you, church has proved to me that you can't trust anyone in the church.
Right,
I don't know who to trust.
Right.
So my logic tells me to stop going there. That the Bible doesn't. The Bible doesn't lie to me.
That
People
came
lie
from
to
a
me.
sinful,
The Bible doesn't.
Rebellious heart. And it did not come from the Holy Spirit. That is wrong, honey. You're supposed to fellowship with like-minded other believers because you ain't gonna survive on your own, honey. Trust me.
Well, okay, so let me ask this, because since Hog Tie Lubis, y'all say she wasn't. She didn't say she y'all are right. She didn't say she was leaving Christianity, right? But
she left.
As far as what she said, as far as churches, what she said that she's been through, right? Are y'all saying that she should just leave churches alone?
I'm saying that it is unbiblical for her to think that she can go solo and not fellowship whatsoever, and then still walk around here believing that she believes in Christ. She needs to go read that Bible. This is what I recommend you do, Jessica. Okay, you need to go read. Let me see something. You need to go read the book of Romans, Galatians, and the book of Hebrews, and then go read one of the Gospels. And I guarantee you, that kind of thinking that you got will be completely refuted.
But really, so y'all saying that she should leave the churches alone because her experience.
No. Let me.
Here's the thing, though. Vaughn Eric, there's two definitions of the church, and this is where she's screwing up right now, okay? And where I'm starting to see some exposing going on here. The first one is our corporate gathering, and then there's the ecclesia, right? The organism. You can't disconnect from the organism. It doesn't work that way. She's talking to a Christian right now. Is she going to tell me that I can't be trusted? She don't know me from Adam. Is she going to say that you can't be trusted? She don't know you either. Right? Is she going to sit there and say that that other believers on here, like Cherry Love and all of them, should not be trusted? She don't know nothing about them.
She never said that.
I don't think she was talking about every Christian on planet Earth.
I'm not done.
She never even said
I trusted.
Wait a minute, hold on a minute.
I trusted the institution until I had reason not to.
Then you are a part of the body of Christ. You are part of the family of God. The Bible teaches us you cannot go solo and try to go out there on your own without the Lord, without other believers, and think you're going to go out there and be an overcomer. It don't work that way. It don't work that way.
Or
That's
the
why
I
army.
trusted
I'm not a Christian.
the
Lubus
I'm not
organization
realizing from the faith because you
until
are believing in your own thing. You can't
until
give
I
me
had
chapter and verse
reason
that
not
says you can do
to.
that.
If
Okay,
you
so
if
what,
you
Chapter and
keep
verse, Jessica. Chapter and verse. Where is it?
so
Get your
so
Bible. Get your
what's
Bible that tells me that you can go solo. Show me it.
to me it's the logical conclusion.
Listen to me. We have a Lord and Savior. You say you're a Christian. Vaughn, pay attention to this, okay? You say you have a Lord and Savior. His name is Jesus Christ. Show me what he said on the matter.
I don't know. I don't know.
You need to go read your
I
Bible.
didn't hear Jessica say she
You
actually.
need to go read your Bible, Jessica, because you decide on your own.
Yeah, G-Man doesn't think you're a Christian, by the way.
The Holy Spirit didn't tell you to do it. Another believer who's been around longer than you didn't tell you to do it. You're just doing what you want to do. Okay? Do you know
I
what the Bible
definitely
says
am a
about following
Christian.
after your own heart?
I definitely believe in God. I don't believe that God is flawed. I believe that people are flawed.
Right.
And
Who's God, by the way? Who's God?
You believe Jesus
God,
Christ is
Jessica?
Lord and Savior, right?
Jessica, who's God?
yes,
Jessica,
Okay.
who's God, Jessica? Tell me something about him.
really.
Watch the
What do you
clock,
want me
G-Man.
to,
Tell me something about God, please.
what do you want me to
He's the
tell
creator
you?
of all things.
What's his name, for example?
Mr. God.
What's God's name, Jessica?
That's terrible.
You want me to say Jesus?
know
Jesus
that.
is the Son of God.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I bombed. I'm sorry.
You say that you're a Christian, and you say that you're following God. Tell me something about him.
I don't know what you want me to tell you.
It's not about what I
color
want to
is his
hear.
skin?
You say that you're following God.
I don't know.
You're
I
not gonna follow
don't
the
imagine
church.
him as a skin color or or anything like that.
Hold on a minute, Hawkeye. I'm sorry. I got to put you guys in the background because you guys think this is funny. I'm asking a serious question here, Jessica. You say that you're following God, but you're not. That you're following God, but you're not following the people in the church. You don't trust them and whatnot. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
This is a test. Tell me something about God.
I'm saying I don't know what you want me to tell you because I can't say that like God
What's his
has a
name?
certain appearance
What's his
or
name?
God is a
What is
certain.
his name?
I say
If you're a
God.
Christian, you should know this. What's his name?
God.
What is the name that is given above every other name in heaven or below?
I don't know. Jehovah.
Hey, Vaughn. Hey, Vaughn, real quick. What was the name that was given to our God that is above every other name in heaven and below it?
Jehovah. I am Jehovah. Jesus.
Jesus.
But I know it as Jesus is the Son of God, right?
Jesus is
And
not only
Jesus
the
is-
Son of God, but according to the book of Revelation, he's also the Alpha and the Omega too. The
Right.
beginning
Right.
and the end.
But
According to Revelation chapter 1.
it's still, do you know what? I feel a bit touchy in the conversation because I felt like if I said Jesus, you were going to say to me, no, Jesus is the Son of God. So it's like
It's
because
not
of
about what I want to hear.
I know, but I don't want
about what I
to.
want to hear. Hold on a
I
minute.
don't want
This
to
has nothing to do
argue.
with what I want to hear. I'm testing you here for a reason.
But I don't
And
want to
still believe in
argue
Nicene
about
Creed,
it.
and I still believe in these things. You
I
said
don't want
that
to
you're
argue.
a Christian. You said you don't trust the church no more, right? And you say you're following after God. Now I want to know how long you've been doing this.
I've been a Christian my whole life. I told you I grew up.
Okay, so if you've been a Christian your whole life, then
There
and
was
you
a-
don't even know God's name. Let me ask you this question: What
No,
must a person do to be saved?
I know God as Jehovah. I know God as some people say Jesus. Some people
How does
I've
a person get
heard saved by
Yeah.
committing to God, committing their life to God and His Word.
I'm going to put everybody back in here. This is my thing about you, Jessica. I think you need to read your Bible.
But that's why I said earlier. I said I think the best course of action
You
is
need to go
just to
read the
read the
Gospel of
Bible
John, particularly
instead
maybe
of.
John 3:16, Romans chapter 3, Romans chapter 1, Romans chapter 2, the whole book of Romans.
G-Man, don't you think you're being kind of a jerk to a
I'm
fellow
not
God
being a
believer who's
jerk.
trying to learn?
I'm going by these claims in the very beginning of
Check
this
the
6
clock.
hours ago. 6
15
hours ago when I
seconds.
started this show. Hold on a minute.
Let's just open
6
the show,
hours ago when I
everybody.
started this show. Hold on a minute. 6 hours ago when I started this show, what did I say? I said that that the burden of proof is on anybody who makes a claim in here. And I spent about 7 or 8 minutes talking about that. And then people started coming in the room and I started holding people accountable to that. And I want people to know in the future that if you come in here and you make a claim, you're going to be challenged on it. Okay, you make a claim that
Unless
you're a
you agree
Christian.
with it.
If it's not about if I agree with it or not,
Do
Lubis.
you know what? I don't mind you,
Here's the thing,
you
Lubis. This thing,
questioning
Lubis.
me.
This thing, Lubis. In your rooms,
Or
I guess people can come in here and just say whatever they want, and they don't got to prove it and whatnot. Not in here. This is the
I
debate
don't.
arena.
I
Okay?
don't mind you questioning me and us having the discussion, but I don't like when it's like argumentative or aggressive.
Being argumentative. You said that you're a Christian, and then you say that you're not following the church no more, and that you don't trust the church no more for the reasons that you stated. But then I'm like, this sounds interesting. And then I said, okay, you're supposed to follow Christ. Then you said what you said. And then I said, okay, fine. Tell me what you know about God. Because now I want to see if you're telling me the truth or not, or whether or not you're trolling me, because I know this internet is filled with these things. So here's the thing now, okay? If you say that you're a believer, and believe me, if you think I'm being a jerk, go look at the Nicene Creed. Go look at what happened in the early church, and go look at how people snuck in, pretended that they were Christians, spied on people's freedoms, and then told the Roman authorities what they were doing. What I'm doing is totally biblical. I'm asking questions about your claim. I don't believe everything that's told to me in the beginning. I stopped doing that.
That's one question.
Right?
No,
so if you're a believer, you should know that the God that we worship is our Lord and our Savior Jesus Christ. Yes, He's the only begotten Son of God.
Well,
but He is the Omega.
The thing I'm saying is, I'm apprehensive to answer because I feel like whatever I say, you're going to argue with me. So it's not like I don't mind a discussion. It's just that I don't like it when it's like an argument.
Listen to me. I'm nice compared to some of the people that comes in here and talks about this. I'm super nice. You wait until you come in the room and certain other people hear you say that. I'm being real nice compared to some of these other people that's going to be here in the future.
Oh, you're right.
Knuckle was in here.
Which church was it?
Go ahead, Hog Tie. You said what?
I'm asking her which church it was. Was it like Anglican or COE or which church? And again, G-Man's using the word church in a biblical sense. When you talk about the church organization, which organization was it? Was it like COE or Anglican or what was it?
It's like Church of England.
Is okay.
It would be the King James Bible that I'd be following. So yeah. I've been to a variety of like different types of churches. So because my dad is African, so a lot of Pentecostal churches. That's where I tended to see the most outright, just flamboyant hypocrisy of what's said in the Bible, just within the people in the church. The women were, I don't want to say like defiant, backstabbing, lying. The guys were lying. People were out to just get money. And I'm just like, damn, I'm surrounded by horrible people. And don't get me wrong, there were nice people in the church. There were. But once I saw a constant theme of liars, everyone was nice until they were a liar, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, you know what? I've been to an atheist megachurch too. And I went to an atheist megachurch and everybody lied to me. And I ceased from being an atheist too. All of a sudden, God magically existed after that.
But Hog Tie, I just want to ask this question, Hog Tie. Why you keep saying when G-Man saying not biblical church? Why you keep saying that? Because why you keep saying I'm not talking about biblical church, what G-Man is saying? Why you keep saying
No, you might have misheard. No, I think G-Man is using the word church biblically. Like I think G-Man is pretty. Like he's using the word church biblically, and in my view, that's
where the confusion is come. That's where the confusion comes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Because you keep. No, wait a minute. You think G-Man is just talking about the biblical church? No, he's talking about both. He covered both the biblical.
No, he did.
People got selective.
Right. He did. After a time, he did. But let me point out something here, because just in interest of fairness, okay? And by the way, in a moment, I want to give Jessica some encouragement about something, but just in the interest of fairness. And G-Man, you can go back, look at the timestamp around 5:45. By the way, I thought it ended at 6 hours. I thought the time limit was 6 hours. Apparently, we're still on the air. But go back, watch this video again, starting about 5:45. You asked Jessica, tell me something about God. She says, I don't know what you mean. Like skin color, what do you mean? What do you mean? You said, well, like, for example, tell me his name. Literally, the next thing she said was, well, Jesus is God's son. And then you guys went around and around and around and around. And then later she
said, there is no way this girl's been saved her entire life. Hold on a minute. No, wait a minute. There's no way a guy's screening up this woman's been saved her whole entire life and don't even know the name of the God that she's worshiping. That sounds like something Von Helton would say. You know what I mean? No.
He's right. What's the name you're looking for? Man, what's the name you're looking for?
No.
What's God's name?
And I'm not going to tolerate that. And you and Hawkeye,
What's God's name?
To know I'm not going to tolerate that.
I said.
Then she kept repeating over and over and over again. That's why I don't trust the church, and that's why I don't trust the church. I've been doing this long enough to know what's going on. I'm not dumb, Hawkeye. I ain't dumb. Neither is my point.
Yeah, but no. Okay, well, so what's the name you're looking for? What's God's name?
Wait a minute. If she's a follower of Christ, then who is she worshiping, Hawkeye?
No, what would she?
I mean, you're an atheist. Even you know this.
Hawkeye. Wait a minute, Hawkeye. Yes, okay. Let's just yes. She said that G-Man didn't hear her at that time.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. To be fair, and I do that. Like I tell G-Man, I'm not blaming G-Man. I'm not saying he's mean or malicious. I'm letting him know that because he's putting up on the screen. I don't know if you see it or not, Von Erich. He's putting up on the screen really snarky, snotty things saying,
"Okay, Hawkeye, stop it, dude," because now you sound like Von Helton. The bottom line is this. This young lady said that she was saved her entire life. I wanted to know God's name because I stopped believing her claim. Hawkeye, I put it in plain English. I stopped believing her claim that she was a Christian. Okay. After Von Erich talked to her, and I started asking her questions. So I started to say, okay, tell me something about God, because there's a couple of things that it could be. Maybe she's not as learned, maybe she's nominal, maybe she's cardinal, maybe she doesn't know that much about the scriptures. But how am I supposed to know that if I don't question her? Okay, so I'm asking her, what's God's name? Tell me something about the gospel. What is the gospel? Whatever. You know what I mean? She's saying she don't know. So I left it alone. I didn't make a definitive statement like that because I'm going to watch her over time or whatever. But the bottom line is that I have every right to ask these questions, especially when I constantly hear it repeated. Oh, look, I don't trust the church. Okay, great. You don't trust the church because there's a couple of liars in there. If you don't trust the church and I see you hanging around atheists and you start trusting them, I'm going to question your logic. It's that simple.
No, all I'm saying, and Von Erich heard it. All I'm saying is, you asked her the question. She didn't know what you were asking. And by the way, I think Von Erich, I think Jessica sees too much separation between God and Jesus. And I think in fellowship, you guys can help.
I think Jessica can speak for herself, and Jessica can explain that herself. And she don't need you to tell her that she sees separation in this, that, and the other. I think that she can do that herself. Okay, so the point is, if she's a Christian, I want to know why she don't know the name of the Lord and Savior that she said she's following.
I did say it to you.
Because I've been watching trolling going on here for way too long, and I can pick up on it when I hear it. And this is what this sounds like, trolling. It's not snarky statements. I have justification for what I'm saying all the time. Or do we need to
when you asked me who is God, I said Jesus, and Jesus is also the Son of God. The reason that I answered it like that is because I felt like you were going to argue with me on my answer. That's why I answered it the way that I did, so that you don't argue with me, because I'm trying to have the conversation, not argue. I don't mind you questioning me. It's just that if it's, I don't want to say aggressive, but if it's very, I don't want it to feel like it's combative.
But
apologize. Maybe you didn't hear.
Aggressive. But the point of the matter is this: you can't tell nobody you've been a Christian your whole life, which is not even possible, by the way, because it has to be a point where you acknowledge that you're a sinner, that you turn from your sins, and that you're born again. There's no such thing as I've been saved my whole life. That's the other thing. You know
what? When you asked me, I was going to fully answer it, but you cut me off. So I grew up as a Christian. I grew up in the church.
Growing up as a Christian does not make you a Christian.
Once I've grown up believing in God. Okay, so
believing in God does not make you a Christian. Believing in God makes you a theist. A theist is the person that believes that God exists.
Believing in, you understand. This is why I say that it's argumentative, because you understand when I say God, I mean Jesus, right? But I feel like you're trying to argue with me. So I've grown up believing that Jesus is God, right? Jesus is the Son of God. Now, my experience going to church was I was forced to go to church. So church wasn't necessarily I don't want to say pleasurable, but it wasn't something that I enjoyed, but I still believed in God. Now, when I had the chance to do things on my own, I stopped going to church. I stopped because it was like, oh, finally, now I don't have to go to church anymore. Now, a few years after that, I decided to go back to church. I decided to go back to church and I wanted to check it out again. And then all of my experiences that I had going back to church were bad also. I encountered the same thing, the lying, just the scamming, the hypocrisy. I encountered the same thing. So I said,
I
you know
encountered
what?
a lot of that stuff too in atheism too. There's a lot of hypocrisy going on in atheism.
I'm not going to go to church anymore. I'm just going to
you
read
don't
the
gotta go to
Bible
church.
and do
You
it
can go to
that
Lake
way.
of Fire. You can go to Lake
See,
of Fire.
so wait, that's what right
If you
there.
don't want to
Right
be
there.
obedient to God, you can go to Lake of Fire and die in your sins.
Right there. What she said. Now, just stick right there, Jessica. You said that you're not going to church because of what you're seeing, right? How many churches did you go to how many churches did you go to?
It should be
After I started going back to church.
Yeah, how many
And
churches?
found out all the Christians in there was dishonest too.
When you seen that was going on, how many churches did you do after that? You go after
that. My Bill Cosby thingy back on here, man.
Probably after I got older and I started going back to church, probably went to about 4 different churches.
Okay. Now you went to about 3 or 4, and this is what I was trying to see. Hard Tie, because I know he was, because Hard Tie has said the same thing, what you're saying. But what G-Man is saying as far as the solution, because he said he has been through that same road that you're going through. And when you go to another organization, you say you might, I think you said you went to Pentecostal. We're saying, why don't you go maybe to Baptist or Methodist or Holiness or anything that fits your needs, that what people are not doing of the experience of the church that you've seen, that you left. And he's saying, let's just say that you said you're going home. Okay, let's just say that. He is saying, as far as what we're hearing from you, that could be dangerous. Because some people need that fellowship so they can get the understanding when it comes to an interpretation of the Bible.
All people need the fellowship.
Okay, let's go with it. Let's go with that. Okay, no problem, Hard Tie. I can go with that. All people need the fellowship, and that's what G-Man is trying to get across. I know you look at his aggressive of how he doing. That's passion. We must understand when people do things just because they doing it in a way that is hard for us to accept. First, let's see why they're doing it, because he's just passionate of what he's doing, and he's sensitive of the words that he is hearing. It's the same thing in the Bible when God said.
I appreciate the empathy.
When God said
listen to the words he's saying. He's still putting up comments. He's still putting up comments. She said Jesus, and he's still putting up comments.
You know what, Hogtie? I don't need you to tell everybody in the chat what they already see.
Bye.
Because it's passive aggressive, right? It's passive aggressive. At certain points, it's full out aggressive, and that's not really like what the Bible preaches either. So you're not being loving.
You said, Jessica, you said that you read half of the Bible. So how do you know it wasn't like that in the Bible if you only read half?
Because when the Bible says, when it's about somebody that's coming to you for support or almost a situation that can call for guidance, it doesn't warrant aggressive behavior.
Where is that in the Bible?
Can you show us that? Yeah, can you show us
my Bible? Book, chapter, and verse. Bible study time. Show me what it says that.
Yeah, because you could go somewhere in the Bible, right? Like you just said, both parties can prove their point. What you said and what and as far as what you saying he is. So I'm saying, but what you just said, is there any way that you can give us that chapter and verse? Because right now I'm not getting remembrance. Not saying that you're wrong. I'm just not getting the remembrance.
Okay, I'm gonna try and find it.
Okay.
All right, book, chapter, and verse. I'm not supposed to be aggressive. Oh, I gotta see this one.
Yeah.
See this one.
The pastoral stuff is like first. Oh, do you want me to say it or no? You want her to find it?
Go. You can say it if you want. Go ahead. We want to hear.
Well, I don't. Well, I'm guessing because what she said. I think you picked it up too, there, Von Erich. What she said isn't actually words from the Bible. I think she's trying to capture a sentiment of something that she remembers, But
I
I think
speaking from pure ignorance. That's what I think she's speaking from. And I think that she needs to quote scripture.
I'd go
Okay, well, Hogtie, I see what you're saying. Can you give the segment? Would you be able to find that segment? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's probably in the book of imaginations and the invisible verses, because it ain't in the
No,
Bible.
I said First Peter chapter 3. I've said it like 4 times now.
Oh,
First
okay.
Peter
I'm sorry.
Oh, you know what? I'm actually on that. 1 Peter chapter 3, right?
Okay.
Finally, all of you have unity of mind, sympathy, brotherly love, a tender heart, and a humble mind. Do not repay evil for evil or reveling for reveling, but on the contrary, bless, for to this you were called, that you may obtain a blessing. For whoever desires to love life and see good days, let him keep his tongue from evil and his lips from. Let him turn away from evil and do good. Let him seek peace and pursue it. For the eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are open to their prayer. But the face of the Lord is against those who do evil. So you're meant to come to me with brotherly love, a tender heart, and a humble mind. You're not meant to be, putting comments about how you're trying to, I don't know, verbally whoop my ass on the panel.
There's more proof there, because that didn't come from the Holy Spirit.
Go to 2 Peter
chapter 4, verse 1. I charge thee therefore before God and our Lord and our Savior Jesus Christ, who should judge and quicken the dead at his appearing in his kingdom, to preach the word, be instant in season, out of season, reprove, rebuke, which is what I'm doing, exhort with all long suffering and doctrine, for the time will come when men will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears, and they shall turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. I do this regularly, ma'am, and I'm telling you.
But what are you rebuking?
Came out of your mouth, that cuss word that came out of your mouth tells me everything I need to know. You are not speaking by the Holy Spirit of God.
What
You're
cuss word?
out of yourself. You just got finished.
What
I'm
cuss
not gonna repeat that.
Remember I said at the before y'all went to y'all scriptures, I said both parties. Now, Jessica, you just asked the question that he said, what are you rebuking, right? You want to know that answer, because I'm gonna let him tell you that, because I don't want to speak for him. So
I'm rebuking this nonsense that number one, that you can just walk away from the ecclesia and just do this on your own. That's number one. I'm rebuking this idea that you've been saved your whole life and you don't know the name of the Savior or who you're worshiping. I'm rebuking the fact I'm rebuking on several little things that you're saying about the church in general. I've already pointed out earlier in this show, maybe 45 minutes ago, that the church is made up of saved sinners. The church is not filled up with perfect people. If that's not what the Bible claims, and that's not what we claim. I don't even believe there's a such thing as a good person. Okay, there's only one person that's good, and that's God. That's the only good person you're going to run into. All right. What you are doing right now, ma'am, I think is that I don't know if you're doing it deliberately or whatever. Maybe you're not. I don't know. With that, I'll give you that. But you sound like you're just completely misrepresenting the church altogether. You're sitting there, somebody lied to me in the church, so I ain't gonna trust nobody else in Christendom.
That's not what she said.
I never said that.
You say you don't trust the Christian one. You're a Christian. You're a member of the church. You're gonna stop listening to yourself.
Do you understand why I'm apprehensive to answer anything? Because you twist it and you say I said something that I never said.
No, it's not that. You know what I think it is? If you are telling me the truth and that you are a follower of Christ, you lack a lot of understanding, and you need to read your Bible. That's what you need to do. And that's if I'm wrong. If you're trolling me, I'm gonna find out at some point. I'm subscribed.
I will admit that my faith is shaky. Not my faith in God, because I've always believed in God as far as I can remember. Right, my conscious mind, I've always believed in God. Now, my faith in people who call themselves Christians is what is weary.
Well, then you know what? You call yourself a Christian, don't you?
Yeah. I don't think every Christian is bad, but I don't think I should trust
you don't trust yourself either. You don't trust yourself either.
Lord,
because Cherry Loving it was in here.
But listen to what she said. But listen to you just the last statement you just proved what I think that you're not. I think a miscommunication is going on. But you just proved you just proved his point. You said every Christian's right are not the same, right, Jessica?
Yeah.
Now, can you apply that same sentiment when it comes to churches? Because all churches are not the same, right? I'm not saying that, I'm not accusing.
Of course not.
Okay.
Are there churches out there that are like pure and actually follow the word of the Bible? Of course there are. I'm sure of it, right?
Okay. Have you?
But it's that search to find it that is the problem.
Okay, so
That's the
basically
hard
what
part.
you're saying. Okay, so basically what you're saying, right? You're saying it's hard to find them, and then the church is frustrating to the point that you rather just stay home and study the Bible. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's start there because this is what G-Man is saying. All right. G-Man is saying when you study at home like that, and by the frustration that you picked up for the church, it could hinder you. Not saying that it will, because we can't make it. It could hinder your growth when it comes to understanding and interpret the Bible. And he suggests that what you come up with as far as not going is not enough for you to stay at home, but keep searching while you stay at. Yeah, you can stay at home, but keep searching so you can fellowship. Because I think Hard said all people should fellowship. So, which he's right. And fellowship with others so you can grow together in unity and in Bible growth and in God that you say that you believe. That's all he is saying. He's not, I know he's talking aggressive, but he not one time he's persecuting. Well, one time I've heard him say. Now, Hard saying something else, so I don't want to disrespect him, but I haven't heard him anything as far as persecution. His passion, that is interpreted different ways. He's passionate in what he believes in and the love that he has for the word.
I'm not an aggressive person, right? So it's uncomfortable for me whenever we're going to approach a conversation that way. Now, I don't disagree with what you've said to me there. I don't disagree with that because you're right. If I'm just reading the Bible on my own, my interpretation is going to be very limited because it's only coming from my perspective. There's no external wisdom to kind of be imparted on me.
Not Christ, not the apostles, not the church, none of that.
Yeah, and I'm a person too.
You're not
So
offering your body as a living sacrifice. You're not allowing your mind to be renewed. None of that stuff is happening. You're just going by what you think. You're leaning on
even my perspective is going to be flawed at times, right? So it would be beneficial to have.
Your understanding is going to get you separated from God if you keep having that attitude. And by the way, what I could have did was I could have said, okay, she's a believer, but she's a false teacher. I could have just said that right from the get-go, and then you would have been offended if I would have said that. You would say, well, why do you think I'm a false teacher? Because you believe that because you had a couple of bad experiences in church, that means that that gives you a justification for not trusting nobody in church. There's a lot of problems.
No. I don't distrust
like I said, I got friends
everyone
that you're going to see in these rooms in the future that if you say that to them, I feel sorry for you because
you're going in absolute. You said that you don't trust me, right?
Well, here's the thing, though. The reason why I'm having problems trusting you is because I asked you a simple question. You say that you've been a follower of God. And Von Helton's a follower of the gods or God or whatever. I don't know who you're talking about. You say you've been a follower of God and you believe in him. When I ask you what his name is, to get specific, you like, I don't know what you want to hear. Forget what I want to hear. Just tell me what you believe. What's his name?
The reason I said I don't know what you want to hear is because
please forgive me for this. But in the Old Testament, his name is Yahweh. In the Old Testament, in the New Testament, we know him as Jesus. Okay,
and I'm not saying that's why.
That's literally the first thing she said.
But Jesus is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. He is the Lion of Judah. You know what I mean? He is the only begotten Son of God. You should have said that at least, and then you could have quoted some Bible verses or something.
I did say
you
Jesus.
Even tell me his name. How can I ask you about doctrine? How can I ask you about how we live, morality, any of that stuff?
I did say Jesus.
She did say Jesus. She did.
You said that he was the Son of God, and you ain't had no confidence to say what you wanted to say.
Do you know why there's no confidence? Because you're trying to argue with me, and I told you I don't want to argue.
I'm not trying to argue with you. My Bible tells me to test all things. You know what? Let me show you something here first.
Help him do the right thing here, please, Von Eric.
Let me show you something here real quick. In First John chapter 4, what does it say in First John chapter 4? I want my audience to get this because this is one of my favorite Bible verses to read. Hog tie, 1 second. Hold on. This is one of my favorite Bible verses to read. So hold on a minute. Exit solo layout. Oh, here we go here. 1 John chapter 4, and this is what it says. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God. Because many false prophets are going out into the world. Hereby know ye the spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ is coming in the flesh is of God. Now, mind you, they're talking about the Gnostics. I said that Jesus didn't come in the flesh. But the point is that we're supposed to test the spirit. I am not to believe every time Dick and Harry, which I made a mistake with a certain Shanny and Rev, but you're not supposed to believe every time Dick and Harry that walks around here claiming to be Christians. I have every right to question it because it tells me and it commands me in 1 John chapter 4 to test the spirit with the spirit. And when I hear
So I don't have the right to question,
especially in these
what I
last
saw in the church.
Sorry?
But when I'm questioning what I saw in the church, you're telling me I'm wrong for doing that, but then you're telling me that you're meant to question it.
No, I'm not saying that. I heard you say that you had a bad experience, that you talked to a Sunday school teacher, lied to you and was being dishonest or being a hypocrite or whatever. Your mother started a church for the sole purpose of making money,
not my mother.
and then all of a sudden, all churches can't be trusted.
No.
Yes, she
No.
did say that.
No, I said my auntie, not my
It doesn't matter
mother.
if it's your mother, your auntie. The point of the matter is, one of your relatives started a church. And they did it for money, according to you. And you said you didn't trust your Sunday school teacher, and then all of a sudden you don't trust the church no more.
Because you didn't let me go on, but it's not just those two places that I've been to.
Okay,
It's been my experience with every single church that I've been to. Every single one.
You need a relationship with Jesus Christ, because every believer knows this, that this ain't about following me. This ain't about following some pastor. This ain't about following some anointed person that's walking on the planet. It ain't about following the example of Von Erich or following the example of or Beckel or whatever.
But I have to follow the pastor to listen to him, right?
We're supposed to follow after Jesus. That's what we're supposed to do.
But that's why I said the Bible is the best way, because if I go to the church, I'm following the pastor.
Has been shown that this is the will of God for your life. This is how you feel and what you think, and you follow after your own heart. And I'm telling you, that kind of attitude causes you to become an apostate. In order to stay in the will of God, you have to submit to the will of God and do the things that God has called us to do, whether we like it or not. And that's what it is. You can say I'm being aggressive. You can say whatever you want. But the point of the matter is that if you are a Christian, and I'm wrong, and let's say you're a Christian, you are part of the ecclesia. You are part of the body of Christ. Okay? We are all one organism with each other. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't trust a couple of people, that's one thing. But to stay away from the church altogether, that is unbiblical. Totally unbiblical. I don't practice that, and I don't know no other Christian.
That's not what she said, but again, that's not what she said. But can we encourage her towards fellowship then?
Oh, Ty, you're an atheist all day. You don't even believe that Jesus Christ exists. Stop it, man. Just stop it. This is the. Anyway, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed the debate arena. I'm gonna wrap this up. You know what I mean, Jessica. This is my advice for you, Jessica, is that if you are telling me the truth, you need to get in your Bible and you need to read it. Okay, you need to read it. You need to study it. If you don't understand something, find a pastor or a deacon or a brother or a sister out there who can articulate the scriptures to you and help you understand it. You can watch Cherry Love. Cherry Love, I think, does a really good job at articulating the scripture. There's Evangelist Ken. If you don't want to know the person personally, you can go to Charles Stanley. There's a whole bunch of people out there that do a really good job at articulating the word of God. There's J. Vernon McGee. There's David Jeremiah. There's a whole bunch of people out there who I think are really good at breaking down the scriptures. There's James White. There's a whole bunch of people out there. But this solo thing that you're doing, where you're staying away from the ecclesia and you're staying away from the church because of a couple of bad experiences, watch my almost deconversion story and you'll see what I'm talking about. Just watch it and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I've been through the lies. I've been through people trying to manipulate me. I've been through things where people made this about other things or whatever and taught utter nonsense to me. Okay. And I survived all of that and the Lord kept me. All right. Just take a look at it and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I think that video will be perfect for you.
Yeah, I will do.
Yeah. But if I come across as aggressive, I'm this way with everybody. I'm not picking on you. I'm this way with Veckel, and he's one of my best friends on here. And some of the people in here can validate that. Where I've argued with him about stuff and everything.
No, I see. It's not just me. It's not just me that you're like that with.
No, I'm this way with everybody.
I know. From what I've seen.
Everybody.
That's passion. And I know that some people look at it a certain way, but I think if you just listen, and some people you Jessica, you like soft spoken. Some people were like, man, she too soft spoken. I think people accuse me of being that. Too soft. You got to be aggressive at times.
Vaughn's being more compassionate than I am. And certainly being more I ain't gonna say loving, but because that's subjective. I would say that he's being more what's the word?
But it's love on both sides. You love what you love. Jessica loved what she loved. Hard Tide loved what he loved. You love what you love. You using that form to express your love, and people do it different ways.
Hard Tide's gonna rip me a new butthole as soon as I hit this in broadcast thingy. I already know what Hard Tide's gonna do. All times I'm like, man, I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
No, I don't take it that seriously, G-Man. You know better.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think you could apologize to her. I think you had a simple miscommunication.
You know what? I apologize if I came across as being
no, not for that. No, your passion. No, that's great. Your passion's great. What I'm saying is that you're kind of making a lot. I love the encouragement. My advice: you should read the Bible more, and you should seek out fellowship more. I think, and also look up the morals ethics thing I told you before.
And it's not about what I think about the fellowship. If you're going to fellowship more, Hog Tie's right. If you're going to go out there and you're going to fellowship more, you need to seek God on who you should fellowship with. That way you can't go wrong.
Yeah, and you'll never. Obviously, your standard shouldn't be. Well, I need to find a church that's filled with perfect people, or even one perfect person.
That's your goal. You're not going to find that one. I'm sorry.
Right? You're trying. Yeah, but G-Man, my honest suggestion. You just hear me out. We've known each other a long time. Okay.
Yeah.
So and go back in this video at 5:45. You asked her the name of God, and she said, "Well, Jesus, but I mean that's God's son," and you just didn't hear her say it. That's all, and it's no big deal.
I heard her say that Jesus that she didn't know.
Well, then why did you?
I wanted to hear, and she mentioned Jesus being the only begotten Son of God. I heard her say that.
Yeah.
My thing is that
Matt Schmidt would disagree with you about this. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Like Von Helton comes in here and says he's following all these unnamed gods. I think Von Helton's is an imbecile walking around here saying that he talks to unnamed gods. Some of the claims that he makes about his pagan gods and whatnot, and she's saying she's a Christian. We know the name of the God that we serve. He has a whole bunch of names. If she would have said, for example, that his name was El Shaddai or something like that, I wouldn't argue with her, because God has a whole bunch of different names in the scripture.
What about Yahweh? Would you have said? And by the way, I apologize. I don't know if everybody heard that. I'm in the garage and I accidentally leaned in the window and I honked the horn in my truck. I'm very sorry for all the headphone users in G-Man's audience. I apologize. Would you have accepted? What if she just said Yahweh? Is that acceptable answer?
I have no problem with that. That's the Father of my Lord and my Savior Jesus Christ. I have no problem with that.
What about Jehovah? Is that acceptable? Would you have gone for Jehovah? Is that?
If she would have said that I can't argue against it because it's the truth.
Yeah, well, that's what Von Erich said, and yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I did say Jehovah as well. I said Jesus and I said Jehovah.
That's right. She said Jesus. She said Jehovah. She did say Jehovah after she said Jesus. Yeah. And by the way, G-Man, it doesn't take away from your point. I think everybody agrees that she's got to engage in more fellowship. If she's looking for the narrow path, reading the Bible on your own is important, but it's not everything. And all I'm saying is it sounded to me like, and I love the passion, I get it, but it sounded to me like you made a lot of hay out of her not knowing the name of God, and she said Jesus, and then her second answer was Jehovah.
According to us Christians, we're living in what is known as the last days, and there's a lot of deception going on, and we ought to know our Bibles.
No, he did. I think he did apologize hard time. He said it before.
He said I apologize for something. I apologize for being so passionate. That's a non.
I apologize for being overly overbearing. How about that? I apologize for that, and I apologize for assuming things when I should not have assumed them.
You didn't assume. You just didn't hear.
Maybe I didn't hear it. I'm sorry if I didn't.
That's what I think happened. It's no big deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
No big deal. the passion's there. And yeah, what'd you say? 2 Timothy.
But anybody that's got experience with talking to me knows how I am. So
yeah.
This is your first time, Jessica. So you probably actually I don't think this is your first time. You've been in my room before. I
No,
recognize you.
today's the first time that I've seen your channel.
I don't know about that. I think you what show was it? Came in here with a different picture and everything. I think I recognize your voice. I have to check that.
No, I haven't been here before. You just popped up in my recommended, and I started listening, and I saw you, and I saw you and Joden and Aiden and the people on the panel talking, and I started listening in. But no, it's my first time.
I gotcha. I apologize then. This is your first time.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Most people know what it's like to talk to me, so
No, don't get me wrong. I actually like a debate and I like a discussion. I just don't like it to be angry, But like the debate and talking, angry? I'm here for it. That's what it feels like. I don't like.
If I was angry, I would have ended the stream and kicked everybody out of here. I'm not angry. Trust me.
He-Man's more patient than people think. I will say.
Yeah.
What church?
Say it again.
Go ahead.
No.
I was going to ask you what church. Like, do you identify with a denomination or church?
No, I don't. I don't get into the labels and things like that. But I will go to, church and things like that. My father was a pastor. So.
A lot of people are getting away from the labels. I see.
Yeah, I don't. But I don't deny the labels or disrespect the labels. I just
like me, I'm I would say Baptist Pentecostal, if that's the thing.
Yeah. See, that's what she said. The Pentecostal, those Pentecostal, of my experience and what people told me, they really, some people look at them as orthodox and they really strict on when it comes to the Bible and interpreting it and the laws, they don't play around.
But the reason why I'm Baptist Pentecostal, I think, is because when I got saved, it was by the preaching of somebody who was going to a Baptist church. So when I was being discipled, and I tell Beckel this sometimes because I used to be once saved, always saved because of the Baptist upbringing I had when I first got saved. And then the church I chose to join was the Pentecostal church. So.
I want to tell Jessica this. What you experienced, I also experienced like G-Man experience. And I went just like you did, because I went to different churches and not just different denomination also. Like my father was a pastor. And I went to different churches and then I was like, man, let me go and study. But I studied but I still listened to others that was well informed or different interpretation and things like that. And I grew by the Holy Spirit within me with God. But I didn't let that stop me from going. I'm not saying that you said this, but I didn't let that stop me from going to church. And I still went, especially when I was invited, because I believe no matter what is going on in church, I can still grow. And like G-Man said, let Christ within me guide me to Christ.
Right.
Within the church or within throughout the world. That's what God had me to do.
Yeah, the Lord will show you where to go, what to read, what to do. He'll show you the ministry that you're gonna have. He'll prepare you for.
You could even say I found this channel today for a reason because I've been up all night, I couldn't sleep. So it all puts it into perspective. Because I did actually come online and I was listening to. You know who Joyce Meyer is?
Yes.
Yeah. I was listening. And
this is when I agree with you, Jessica. Joyce Meyer, no.
And that's the thing. I was listening to her, and then I saw like some expose videos on her, and I was like, okay, this isn't who I need to be listening to. And then I was like, damn, even online, I'm finding the same thing. You try and listen to someone, and then you find out all this stuff.
I used to love Joyce Meyer. That's the funny thing. I used to love that woman, but then I had my experiences, and then I just realized I shouldn't be listening to Word of Faith people. And I didn't know until like a good 4 years into 4 or 5 years of being a believer, and I found out that Joyce Meyer was a false teacher. I was like, what?
Oh wow!
You know what's funny about that? You know what's funny, G-Man? So remember in the first few years that you and I got to know each other, I had that job where I had a lot of time on the highway, and I listened because of terrible radio reception up there, right? So the only channel I could get was this Christian station that would rebroadcast American Christian shows, and I listened to a lot of her stuff, and I really liked it. And I realized after a time that the reason I liked it was because it was all like really super nicey nice advice. Like she's giving out cookie recipes and giving sort of little, and they're good little tidbits about how to live your life. But then when I heard her talk about scripture, I was just like, what is this woman talking about? Like, she's crackers. And then I saw the exposés, and then I was like, wow, she's beyond crackers. But yeah, she seems like this nice person who gives nicey nice advice, and it's just not biblical. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I got to see it because I think I only listened to her about like twice or three. I don't think I even actually. I'm trying to see whether I see her on or something like that. Is that the one where her face look like she's like the Joker or something like that? That's the one?
A little bit, yeah. And she's got like short hair. Yeah, she's an older lady.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I just listened to the radio, so I don't even know what she looks like. But, but I mean, if you listen to her, I wish
the Word of Faith movement if you can, because the Word of Faith movement would do major damage to you.
Oh, you say don't listen?
Yeah, the Word of Faith movement. Be careful with them. Be very careful with them because some of the stuff that they say is true. The majority of what you're going to hear is not. You just got to be careful with them.
What's the Word of Faith, G-Man? I never heard of that.
The Word of Faith movement is like Joyce Meyer, Benny Hinn, Creflo Dollar, and those guys who keep saying that, the health, wealth, and prosperity gospel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You got to be careful with that because they'll get your mind on money and on materialism and not on the things of God. And it's so obvious that they're false teachers. Even the atheists are absolutely, positively pulverizing them. Like
what did you think about
fraud and everything? Huh?
Hey, G-Man, what did you think about? Because a lot of people was talking about when Creflo Dollar said he was wrong for going that way. What was your thought?
If he believed that, he'll be giving everybody back their money.
Yeah, that's what people were saying too. Yeah, that's what
yeah.
Fair point. Hey, can I say my
so he can give the initial money back.
Can I say my good nights? I burned through both headsets of this show, and it's late here. So I want to thank you for letting me on again. And I know you and I was always fight, big deal, whatever. That's the way it is. And Von Erich, it was good to meet you. Jessica, I got to say, I really like your you've been open-minded and curious throughout the whole conversation, right? And I really respect that about you. So nice to meet you, and have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night, Hog Tie.
I never. Yeah, I see. When I seen that, I seen a lot of people talking about that. You like TD Jakes? What's your thoughts
TD
on?
Jakes? See, here's my problem with TD Jakes. TD Jakes is a prosperity teacher, but when I tried to find things where he false taught, the only thing I can really find about him is that he called the church a corporation or something like that. He called it a business. Yeah, but aside from that, I would rather listen to TD Jakes than listen to Joyce Meyer. That's for sure. I heard some craziness, man. I used to buy her books all the time, man. But if you watch my almost deconversion story, I actually get into. I think I get into how I discovered that Word of Faith, and a lot of them was not of God or whatever.
Yeah,
when I first got saved, man, I believed everybody. I was super naive.
Cause I heard someone speaking that they have face recognition software in the churches to show, so the churches can know if you didn't come to church, and if you didn't, they will call you and see why you didn't come to church, because they need that what you call tithing and things like that.
I'll tell you this though. I'll tell you this about the prosperity gospel. You know who John Todd is?
No, I don't know.
John Todd was one of the first whistleblowers to come out and argue against witchcraft. And he came out and he said that he used to give checks. Well, actually, their plan was to have witches infiltrate the church. And the way they did it is that they used the charismatic movement. Now, people think that the charismatic movement is the Pentecostal church, and it's not. The charismatic movement is the Benny Hinns and the Creflo Dollars of the world and whatnot.
Prosperity preachers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They crept into the church, and then they're teaching. Believe me, these people got more influence over our smaller churches than people think, because a lot of the things that they do there came from these charismatic, from these mega churches or whatever. And because they want to be mega churches, they figure if they do what Joyce Meyer does or what Joel Osteen does, then they'll get the same result or whatever. You know what I mean? Some of them allow them to screw up the tithing system. A lot of Christians don't even know that Jesus never once commanded us to tithe. What we're supposed to do is sacrificial giving. But our churches are teaching that we're supposed to tithe, and that's not necessarily what Christ taught.
Yeah, because I also see a lot of churches, some articles that a lot of them was into bad deals. So that does fit like what you're saying, that prosperity and where it came from. Because then they went into land deals that fell through. They was buying into bonds.
Did you know?
Which it felt. I think Pastor Dewey,
not Kenneth Copeland. What's his name?
I know Pastor E. Dewey. He's supposed to be going to court because he.
Do you believe that Benny Hinn said, Vaughn?
Oh, I never watched Benny Hinn.
Benny Hinn thinks that there are 3 separate trinities. Like God the Father has a trinity, the Holy Spirit has a trinity, and God the Father has a trinity, the Holy Spirit has a trinity, and then Jesus has a trinity. And he claims that there's 9 of them. Some people might not believe me, but I can play the audio on here where you'll hear him saying it and making the claim. Okay. Kenneth Copeland believes that me and you are gods.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Joyce Meyer believes that whatever you put into her ministry, God's going to give you 1,000,000 times over. You know what I mean? With that prosperity nonsense.
So can I ask you this? What would be your number 1 tip to avoid the prosperity preachers? Because I think that's mainly what I've encountered. So at one church that I went to, they used to actually, they called out all the names of the people who didn't tithe. And it was obviously a way to embarrass. Yeah, it was obviously a way to embarrass people and shame people into tithing. And that if you don't, your name's going to be, it's almost like name and shame, you know? Yeah. Another one, I saw a guy.
Did you join that church?
This was one that I went to with my family.
Oh my God, I can show you how to shut them down real fast on that nonsense.
Yeah, that's that. I see the guy. I see the guy. Matter of fact, it was on. They had it on a few talks, YouTube channel. This guy was telling people, y'all cheap, y'all broke, y'all couldn't afford me to get. Y'all couldn't even buy me this. He was some watch expensive.
And the shaming didn't sit right with me.
Pentecostal church would do. That sounds like something that one of those really crazy Pentecostal churches would do.
Do you know what? I've been to most of the churches that I've been to are Pentecostal, and that's where I've had the most sort of weird experiences, because there was one church that we went to, and so like we used to have to go to church every Sunday, and then we used to go for like extra sessions during the week. So Sunday we'd go, like in the morning we'd go to one church, and then we go to another one for the midday session, and then we go to another one for like an evening session. And at one church that we went to, they gave out, so I'd be hungry sometimes during the day because we're just skipping through all of these churches and not really eating. So they gave out oranges. So I was like, oh, cool, an orange, like I can get to eat, you know? And I started opening the orange, and they started shouting at me, and I got in so much trouble. And we were meant to pray through the orange to Jesus, pray to God through the orange, and that just didn't sit right with me. And we had to wear these weird outfits. It was just all a bit weird, like these special white outfits. That just threw me off because I almost felt like it was a bit demonic, you know. It just, I'd never heard anything like it.
To avoid these mega churches is to read your Bible.
But this was a very tiny church. It was a small one. The one where they called out the people that didn't tithe, that turned into a chain. So all of the churches started popping up all over London. But the one with the orange, that was like a very small church, probably about 20 people in there. If that, there wasn't a lot of people. Another church, this one was a huge church, probably I'd say at least, huge for our numbers, right? I'd say probably at least 1,000 people in there. And they had a guy that came in that was in a wheelchair that couldn't walk, and the pastor prayed over him, and he got out of the wheelchair and started running around the church. But I saw the man outside the church walking, before he went in. So they lied and performed a fake miracle so that people would start giving money. And a lot of it just centered back around money. And that's like what made me feel uncomfortable. So that's why I'm asking,
You gotta
number
read
one
the
tip.
Bible, and you have to get to know what the Bible says about stuff. That way, when somebody goes in the front and they say something that goes against what you got finished reading, you know to ignore what they have to say about it.
And you know what? Because even you're talking about, and I think that is one thing that I need to be better on, is understanding and knowing the Bible. Because then when I hear them quote it and speak about it, then I can say, hang on, that's not right. And it would give me a quicker way to sort of discern where I should be and where I shouldn't be. Because mainly I've just been going and just, because it's the church, you automatically just trust people, isn't it?
What you got to do is you gotta pray and ask God where you need to go. That's one. And then two, just get in your Bible and read it for yourself. I'm gonna recommend somebody for you. Look up Chuck Missler and look up Charles Stanley. I think those two are really good. Chuck Missler and Charles Stanley. Charles Stanley teaches.
Yeah, he's been teaching like that for years.
Yeah. Charles Stanley's good. He's real good.
From Georgia, right? That's
yep.
why he's from Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
What
And he's
do
got
you
his
think about?
but trust me, you can trust him. You can trust.
What do you think about his? What do you think about his son? You heard his son?
No, I haven't. I'm loyal to Charles.
Is Chuck Missler Koinonia House?
Yes,
Okay.
Chuck Missler and
Charles Stanley.
And Charles Stanley. Yes, those two are good people that you can glean from. And then read your Bible for yourself. Don't even believe anything that they tell you, because both of them are going to tell you to read for yourself anyway. And then pray and ask God to show you who's telling you the truth and who's full of it, because He'll show you if you really want to know. That is a prayer you will get 100% answer all the time. Lord, show me who to listen to and who not to listen to. And He will certainly reveal them.
So I just subscribe to their channels. Pardon?
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying I just subscribe to both their channels.
Yeah.
So I'll be listening now.
And when you want to find your significant other too, do that too. You go to God and say, Lord, who do you want me to be with? And then mention the person. Let them know if you're interested. And then always ask Him to show you in such a way that you know it's Him. Now, I'm going to warn you about something. If you pray like that to God, and He shows you to be who not to be with, you might not like what He showed you. So you think that one through before you ask Him that.
I'm already in a relationship.
Okay, cool. Then you're good. Then
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to wrap this up because I gotta get some sleep. It's been almost 7 hours doing this mess. But you're free to come in here again, Jessica, if you want. Von Eric, you can come on here again. If you got channels and you want to talk about it, you can do it right now if you want.
Oh no.
Well, I'm subscribed.
Okay, gotcha. So you don't have a YouTube channel?
Who, me?
No, I don't have a YouTube.
Jessica?
I do.
Okay, so you gotta promote it.
But no, it's probably not. It's a bit controversial. What do you talk about? I talk about the Black community and essentially gender roles within the Black community and how I feel. Basically anti-feminism. Essentially, that's what it is.
Wait a minute, are you a feminist or are you anti-feminist?
I'm an anti-feminist.
Oh, praise the Lord! Thank you, Jesus. I can't stand feminism. This is one feminism. I can't stand feminism. I can't stand it.
I think it's destructive. You know.
Yeah,
I think it's destructive.
put your channel in the private chat.
Yeah, let me sub to that channel. See what you're all about.
So my name is Jessica X.
That's your channel.
If you type it, yeah.
Okay. Jessica S. That's all it is. Okay, I found it.
Jessica S or X?
X.
Okay.
For Jessica, don't forget to watch that video, My Almost Deconversion Story, so you can see what I'm talking about.
No, I'll definitely watch it. Because, again, there's something that always kind of pulls me back to want to try again. And there's never been a point in time where I've ever stopped believing in God. I've never stopped believing. That's always been there. And there's something that always pulls me back to going to church and to just exploring more. Something keeps calling me back. And I take that as really God's sign to try and get me back into it.
Is
Even
this you
me
here,
coming
Jessica
here.
X?
Pardon?
Jessica X
Yeah,
with 20,000 subscribers.
yeah.
Okay, I'm subbing right now. All right.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So something keeps pulling me back, and even me finding the channel tonight, and then finding another few channels to listen to, I think that's good, you know. So everything happens for a reason.
Do you have a problem in where you're from with the Hebrew Israelites at all?
The Hebrew Israelites, I don't know your thoughts on them. I've found them a bit. I know somebody that listened to that became a Hebrew Israelite, and he became a bit extreme. Some of the stuff that he was saying, like I told you earlier, I'm half white, and he would talk about, I don't know, like pink-skinned demons and how people shouldn't race mix and how it's disgusting. And I don't know. Obviously, being mixed myself, it's like, damn, what do you think of me? You know,
Well,
kind of.
if you want to know, if you want, you can look in the archives. Not the archives. You can look at my channel here because for about 3 or 4 years on here, I specialize specifically on them. So you can look at it, and I teach people how to refute their arguments on this.
You and Vocab, right? I think it's you and Vocab, right?
Yeah, me, Vocab, Cherry Love.
Did G-Con go out one time with y'all on
yeah, G-Con went out with Cherry and Vocab and those guys. I never got a chance to meet G-Con in person, but I met wait a minute, who did I meet? Oh, I met So Real. I met him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I met So Real.
Yeah, I think I've seen a couple of videos. But Jessica, you know Kala, right?
Yeah, I do. Akala.
Yeah. What do you think about him? You think he's pretty good as far as his did you ever watch that when he was at when he spoke at Oxford? When he did that history?
I did.
Okay.
I think Akala is super smart.
Yeah.
Super smart, very underrated. Very underrated. I don't think he gets as much shine as he needs to.
Yeah.
But I think that's kind of purposeful, you know.
I got his book. I got one of his books. My son reads it. We read it together. But what's his sister name? Because I've been trying to see.
His sister
that sings and stuff. Because she sang for Nelson Mandela. And
her name was Miss Dynamite.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna look it up and see her.
So she had a song that's like, "I'm just Miss Dynamite." Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because I never got the name. All this time I've been listening to him, I never looked her up because I and see how, you know, because I heard she's a great singer and she's a great performer. They say she's like the Whitney Houston of England, so that's why I wanted to.
I don't know. She's a little bit before my time. Like when she had a song out, I was quite young. She's a bit before my time.
Okay.
But I do know that song, but I don't know her other songs. So, yeah.
Okay. I heard she's pretty smart too, like a Kala too.
Probably, it wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me.
And he's mixed race also. He's mixed race too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody by the name of Petty P.I. Mango Jones wants to know about my Odyssey. Yeah, I still have those videos on Odyssey as well. I'm going to be on Rumble soon too because there's somebody on Rumble that needs to be debunked. I started a Rumble channel. I don't even know if I even announced that yet.
Do you know God Logic, G-Man? God Logic? God
Logic?
Yeah, do you know?
G-O-D Logic?
Yeah. Have you been? Because he does a lot where he goes against the Muslims and things. And I think he have on this channel Unitarian. And he also be on Edawa. Have you been on there? Edawa's channel?
No, I don't even know God Logic. But I need to start talking about Islam, to be honest, because I've given them people like a free ride for the longest. I need to leave the atheists alone and start going after them. That's what I need to do.
Yeah, because Edawa will let you come up, and God Logic do too. But Edawa will let you come up and say whatever you want to support, or they put you in a hot seat. They say defend your faith or defend your religion. And
I love defending my faith. I got no problem with that. If they let you tell me to answer questions, I do that.
Yeah, they let you come up. And, they let you come up and do that on Edawa and God Logic. Now I think God Logic like Unitarian or different. He let them come up and try to defend their faith.
Not to interrupt, but I have to go and get ready for work. But thank you for having me up, G-Man. And Von Eric, it's nice to meet you. So I subbed, so next time you're live, if I'm up, because it's 7:28 in the morning here. So I don't know really about the time differences, but hopefully I catch you again on another show. But yeah, 5-hour difference. But thank you for having me.
All right, yeah, no problem. You're free to come here anytime you want.
All right, great. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye. So yeah, for the people that are watching this, when you deal with me, more with Vecco, I think you deal with more sarcasm. With me, you got to deal with aggression. We're all different. You know what I mean? I know some atheists on here that are more aggressive than me. So, or I know some other Christians on here that are more aggressive than me. I think I'm nice compared to like if I had Pillbox in here or somebody like that. They can't stand it when I bring Pillbox in here sometimes.
Right.
He takes sarcasm to a whole nother level.
Yeah, it's just passion. It's not like you didn't say not one curse word. You didn't say nothing derogatory or anything. Only thing you was just passion as far as your belief and the path that you on. I can see if you were saying like curses, shut the hell, or blah blah blah, doing something to disrespect, but you wasn't. You wasn't disrespect, and I think people look at passion and aggression when it comes to what they explain and take that as, oh, that person's argumentative or that person. No, listen to what the words he is saying or she is saying before you make a judgment and just blank out what they're saying. And I think some people do that and then that blocks their emotions. Their emotions are blocks their judgment. They can't hear you because they only listen and paying attention of your aggression. And then they try to blame you. No, you got to make sure you got to look at yourself also. Why are you making a judgment on aggression? Listen to his words. Listen to what he is saying. Paying attention to his emotions of the way he's bringing it. And I think that will clarify what you were saying. That's why I was saying, well, they're not hearing what he.
I didn't know it was gonna get this salty today, man. Because normally I invite Vaughn Helton in here, and then they attack Vaughn, and then a couple of people would talk, and then I'll end the stream. But I didn't expect it to get this heated today at all. I was unprepared for this a little bit, but I'll be ready next time. I'm probably gonna do another stream, probably on Saturday or Sunday.
I thought Vecco. I see you in the chat earlier with Vecco. Having something. I thought he was having a discussion and having some people come up. He didn't do it.
Vecco had a show today. He did the Thank God for Atheism, and then he kind of got into that Arminian versus Calvinism thing. Talked about atheism a little bit, and then he ended his show. I told him that I was going to do this on Friday. I decided to change my mind and do this today. And then it is what it is. Fridays is not a good day to do shows because the people that are subbed to my channel are subbed to other channels too. And if they all go live at the same time I go live, I'm gonna have like 5 people watching me.
Well, that's good. That's good that you doing this. I think this is the first. I don't think I've been on there. I know I've been on it before, but I didn't know that you was having like what you're doing now.
I'm doing this now because I think my audience kind of got burnt out with the Hebrew Israelites. I did like 10 seasons of the G podcast.
But I'm glad that you're doing this. That's refreshing and because it helps people to build knowledge and wisdom and get understanding. I like how the platform I know today was like you said, but it's still no matter what, edification did take place. Understanding did take place. And we could see that at the end of the when everybody was leaving. Now some people just we get caught up and people feel a certain way, which is understandable. That's how life is. But the most important thing, you get an edification and understanding, and I think that's wonderful.
Exactly. And by the way, the people that are watching, if you don't know Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, this is the time. You know what I mean? There's no better time than the present. Just turn from your sins, confess your sins, and believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, and He will save you from the wrath that is going to come upon this world. If you don't believe that, I pray that God will show you that what I said was true, and that you will come to the knowledge of truth and know that Jesus Christ is Lord. If you make a decision for Christ, please let me know via email or via the text message or whatever. Not text message, the video messaging on the bottom or whatever. If you want to help the YouTube channel, you can always subscribe and give the video a like. All right. You don't got to donate to this channel to participate or anything like that. This is free. Whenever that link goes out there, you can get in the arena, but please understand this is an arena and you better be ready to hold your own when you come in here.
Yeah, that's true. You can't be for no slack, and you gotta be strong in your faith. So
this is the lion's den. You got to be ready when you come here.
Yeah.
See, Hogtie knows me. Hogtie's got experience because Hogtie knows how I get in here sometimes. So,
okay. So most of them was atheists, Lubis, and all.
Hogtie is an atheist. I think that guy Joden was an atheist, and I think well, now I know Jessica's not. I thought Jessica was an atheist, but apparently not. But yeah, Joden was an atheist, and I think Hogtie was an atheist, and Aiden was an atheist. Veckel was a Christian. David Anthony is a Christian.
What about Lubis? Is he's an atheist?
No, Lubis don't know what the heck he is. He won't identify with nothing, so I don't know what he is.
Oh, okay.
But I call him an atheist when he gets under my skin. He's always trying to get under my skin, so I just say, "You get out of my room, you atheist." But listen to me, man. Some of these people that come in my room sometimes, man, they can go. They can really get into this stuff. So everybody ain't easy, man. Some of these people go. You're gonna find some of these people to be really tough. Trust me. The next time I do a show, and Sabella starts making that link out there, and them oldies start coming in here, you'll see what I'm talking about. Some of these people are tough, man. And not everybody on here not easy. So,
yeah, I gotta check.
Matt Dillahunty came on my channel one time. Aaron Raw came on here. Aaron Raw's easy. He can come on here anytime he want. I don't really get killed. But Matt Dillahunty, he requires some preparation.
Oh, okay.
You know, with some topics, yeah. So
he's an atheist.
Not in all topics, but in some topics.
He's an atheist.
He has a show called The Atheist Experience. It's one of them as a Christian, maybe not for atheists, but for us Christians, it's one of the most annoying shows to listen to.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? So
okay.
Very annoying. Very annoying to listen to. But Matt's smart though. I got to give him credit though. Matt's smart, but he is dead wrong when it comes to God.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do they let people come up on the panel?
You could call The Atheist Experience. I wouldn't recommend you do it until you watch a few of them shows.
Oh no, I would just asking because I never heard it, but I would just asking. Do they let people?
It's a radio show you can call in.
Oh, okay. Because some people they talk, but they don't let people come up on the panel. Because I think they do that because they know they don't actually believe what they believe, and they don't want people to come up. And
this has been long overdue. Me doing this debate arena. I think people are tired of the one man shows, and I think that they're looking for more of a community talk. So some people are still going to support the channels that do the one man show. And don't get me wrong, some of those shows are really entertaining, but sometimes you want to get in the room and you want to participate in the conversation, you know?
Right.
And that's what I like to do. Sometimes I did a lot of talking today. Sometimes I don't talk as much.
Yeah, I've seen that. That was matter of fact. Last time I was on, you didn't do a lot of talking. You basically just let everybody else go and conversate. So
yeah, as long as it's experienced people on both sides, I don't need to say anything. I can just moderate.
Yep.
When I see them jumping on one person, and let's say that one person is a Christian, and those other people are real smart, I'm gonna go in and try to help the Christian.
Right.
But if the atheists are making a point, I'll give them their credit. If they make a solid point and they say that, like I had Kazoom in here one time. He's a vet. That's what I call him. He's a veteran. He came in here. He made a valid point. I gave it to him.
Right.
You know. So
I'm
not going to disagree with them for the sake of disagreeing with them.
Exactly. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I was on there. I think that was the one I was on. One I wasn't on, I think y'all was discussing. Sister Sherry was on there, and y'all was discussing women being in charge.
Oh yeah, that guy Darvin came on here talking about some women can't preach. I was like, what?
Yeah, that's the one I was just in.
I debated him on Tony Harvin's channel twice on this topic, and twice I believe he came unprepared. because he was making points that a pastor by the name of General Jennings was talking about or whatever, saying that women couldn't preach, and I was just like, what?
Oh, okay.
You know, actually, he wasn't saying that they couldn't preach. He was saying that they couldn't teach, and he was confusing the two words. That's what he was doing.
Yeah. I think I did see that on Tony, the one you did with Tony Hawks. Is that the one? Yeah, I think I did.
They want me to go back on there, but the only way I'm going back on there if they get a Hebrew Israelite or something. I am not debating that topic again. It's not worth it.
Was you on that? Was you on that one with what's the other guy? C-Rock. Was you on that? Was you on a panel with him?
I was on a few of these Hebrew Israelite platforms. General Yohana. General Yohana from the ISUPK.
Say it again.
General Yohana from the ISUPK.
Yeah, with Tazariak.
Yeah, I called that show, and they were all laughing at me until we got to talking. But then they had to like overtalk me, and it was like, "Do you really believe a snake can talk?" Yes.
Yeah.
And I believe that a donkey talk too, and so do you. And if you don't believe the Bible.
Right.
Well,
right. I see that one. I think I see the one
debate talk for you. I'm telling you, man. You think I'm aggressive here? Go watch the debate talk for you.
Yeah, I've seen the ones that when you out on the street. I've seen that. I watched that. So yeah, I definitely. No,
there's a YouTuber that went out there with me. Sister Leader for Christ went out there with me. And we went to Philadelphia, and I kept telling her, I said, watch this, watch. I went out there and I started talking to them immediately. Don't talk to him. And they kept trying to ignore me and talking to everybody else. People don't believe me, but I'm dead up, man. They be having like plans, putting umbrellas in my face, doing everything they can not to have a direct conversation with me.
I see I see Pat, Pastor Bennett. I see him go against he went against Jabari. He went against Captain Tazariak, and a couple of them. He did.
A lot of people don't know this, but one of my motivations for going after the Hebrew Israelites, there's this group called the AOCC or the AOC or whatever, and they're in New York. And I forget this guy's name. If Faithful to God was here, he would know his name, or Cherry, she would know it. But I heard him call this Caucasian lady, because he was saying that Jesus cussed in the Bible, and he was saying that Jesus called this woman the B word and whatnot, right? Because he called her a dog or whatever. And ever since I watched that, I was like, if I ever, because the lady didn't know what to say to him, and all of the people were sitting there, some people was agreeing with him, and I said, that guy's lucky I wasn't out there, because if I was out there, I would school him. But I did run into the AOC one time in New York, and I remembered that, man. I let them have it.
Oh wow!
That guy was trying to talk to me in some Spanish. As a matter of fact, my old opening for the G podcast has a little clip with me talking to them.
Oh yeah,
he was talking about how he's supposed to keep the law.
Oh okay. Yeah, I've seen a lot. Yeah, I've seen a lot of your. I've been following you for a minute, at least a couple of years, because I used to look at your dialogue as far as your interchanging with them on the street. So yeah, and then I used to see you. I used to see Sister Sherry on Bareen's channel.
Oh yeah, we've been on Berean. Berean does things similar to this, except all his stuff is tied to the Hebrew Israelites.
Right.
And the problem with Berean is saying that he's a Christian while trying to be ecumenical, I guess, with the Hebrew Israelites. But a lot of us believe he's a closet Hebrew Israelite.
Oh, okay.
A lot of us believe that he's a closet. He won't come out and say it, but a lot of us believe that he's a closet Hebrew Israelite.
I see this. I figured his style kind of remind me of Sarnetta's, because I think Sarnetta's almost like that, right? Sarnetta's.
Yeah. Sarnetta's over there in New York, I think.
Yeah.
In Harlem. What I need to do is stop being lazy and take my butt to Harlem when I know he's over there and confront him. That's what I need to do.
Yeah.
Get his butt on camera. I went to the headquarters of the Hebrew Israelites a few times, right?
No, I didn't see that one.
Oh, yeah. I knocked on the door and had an argument with remember that guy Tazadakia who was calling himself the Comforter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knocked on the door and confronted him. And they didn't like me. They talked to my friend Kim, but they didn't want to talk to me. And I took that personal with them calling some man the Holy Spirit. He must be crazy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't see that one. You got that on video?
Oh, yeah. It's on this channel. Look up G-Man in New York City with the Hebrew Israelites or something like that. It'll show up.
Okay.
Or deal with Tazadaki or whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check that out. Was y'all going?
I also debated Captain Tazaria. If you look at G-Man versus the Hebrew Israelites, you'll see, or type in G-Man versus Captain Tazaria, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. I'm gonna check that out and see the dialogue, because I see the couple there, debates and stuff like that. So
yeah, one of the things that I'm proud about, man, because I can't say I did this with all groups, but when it comes to the Hebrew Israelites, those dudes don't want no part of me no more. They don't want to deal with me no more, and I'm loving it. I love it because it shows that everything I taught on this YouTube channel was true about them, and I know what I'm talking about as far as shutting them down. I ain't trying to get into no long discussion with them. See a couple of things to them, boom, it's over. You know what I mean? And that's it.
Yeah,
They're talking about some white man, the devil, right? The white man is the devil because he's read in the Bible. But if you actually go look up, the physical appearance of Adam and the Israelites, they were red too.
Right.
They're not black, they're red. And then by the time you get to Solomon, they're a mixed multitude. Actually, no, even before that, they're a mixed multitude. Right. And in some passages said that the skin was white as snow.
Right.
So I don't know what these people talk. No, so it was either white as milk or white as snow.
Right.
So I don't know what these Hebrew Israelites are talking about. Yeah. So
yeah, that's true.
If I could have my wish, I want to debate Pastor Dowell face to face.
Oh, the one, I think he got some type of land down in South.
I would go there on his property and I would debate him the same way I debate anybody else.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of his lives. And yeah, I've seen him. Yeah. I think my mom, matter of fact, sent me something because I think she was like the way he got land or something like that. And he does he's self-sufficient or something like that. But I never listened to as far as his teaching or anything like that. I think don't he practiced polygamy too, right?
Oh yeah, he believes that's totally biblical and it's not.
Oh, he did it. He said it's biblical. Oh, see, I never seen that.
He believes it's biblical and it's not.
Oh, okay. I never.
He's got multiple wives, so that's not biblical.
Oh, okay. I never.
That ain't the only thing that he's wrong about. He's wrong about it quite a. He calls me his nemesis. I give him credit though. That man talked to me on the phone. That man talked to me on the radio. I got more respect for him than I do some of these other Hebrew Israelites because he didn't run. He was more than happy to talk to me.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. You ever talk to anybody from what they call IUIC? You ever talk to any of them?
The ISUPK?
No,
IUIC.
Yeah, IUIC.
Oh, please. A lot of my videos, I did that in person.
Oh,
I did a lot of that in person.
Oh, okay. So I ain't see that.
Type in G-Man shuts up IUIC in Norton, New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you. As a matter of fact, I'll find it for you. I'll show you. Hold on. Let me get out of Jessica's thingy here real quick. G-Man versus IUIC. I'm going to show you. Would you see how many videos pop up on this one? Hold on. IUIC, man. The people swear these Hebrew Israelites know how to do their thing. No, they don't. No, they don't. See?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, this is a couple of them. This is the one on my channel, but there's a few of them when we dealing with IUIC.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. They can't stand me. They put an umbrella in my face after a while. Oops. Let me put you back in here. My bad. They put an umbrella in my face and said that this truth ain't for me. This truth ain't for me. This truth ain't for me.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta check that one out. See.
Yeah. Those guys crack me up. GMS is my favorite. I got a ton of them on here with GMS.
Oh, okay.
And with their leader, I debated him in New York on hell and on because he kept saying hell was a condition of the earth, and that hell wasn't a real place where you burn up or whatever. And then he wanted to debate me on. They had something to do with Jesus, the virgin birth or something like that. I think that was annoying because he tried to buy me a prostitute that day. You got to watch some videos, man. I'm telling you.
I'm gonna go and watch it right after this. I'm gonna go.
Did you see the one where they thought the aliens were coming with the lights coming?
Yeah, I did see that one. Yeah, yeah, I did see that one.
I was like, where? I said, man, those ain't no.
Yeah, I did see that one. Yeah. I was like, golly. I was like, what? Yeah, I was like, whoa.
Well, anyway, man, I gotta go to bed, man. I gotta get some rest.
All right, man. I appreciate you, man. You take
All
care
right.
of yourself. I love you. Love everybody in the chat also.
God bless, man. God bless. Until next time, guys, it's been another edition of Preaching to the Choir Ministry, telling you guys to read your Bible and do what it says. God bless.